It's the last roll of the dice with major implications. I forgot the word there for a second. Hello, welcome once again to Blast R6 EUL LCQ, the last road available for our teams involved at making it to the Atlanta Major. My name's Ian Chambers. This is Fresh on Desk. I'm Mr. Worldwide himself. He's played in 3 different regions and he's gracing us with his presence here on the EUL desk.
That's it.
No, I'm saying it. Hey, did you have fun yesterday though?
I had so much fun, man. It's been great to be back on Rainbow Six. It's been great to see some great misters and great to see some tier 2 teams go up against tier 1 teams, although it was quite short.
Yeah, I mean, let's not tell them to get used to these short play days. It's not always like this fresh.
Yeah, no, it's not always like this. Usually we're used to overtimes and max OTs and everything else.
Yeah.
I think today's going to be a lot closer, but yeah, no, yesterday was a lot of fun. It was nice to, get into the groove, LCQs, teams playing for the last chance at majors and 6 Invitational.
Yeah. It's all there, isn't it? Let's take a look at the bracket because, as Leo said there, it was a real blink and you miss it play day with some really fast-paced results. And this is how the bracket is shaping up. 2 of the top teams involved, Fresh, of course, as you would have expected, making it into the semi-final.
I mean, when we theorise on this desk, it's often as if the game is played on paper.
Yeah.
And yesterday it was. Often it isn't. Often there's things that you can't account for and, bad performances, whatever. The game was played on paper yesterday, G2 and M&M, just getting them 2 0s, getting the job done, and getting it done in style as well. Now, the one thing about the fact that those 2 teams got it done with big round differential is whoever loses when they play on Sunday will basically be in a battle with the other side of the bracket for the 3rd place or 4th place, and that goes off not head-to-head, off maps and round differential potentially. So them getting it done with a lot of rounds to spare is very good for those teams.
I think that's where seeding comes into play. I think it was great for them as well to get a foot in the competition, especially as we're speaking about 2 teams that, may have had confidence issues or weren't really at the top of their form in European League this season. So great overall gameplay from them. Also, I would say terrible attack aside for the 2 teams there that won 1 round out of 15.
But it teases up with a very nice semi-final, doesn't it? That's for sure.
Very, very nice semi-final.
Yeah.
We're almost hyping that more than the final, Ian, I'll be honest.
Yeah, we are. Listen, let's take a look back. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Of course, there was a lot of talk around M&M Gaming. Could they pull things together and put aside some of the differences off the pitch, if you will?
Yeah.
And they made it happen to beat Valor.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think the one thing that we'd been absolutely shouting about that we need to see from M&M is the team play. So to see multiple times where it came down to a kind of 3-2-1 execute scenario when they were on their attacks, they're playing off the back of the Monty, they're using the Capital. A lot of team-oriented ops was really good to see, and it went so well for them.
Like you said, Monty, Capitao, everything about also Nomad a lot, controlling the aggression on the other side, playing very step-by-step, very theoretical siege, classic siege, but that requires good chemistry, playing well together, and that's what happened. So no need to take risk. Just playing together as a team, slowly but surely, and it worked very well. The only thing, though, is they will need more of that fire against G2. It can't only be playing classic siege step by step against G2.
They were patient, right?
Yeah, they absolutely were. I think, like Leo said, is they were patient in terms of their zone control. They played together. They played team operators. And then also, apart from literally 1 round, and we are going to say it, apart from 1 round, even when they were in the X versus 1s, they were controlling it very well, playing off crossfires. There was one scenario I remember, it was on Clubhouse, where the guy was in Construction Daughter Master, and M&M were just not peeking in whatsoever in their positions, allowing the space because there's so little time. Don't give away any sniff of the X versus 1. And I think that's what was most impressive. It wasn't that they won, it was the style that they won.
Yeah, and G2 showed some of their World Championship quality with a win over Dun Limited. I mean, it would have been quite the embarrassment if they didn't make it happen, but it was nice to see them perform, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the way G2 played was very different from M&M. I think M&M took it super seriously, stayed disciplined. Like I said, play slow-paced and step by step. You look at G2, like the first 3 rounds in attack, they were literally in the building at 2 minutes 30. They had already 3 kills. They were super fast-paced, super adaptive. Sometimes lacked a little bit of respect to their opponents in the way they were kind of lazy strategically. And it came down to some very big individual plays from almost everyone on the team, which was a very different way to beat a T2 team than M&M. But you know what? It worked, and it worked very well.
I think after seeing, Uno have a terrible stage in groups, there's no other way to call it. Uno had a terrible stage in groups. Benja had a terrible stage in groups. It was good to see those 2 guys in particular yesterday come up with big moments and strong stats. You know, they fixed the stats, but also they had big moments to win their team's rounds. Uno got an incredible clutch. Benja had some big rounds to win there, especially out on bank. So I think the same kind of story for G2. The fact they won, but it wasn't just off individual play. It was a very good all-round play.
Yeah, I mean, Leo, you said earlier about it was nice to see, and it's good for M&M and G2 to regain a little bit of momentum here after what has been some shoddy form recently. And to see a player like Benja, you know, get some nice rounds under his belt will do the exact same for him, won't it?
Yeah, it will. And I think also I'm thinking, you know, Benja, except for this one stage where he's not been really good, you know, except from that, he's always been so consistent. It was very weird to see him in a slump. I think maybe he's not too used to that. Maybe in Heroic he had a little bit of a slump as well. But you know, historically, he's been so consistent at what he's doing. And watching this guy, I was always like, how does he come up with this game sense? Like, he always gets away with crazy things. I used to play with it in FPL back in the days, and he just jumped on windows close to bomb site, never get punished for anything. He had a way of reading the game that I never had, actually.
That's why you're here.
Yeah, that's why I'm here and he's there, you know what I mean?
All right, listen, let's take a look back because, I mean, ultimately that is now rearview mirror stuff.
Yes.
So now we need to look forward because the schedule for today is a little bit different. We can expect this one to go a little bit longer, I think. Leo, I can't imagine that you're going to be tucked up in bed as early tonight. Are you ready for a long one?
Yeah, ready for a long one. I think these matchups are really getting closer to what we saw yesterday. You know, two teams of the same caliber for the first match. Same thing, I think, for the second match as well.
ITB versus Secret to kick things off, and Wild versus Koi. I know you as well, Fresh. You're expecting a long night.
Oh, I am. I think we genuinely could be seeing 6 maps. Every time I've said that at this stage, we're not, but I think we could today. I think there's going to be a lot of close games in terms of maps.
All right, let's talk about Koi, shall we? And magically, should we just appear in another part of the studio? What do you think, Leo?
Yeah, I think we should.
Just like that.
Oh, look at us.
Listen, Koi have, you know, they've struggled. And there's been a lot of negative talk and criticism on this desk about the way they've been playing, especially from Fabian when he was on the desk.
Not from me.
Yeah. However, when it comes to criticism, I like it to be constructive. So what I thought we could do here is we can run through some of the things that's been going wrong for Koi, but also talk about how they could potentially fix it.
Yeah.
What, have you been surprised by how they've been playing?
I'm not too surprised, to be honest. I think they're better than in stage one. I think stage one was quite rough with Nuddle and Leader. I think it's been hard for them to really come back to the form of 2022.
Yeah.
Right? They lost Mipi, they lost Kanto, they lost Poit, which was, you know, arguably the best European, if not the best player in the world at the time, and maybe today as well. Coming back from that with the core they had and finding the right fit for the 3 other members of the team, I think that's been a struggle. Leader and Nuddle did not play very well in the team like this. I think now maybe they have the winning formula, but they're that close of being good, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I know that one thing that Fresh would like them to address is the basics. Fresh?
I absolutely would love them to address the basics. Hello, everyone. So we've got a illustration to show you about Koi and about how they failed at the basics, but if they do fix them, they'll be great. So this is all the way back to when Koi played Secret on Clubhouse. Very, very first round. Now, they're wanting to open the Jacuzzi Breach. It's very obvious. They want to get rid of this Cade Claw. You can see that there's a player outside Jacuzzi Breach droning for the Cade Claw. Now, we're running actually, on the illustration, we're running a little bit of a side-by-side to show you 2 angles of how they've messed up the basics here, which is pretty cool. Now, first and foremost, the first mess up, the drone has only checked for the Cade Claw. It has not checked for the Wamai Magnet. And ultimately, that's going to be the first mistake as you see the drone go out. Because Jigsaw is going to be below, he's going to nade up through the hatch to try and get the Cade Claw. Magnet catches the nade, doesn't get the Cade Claw. Now, I want to point your attention to the right-hand side of the screen, which is in sync, and I'm going to highlight a bit of wall up here. You might be wondering why I'm highlighting a bit of wall, because immediately Koi recognize they can't open it. They call the Ash over to try and get the Cade Claw with the Ash charge. What does the Ash do? Well, the Ash also misses charge, goes off, hits the wall, doesn't get the Cade Claw. So Koi have failed on their basics. What does that then mean? For the round, it means on the round, they've got to drop hatches. As you can see them dropping the hatch there. They've got to walk up staircases. They've got to jump in windows. Crucially, they cannot do anything with the Jacuzzi Breach, and a player is able to play inside of gym. Because of that, Secret clean up the round, night and day, very easy. If Koi improve these very, very, very basic fundamentals, this game was only an 8-6. A couple of rounds go very different. That's a win for Koi.
Yeah, and Fresh, I wanted to ask you, Leo, do you think that, you mentioned their former coach a little bit earlier on, do you think that his lack of involvement now, well, complete lack of involvement, is part of the reason for their, struggling basics?
It's always a thing where you're in the team, so I can't really speak when I'm not in the team, but I've experienced Mipi as a coach when I was in United, and he was always nailing down the basics with us. This is an example of wall denial, right? But, it could be training your teammates, it could be having the right pre-placed drones, having the right pacing. This kind of stuff appears basic for professional teams, but like Jack said, it costs you rounds to make those mistakes of poor utility usage. Mipi was nailing down this with United, so I'm thinking, could he have done that with Koi if he was still here?
I think in all esports and all sports in general, when form is not very good, sometimes the basics can go out the window a little bit. And you've been in teams out of form before, haven't you? You know what it's like.
Yeah, I know what it's been like, to be in a team where you're struggling to find your footing. You just have a revamped roster. They have to welcome 2 new players, although Hesty was a sub before, but you know what I mean? It's still a new team. And when this happens, you're always tweaking things. Like, you're struggling, you have a little bit of wins, and then you have a little bit of loss, and you're struggling. What's the right winning formula for me? So you're changing positions, changing roles, tweaking strats, and that brings back, you're not stable, basically. And you're making these small mistakes by not being stable and not nailing down the basics.
All right, so we know they need to work on their basics. Fresh, what about confidence?
Yep, so I've got a clip for confidence as well, Ian. Now, this is going to be less of a telestration and more of a jigsaw highlight reel. Now, Koi haven't had a great stage, so it's not the best highlight reel that we could have ever put together for a player. So I'm just going to run it in the background. However, when Koi, or when they was formerly known as Rogue, were a top team, one of the things that underpinned that was confidence. Confidence to make plays and confidence to do it together. Now, Jigsaw's a shining light of this. So Jigsaw has been brought all the way over from Australia to the UK, playing in the UK, playing with Koi now, and he's probably the sole person on this team that's making very confident plays. He's very clearly a smart player. Even in this clip, gets droned out twice, still happy to sit there, still happy to try and make a play and make something happen. Now, what I want to see from Koi, and particularly in terms of Jigsaw, is I want to see him inspiring his teammates, because he's clearly doing it. He's performing at the level 20% above, making those confident plays. In all honesty, in this stage, we've not seen Cryan do that. We've not seen Hosty do that. To be honest, we've not even really seen Leon or Deepak do that. So I want to see Jigsaw kind of be the leader. I don't necessarily know if he's a leadership figure in this team. Probably not, because he's an import. But the confident plays that he's making needs to inspire the rest of the team, because Cryan needs to start making them. Hosty needs to start making them. And then Koi can have a really, really good shot at winning this LCQ bracket if all of them are playing together and making the confident plays together.
Jigsaw, Leo, I know that there was a time that you were almost his teammate, right? But it never came to fruition.
Yeah, all the way back in Fnatic at the end of the year in 2021, we were thinking of doing roster changes, and Jigsaw was one of the best pickups we could have in APAC coming from Australia. I think it shows right now in Europe. He's one of the leading figure, like you said, in Koi, and I think we need to see more of this in other players. I'm looking at Cryan, for example, used to be the best player in the league in stage 1, one of the best at least, with a 1.20 rating, and he's now down to the worst player of the league at 0.62. What happened? How do we make sure that he's in a better form? That's the kind of questions I'm asking right now if I'm in Kosh's shoes.
Absolutely. One thing's for sure. Basics, confidence, they've definitely got experience. Fresh, not this entire roster, but they have been to the mountaintop.
Yep, we keep talking about the core roster in, and we keep talking about them. And I'm running a clip from 14, 15 months ago. And you're going to see Deepak, you're going to see Leon, and you're going to see a Cryan in this roster. It is, of course, Rogue, formerly known as Rogue. And it is going to be when Rogue won the major. Now, when you've got a team that 14 months ago, in somewhat recent history, has won a major, and you're in a slump, which Koi no doubtedly are in a slump, you need them to draw on these memories. You need them to draw on these experiences. What got us through that period in time? What got us to winning the major? Because in that stage 2 of 2022, Rogue at the time overcame some demons to even get there. It still gives me goosebumps. Yeah. But in the groups of the Berlin Major, they were looking awful. They had to do an instant change to try and revamp it and get it sorted. They probably need to do that now for LCQs. They've got the core that's done it before. There is absolutely no reason why this core cannot do it again and draw on that experience.
All right, thank you, Fresh. See, constructive criticism. I'm all about it. And that major there in Berlin, wow, to be on that stage as well, it was incredible. Good memories. Can they turn things around and potentially make it to Atlanta? We'll find out later on in the playday. Our first best of 3 is ITB versus Wild. We'll be back on the desk with Fresh in a few minutes' time.
Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big Nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
But next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Welcome back to Blast R6 EUL LCQ. We've got 2 quarterfinals coming your way. We're going to save them up for you. And I'm telling you, Fresh is standing next to me, jumping up and down. You're so excited.
I am.
You ready for this?
I am. I genuinely am. I was just about to reveal something, but I'm going to wait for later.
You're going to save it?
I am so excited for this game because both of these teams, just before we get into the 2 teams, both of these teams genuinely are on an upwards trajectory.
Yep.
Both of these teams could make that Cinderella run through the lower bracket and go to the major. Even though it's a little bit unheard of because in theory or in history, they're not the best teams, this stage has been really good.
The 2 teams the big man is referring to, ITB and Secret. Let's start off with Into the Breach. Leo, these guys have impressed us for the majority of stage 2, right?
Yeah, and I think it's great to see them there when you see what happened in stage 1, right? With TT1, it was one of the worst stage we've seen. Maybe wasn't close to my time in Supremacy back then in terms of how bad we could be, but you know it was a terrible stage, and I think they've revamped the roster the right way. You know, mesh things together with a 10-star backline. Now you have the right people at the right roles, and it's enabling the old core to play better. I think Kantoriketi especially has been showing great numbers, and I think it's great to see him playing like this. It makes more sense as a team. It's more balanced. Everybody's playing at the right role, and they're playing well together as well.
Yeah, balanced, right role. Their team composition and their team just in general makes sense, Fresh, right?
Yeah, it's just so much nicer. I think they made, you know, with the stage 1 when it was under TT9, I think a lot of people know that it wasn't meant to be those 5 players that ended up playing. There were some very last-minute changes with the availability of Kanto and Kendrew coming in, and then it all went a bit skew with.
Yeah.
They've got it back aligned. They've brought in a vision. They've brought in Kangaroo Kenny, who's the next coach up into Tier 1. They finally got him into Tier 1, and it's all looked a lot better. And just to add on to that Kanto point, Kanto's one of the only players in the league that's got better stats than Shaiko in one discipline. He's the best entry in the league so far for entry plus minus. Better than Shaiko. So when
anytime you can say you're better than Shaiko is a huge W.
Exactly, absolutely. And also Noah, for me, is one of the most improved players in the league. He's settled into a slightly more, flex frag kind of role, but he's doing exceptional on that role as well.
Yeah.
Which is great to see because he had a torrid stage 1. So this team has made so much improvement.
You mentioned Kanto there. What a resurgence it's been.
Yeah, when you look at how he was in 2017, 2018, 2019, and people like at the end of G2 and then all the teams that he's been on, even with Rogue back in the time, when they won the major, he wasn't really a star player anymore. I think Spoit was the star player, right?
Yeah.
And some people even could have said that he was washed. I was looking at his age. He's 24, It's not that old, okay? 24 is not that old.
Then I need to retire from everything because I'm like 10 years older than him. Let's take a look. Huh?
And a few.
11. Okay, thank you. Let's take a look at their opponent's team, Secret. Now, for this team, the start was so promising, Fresh. Then it tailed off a little bit.
Yeah, it really was. We saw them play up against ITB, today's opponents. They played them on Skyscraper, and they managed that game exceptionally well. They played well against Koi. And it was looking like we was doing interviews with Savage, and he was saying, "Yep, when we're at the major, we'll talk then." And it tailed off, and it tailed off significantly all the way into groups. The final day of groups, they went up against Wild on border and got whacked 7-0. And it put them all the way into the Open Qualifier playoffs. To be fair, in the Open Qualifier playoffs, they did dispatch the Tier 3 teams. They did go, and they got all the way to the final, became the 2nd seed, lost only just to G2, and all those games were 7-5. So very close. Even though the groups went badly, they recovered from it, bounced back.
Yeah, they're not there yet. Exactly like you said, they're not there yet as the best, exploiting their potential at the fullest level. I feel like, honestly, it's such a big change as well. You're bringing 2 Brazilian players in Europe.
Yeah,
it's a big change. I understand what Twister has been trying to do here. I think he's trying to reproduce what he has done with success with Furia, but it's a bit different now because you have a European core.
Well, let's take a look now at map picks and bans for this one, this vital quarter-final, and we are kicking things off on Nighthaven.
This is why I was jumping for joy earlier. This is why I'm so excited.
You knew.
When these two played in the best of 1 in groups, I was like, this has got to be Nighthaven. Both of these teams love Nighthaven, and they bottled it. These 2 teams bottled it, and they didn't go to it. But Secret have picked into Nighthaven. Very high preference map for Secret, very high preference map for ITB. ITB, conversely, have done the same thing. Picked into Consulate, high preference map for them, high preference map for Secret. And then Bank will be a decider, which, when these 2 teams were quote-unquote bad rosters, Bank was the only map these 2 rosters could play in stage 1 and at the start of the year. Oh, I'm just so excited we're going to see the 2 new maps by 2 teams who have left them as like the highest preference possible throughout the stage.
Come on, Lee, I want to know how excited you are.
Yeah, I'm super excited, and I'm also not surprised. Like you said, like these 2 teams, they had to leave these 2 maps, these 2 new maps, as the highest preferred maps for them, right? You're these new rosters playing against older rosters that have been together longer, and now you have a reset button on 2 of the maps, right?
Yep.
And that's the moment you want to take that opportunity to be one of the best in European League, because either A, people pick it against you and you're ready and you have one of the best maps. Either B, they are forced to go on your better maps, the historical one, because they don't want to play Consulate or Nighthaven against you.
Well, you're excited. You're excited. I'm excited. I'm sure that you at home are excited too. I know Ollie's going to be excited. Demo, it takes a lot to get him up and running. I couldn't even get him excited at Disneyland Paris, but we'll see. Demo, take it away, guys.
Number 2 of our last chance qualifiers here inside of Europe, and we're going to be kicking things off today with Into the Breach versus Team Secret. Not a great deal separating these 2 on the desk or on the social vote there, Demo.
No, there's not, and I think it's for good reason. Both of these sides, I think, are very evenly matched. Sure, ITB obviously finished higher in the actual league standings compared to Secret, but I think on paper there ain't much that separates them. Nighthaven is going to be a fun one, though. It is where we kick things off. Ollie, I don't know if you've had the pleasure of casting Nighthaven. I don't think you have.
I haven't had the pleasure yet.
I did with Rob on NA for, I think it was the Sonics M80 game, and that was a really good game. So I think, you know, obviously I think for EU, it hasn't been taken to as much as what I think NA certainly did. But I feel it's a map that the majority of, I think every player likes this map, and I'm sure every player would have practiced this map. So to see them here today where, as we know, all chips are on the board, you need to put everything you have to make it through this bracket, it's a good time to pull out.
Absolutely. Great to see a map like Nighthaven being used in such a crucial game as well. Obviously a new map to the pool this stage, and a map that I think when it first came out, there was, as there is with all new maps, a little bit of a mixed reception, but very quickly it became a map that I enjoyed playing, and I know that a lot of other people enjoyed playing. And if the casuals, as we like to put it, Demo, enjoy playing it, then usually the pros are going to enjoy it as well. And I think the fact that we're now seeing it in competitive play is just going to bring it to that next level. So really looking forward, actually, to getting stuck into a bit of Nighthaven. I've watched a couple of games on this map as well. I know that it was a popular one over in Brazil as well, Demo. I know that's somewhere that you spent a bit of time this stage.
I mean, we've done two play days, Ollie. That's all we've really done for Brazil. But yeah, it's getting out there, and it's good to see both these sides taking this map that they haven't played yet and seeing how well they can really do in the thick of it. What we usually find for Nighthaven is all of the bomb sites will get played, maybe bar kitchen. I think you need to have a certain mentality to defend that kitchen because it is very heavy. You need to play with a roam game quite a lot. But you're looking at your top floor, you're looking at your basement, pretty generic of what we see with most maps. Those are like the 2 most common ones. This top floor, if Mira's up, helps a lot because you'll see Mira windows be placed in the heart of the bomb site, looking in towards this room that Yonka's in right now, in towards Connector, and just having those extra Mira windows gives you not only just a little bit of information to see where teams are going to be pushing from, but they're in very strong positions, which can be difficult to deal with. Yes, I know both of them can be naded from below, but this is a big map to clear, Ollie, and sometimes teams don't really have the manpower or the resources to go for a full roam clear downstairs to get your naders in, because it is so easy for roamers to get around this map. There's 3 different sets of staircases that loop all over the map.
It's a little bit roomy as well in some instances. It reminds me not quite of Consulate in the way that Consulate has a lot of rooms, but there are a lot of different nooks and crannies that you've got to clear out if you are going to be going for that sort of an extension. Initially, we're going to see Maverick used there by Falls to just start to open up and threaten onto that main breach. That job has now been done, and we'll be waiting for probably Savage to come along on the sledge and get that open. Or alternatively, we could, of course, use a Flores drone, a little bit of a safer option there that Uport is going to deploy. Still a little bit of reinforcement going on in and around the site, just as the defenders figure out just exactly which direction this push is going to be coming from.
Yeah, pretty common. You'll see that teams will set up the layers and just slowly move back as the hard breach gets brought in. There's a fair amount of hard breaching that you do need to do. We see a lot of teams go for the Ace and Thermite combo. Secret have went a little bit different. They've brought the Ace, but they've also went with the Maverick just to nullify any form of bandit tricking. Secret are picking up a few kills here and there, Ollie, and now they're in a very commanding lead. We're still half the round to go. They've got control, obviously, of that main breach towards Garage, so nobody can play in towards top rafters. And the main thing for them is Secret are in a good position to now breach that wall that leads into the actual bomb site, in towards Pillar. And they have a good chunk of time. They have plenty of utility as well. Look at all the flashbangs and grenades they still have left. This is not looking good for ITB.
Not at all. We can see the bandit batteries removed there. Kendra about to come under quite a bit of pressure. Kanto, he's going to enter on in and see if he can get a C4 toss out. But I think that was shot out mid-air. Fouls just dealing with that as it comes through. Kendra
gets the Kiba.
Loses the Kiba barricade that he was so hoping to keep control of and actually misses out on Patrick. That's a little bit gutting there. He's got to win this engagement, but Grubby picks up a second. Miracle doubling down as well. Two kills apiece for each of those two. It's all now down to Noah. He's just going to miss his shots there onto Savage. It secures Secret a flawless first round.
Surgical from Secret. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. See the cameras down there, Ollie. It's just the one big cam for the Brazilian/Portuguese players. They're obviously in their little team house. And I think for Secret, getting off to a good start is so important for their, I think, momentum, Ollie. And the reason why I talk about momentum is we've seen this side only a few months ago also go through a qualifier for a big major tournament, that being SI. And we've seen Secret sweep that with ease.
That was a heck of a weekend, wasn't it?
That was a big life weekend from Secret. It was the best Siege I think we've ever seen them play.
Was that the weekend that Groovy just popped off?
That was whenever he's just doing his thing.
That was his. This was where the what was it? The Trident. You were talking
the Trident.
About
I was trying to get more of the Polish players into professional Siege. Just trying to help them out there.
You were talking about the three prongs of the Trident. The secret of that. The thing is, they had that beautiful underdog story, didn't they? Going into Copenhagen, and it was every single time that you thought, surely this is like they've had a good run, but surely it's the end of the road. They just get a little bit further, you know. And it's great to see. I always put Secret down as one of those real true underdog teams, and with the talent that's on the roster now as well, you know, I'm always going to be biased toward a couple of Brazilian players.
I mean, you love Twister; he's your mate.
I mean, Twister's a good pal.
You've got his jersey, don't you?
Miracle, I've got Twister's jersey.
There you go. You shouldn't be on this cast. I'm sorry. This is breaching all sorts of regulations.
Well, to be fair, if you can cast a G2 game, I can certainly cast a couple of Brazilian
the difference, players. You haven't suffered with Twister. I've suffered with G2. I deserve that right.
Round number 2 begins, and we're going to be entering in through. And, oh, what a shot from Azza! I wasn't sure if he was going to get that great trade coming back out from Miracle, but nice first pick there from Azza on the Vigil. Wasted about a minute. Not done too much. He's got rid of a hard breacher, so you could credit him with that. They're only going to be left with tin openers now in the back pocket of Upor.
The thing is, though, for this site particularly, you're not really worried about, you know, having the ace, or if you know teams are going to be going for the heavy roam, they'll leave the hatches open for you to begin with. And sure, main breaches may be an issue for them in the later stages, but what we've kind of seen over the past is teams just play very heavy with the vertical action and just walk down staircases and take the gunfights, but the roam game is standing ever so strong. Kanto appeared, got one. Miracle is there with the trade, and it is surprising to see Secret struggle with a roam game, considering that they have brought the Jackal in to try and assist with that. Miracle, free in the round. Down goes Kanto. Now it ends up in a 2 versus 2. You could fancy the defense here, but there is a lot of different angles that they need to be worried about, especially from that vertical gameplay. With Buck still being alive, it will cause them issues. Having those 2 smokes in the pocket of Miracle, I think, will have a good impact. Whenever it is quite an open bomb site to attack into, and you can't really cover every angle, being able to smoke off a doorway or a crossfire could be very helpful for them. Look at the Jackal Pain plus Buck combination. Noah needs to get out of there very quickly. 30 seconds to go. This is going to be a close one. I'm excited to see how this 2v2 plays out. Oh!
It really is going to largely come down to the time there. Miracle got a glimpse of a second, but no, got taken out by the C4. The drop is going to come, and Noah is waiting to collect. ITB doing a good job of stabilizing there. They got a nice early advantage into the round, but they just lost a couple of men, and coming down into that 2v2, I was really fancying Secret there, especially with the combination that they had. Those Jackal pings, the book above, they just didn't quite have the time to pull it off.
No, they didn't. I think Buck probably should have got his shots hit against Noah there in the site. We've seen the active ping. You've seen him clear as day. Noah gets away from that. I think the main issue was Miracle wasn't really in a position to help his teammate because he had to rotate all the way outside to pick up that diffuser. That's always another one is, you know, diffuser getting cold. I see that actually cost teams a lot more these days than maybe what we used to see. Is that a case of support players being a little bit more aggro than what they should be? You could always put into that debate. I mean, we could be here for hours talking about, okay, what should the support actually be doing? Does he play too passive? Does he play too aggressive? All those different, you know, stories you can go into. So it has happened a few times, but I think ITB... Oh, go on.
It was the opening kill, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was fouls falling on the opening kill to us that left the diffuser there. I think there's a good argument to say that you maybe don't even need to worry about the diffuser if you're just going to go for a 2v2 and try and clean up the kills. If you've got a bit of info, they had the Jackal pings, maybe there's a world where they just instead just push the site.
It's just decision making, and it comes down to your IGL, so that's it. Just depends what he thinks is best, and you always have to go with that as the team. If Savage, he's the IGL for this side, so if he makes the call to get the diffuser and push for that, then that's what the team's going to do. ITB not looking to go upstairs, Ollie, which I would certainly advise. It didn't work out too well for them, so I advise that this is the correct decision going for the storage now. What we see from storage is just a lot of heavy roam game upstairs and then eventually dropping downstairs if needed, but ideally you just want to hold on the top floor for all you can. You'll see a lot of teams just play with the vertical up so nobody can walk into site. It's just very heavy off-site play. You don't need to worry about being in the bomb site. Like, look at all of the different angles that are opened up. Everything is there right now for ITB. So Secret are the team that should just be focusing. If we take above, then that means we get the site because they can't plan it because they've made all the vertical for us.
Cantel playing pretty close to the window. He does have the shotgun in hand, but it's not going to be good enough. Groovy there in position to take him out. Finished off by Miracle. Trade coming back immediately. Azza able to just play in and around the mirror window that he's got set up for himself, but he's one of only two left alive now. Him and Kendrew going to try and hold on to what is left in this round. Just under half the round remaining as well. So very quick work from Secret to dismantle this roam. And you can see now they're not even trying to rush this. They've got two players on drone, two players static and holding. Ruby there on the Iana clone, just trying to gather a little bit of information. Azza will drop off and attempt to C4, but he's going to get taken out from above. That vertical really coming into play there for Upor. Kenny left in the 1 versus 4. Has managed to maneuver himself. Could try and move up these fish stairs, but it isn't going to be. Upor is going to be there and waiting. The amount of players that you've got on drone for Secret, you can only assume that they knew that. They got the yellow ping there at the bottom of the stairs as well. Such great patience from this Secret side. They really know when to turn it on.
Yeah, I like that a lot from Secret, knowing that, hey, if we just get the basics done right, drone out where these players are, and then use that man advantage just to swarm over them, we'll have no issues whatsoever taking control of that site. And, you know, we've seen that top floor get cleared out. I would say that ITV probably swung. You know, I look at Kanto, for example. Does he need to swing that? Sure, I get you're a man down, but do you really need to go for that play? You have mirror windows upstairs still that you can play behind? I mean, even playing up close and personal on the breach is pretty scary. We've talked about shotguns in the current meta with the changes to them. They hit like a truck. So that fear, I think, is always going to be in the back mind of attackers whenever they go for the push. You know that if you don't headshot this guy, all he's going to do is one pump you straight to the chest and you're gone. You know, that's where you're kind of an attacker's mentality. So just having that threat of that shotgun alive, it puts the pressure on. So just to throw yourself out like that, it's not the greatest idea. ITB obviously open up the site. We've seen that cost it Azure as he rotated it back downstairs. I actually thought Azure was rotating into good positions, looking to catch them by surprise, swing onto garage door where they knew someone was going to be sniffing to walk into, using that mute jammer so he can't get droned. But that patience from Secret was so well delivered that Azure knew he was beat. He couldn't do anything about that. He knows that, okay, they've took so much time here. They know exactly where I am. I just need to leave. He goes downstairs. Oh, what happens? The vertical you opened up yourself, Azure, comes in to kill you.
Really good pacing so far from Secret. It's nice to see. I think especially after some of the attacking rounds that we saw yesterday, M&M at G2 not really at too much fault, but it was certainly the case from
the other two.
And you were looking at some of those attacking rounds and you were really questioning it. So to see a really nicely paced attacking round where you get an opening kill, you get another, and then all of a sudden everyone's just on drone, and it's like, this is what we want to see. We don't want to see these blind swings and these blind peaks. Savage getting the maximum value out of the shock drone there. Maybe not even done just yet. Fowls is going to try and deal with that now, of course, on the Maverick. It's going to be a little bit easier. You could still try and use some sort of hard breach to do it, as long as you've got sufficient cover from an impact trick. Azza, he's being pressured a little bit here. He's chosen to blow the Vulcan shield himself just to keep that line from extending much further. He could choose to keep that off also. Kanzo in a quite interesting position here though, Demo.
Yeah, could maybe look to get a C4 kill into Electrical if he can rotate to that. I think ITB are playing it very risky with no denial for utility. And this is where the nades, especially from Grubby, is going to come in pretty strong. Ricochets it off the wall. I think it will clearly keep a barrier, but no one else. There's the C4 that we're waiting for. That's a good rotate from Kanto. I like the patience there. And again, it just opens up and it shows the roam capabilities that you can have. And oh, dear! Uh-oh! That's an issue. Azure was in the prime position to swing onto Grubby, who I don't think was going to be ready for it. And then he gets C4'd by his teammate. There you go, Noah.
Not in the script, if you're an ITB fan. But Kendrick going to keep battling on regardless. He's able to take out Grubby. Upor getting himself into engagement here. He tags Noah up significantly, but it's a scrappy engagement. How has he kept himself alive for so long? His teammates are doing work in and around him, and Miracle eventually takes him out, but it might be too little too late. Team kill or not. ITB chalk another round up.
Look at the difference in ITB whenever they keep their players alive, where they're not giving away the first pick to Secret. That was much better from them. It was more passive. It was more controlled. I love the addition of Kanto downstairs. I mentioned before that the roam game is difficult to deal with because it's very big map, Nighthaven. There's a lot of different rooms you can weasel your way into. So having just a roamer downstairs, he's going to go untouched. Nobody's looking for nades from below. So you're always going to get an opportunity for a C4. So I have to credit Kanto with opening it up. Secret then get hit with, the first kill against them. It looked as if they really struggled with, getting that kind of main wall fully open. They got parts of it open, but it wasn't ever fully done. And that's because the impact tracking is also very strong from ITB. I like that technique that they're utilizing also. But that does mean the top floor is locked out. So they're going to have to try and obviously win on a different bomb site. May that have been the storage again or the kitchen. Obviously, yes, I know basement was also there for them. But they want to keep basement probably for round number 6. So they know they have to go here nonetheless. And they have chosen the kitchen. This is the site that we see less out of the other few. And the thing that I think is the issue with kitchen is just being able to walk in simply from lobby and go so minimalistic with the take is so easy. There's a lot of long gunfights that you have to fight through, and I think from an attacker perspective, whenever you've operators like Aussie you could bring into the mix, that's difficult from a defender's perspective. There's the Aussie being brought in. You'll just see Shield just walk in towards lobby, set up the shields, and then they'll just go for an easy plant.
And you can do this with a number of different things. You could do it with a Blitz, you could do it with a Monty, but the Ossa does give you that ability to
give you a gun,
deploy some cover, and you get a decent weapon off the back of it as well. So it can lead to quite an oppressive approach here. Fowls isn't going to waste too much time getting that wall opened, although it will be immediately keyboard off. Secret more than happy to spend those keyboard barriers to limit the exposure there. Noah is going to find himself tucked in. A lot of information available here for Into the Breach as well. They've got a bulletproof. They've got a couple of the yokai drones out there as well. Not looking to pressure too heavily onto this. Noah going to find himself in a bit of an engagement here. Could be potential for a C4 from below, and there it is. Fantastic team play here. You can just see him look to the floor and hit that yellow ping immediately for the C4 to come in from Azza. Can now keep himself safe with the Kiba barrier. And that's opening pick going toward Into the Breach as more players for Secret are going to start to fall.
Noah stuck inside of Methane. He's doing extremely well with those barriers to keep himself alive, and it's just causing a nightmare for Secret. They've lost 2. They don't have a lot else they can really go off. Kendrew appears with a kill and a second for Kendrew. That's a position I haven't really gotten around to talk to. What a finish from Kendrew. What a flurry of kills. This will be a nice shot. Let's see. Oh, yes, it was. This is a position that I didn't really get to talk about. This is something that's pretty new, pretty recent, is teams for that kitchen site, they will have a player on the main stairs with deployable shields set up, not only to watch just somebody walking in lobby, so you can play top and main stairs quite easily with a shield, but also to stop them walking in that top door as well. If you have control of that side of the map, the player, in the instance which was Noah, he is very free just to rotate back in towards Methane. He can try and hold into connector if he needs to. He can do all that impact trick and keep it barriers, everything that we've seen him do. And he was able to do that because he knew he had the coverage of Kendrew behind him. So it's a very strong position to have, and it's something that I'm surprised Secret did not address. ITB have not been interested in taking any form of denial of utility. That top main player should just be naded out straight away. Gone. There's nothing to worry about. There's no Jaeger, there's no Whammies, there's none of that. I'm really shocked that Secret are not clearing out this utility.
Tactical timeout there for Secret. Just trying to stabilize themselves ahead of round number 6. They ideally want to go into this at an equal 3-3 split. Obviously, the last couple of rounds really not going their way, which is a bit of a shame, especially after the composure that they showed in the opening couple. But they certainly know where they're going to be going. Downstairs to tank and assembly. When this map first came out, Demo, what was your call out for A site? Was it tank or was it something else?
Pretty sure we just called it. No, trying to remember what we called it.
Because we had possibly one of the best call outs, and it's actually stuck, and it's a horrendously long word to say, but we had cloning vessel. It was dropped as a panic comm.
Well, that's a Union Jack comm if I've ever heard one in my life.
It is absolutely stuck ever since. I had to like think for a moment. I was like, yeah, it's tank and it's not cloning vessel. We might be about to see a bit more of a direct approach here. Fowles is going to be rocking the Monty. Plenty of hard breach as well to go at. We've got not only the Ace, but Hibana in tow, as well as a Ying. So I'm expecting some fireworks this round.
I like this lineup a lot for basement. I think Monty adds a great deal of information. Whenever you look at this big room that we're dealing with right now, is that breach has been messed up. That is not good if you're a Monty player. He's just looking to walk in. He can't do that now. Look how many different angles there is. There's at least 3 different angles you need to worry about. Your left, your center, and your right side. All gonna cause issues. Yonka on the warden gets absolutely put in the grave by Upor. The plant going down from Fowles. It's so cheeky, but no, it's been stopped from above. Kanto on the vertical. Nobody from Secret has addressed that. The Candelas did not catch him. He was able to stop the plant with about a second to go. That is huge from Kanto.
Noah's going to be upstairs with him here now as well. Secret knowing that they need to address this threat from above because the diffuser is going to be cold in that line of sight. But Kanto, he's not finished there. He picks up his 3rd. He could be on for an ace here. He's certainly in the position for it. Gets a glimpse, puts a bit of a pre-fire out there onto Upor. Groovy getting himself into an engagement elsewhere. We're going to see another kill coming in here, this time for Noah. Kanto is likely going to collect here. Pistol drawn. Take your 4 kills. It's a great strategy, but you've got to have that vert cleared.
It's unredeemable sometimes there for Secret. Just I want to say that it was certainly a mix of that breach not being opened. Realistically, if you're that Monty, you should just be able to walk in and plant to the corner close right. That should be where you want to get the plant down. It's hidden away. If you can smoke off one of the doorways, you can't really be spotted. You have the coverage, of course, from the players in the breach. We've seen that Warden try and swing, got absolutely melted. But if that breach isn't opened, he can no longer walk in. So he just had to jump in and plant immediately. Just straight away, jumped in, turned around, planted. I don't know if it would have made a big amount of a difference if Kanto's still above. Yeah, it's just they didn't clear the player above. I think that was obviously the big issue for them, for Secret, is you need to have at least one player just lurking so that doesn't happen. I always think a good idea to cause issues with that is send a Ram upstairs by themselves. Ram can then just throw the gadget in through the window. Obviously, it's going to cause a ruckus for anyone holding above because they have to look out of the Ram. But then you're also creating more vertical that you could maybe play in a post plant. But also the sound coverage that you get from a Ram above is crucial for that plant going down.
Definitely needs to be a little bit more attention paid to that upstairs player. You can't be allowing one player to come away with 3 kills just on the vert alone. It's going to be like Kanto is more than capable. Any of these players are capable of that. Especially when they aren't put under any pressure whatsoever. Not really the attacking phase that Secret were after there. They come out at a 2-4 split. It's now into the Breach's turn to switch sides and get themselves on the attack and show us just exactly what they've got. They're going to be rocking quite a similar lineup. They've got that Jackal. They're going to try and use that to assist this roam clear. Very concerned about the Kapkan presence as well. That's obviously been calmed and called out sufficiently, as we can see the drone moving ahead. The shock drone just double checking every which doorway.
This is good. I like this. It's good patience from ITB. They know they don't need to rush things. The kills will come. Down goes Savage. Azir gets the better off him. That's former teammates there, Ollie. People may not know that. They used to team way back in the day. Kanto. More drone information being had, and it's surprising they're getting so much information, Ollie, considering there's not only the mute on the board, but also the Mozzie. They're doubling down on information denial, but ITB are just sucking the soul out of them. They're giving Secret not a shred of anything to go off.
I think it speaks to how big this map is. You know, you can place a couple of mute jammers down, but realistically, there's a lot of area to cover. And when it comes to the Mozzie pests, sure, you can get a couple of those out there and see if you can deny a little bit of ability, but you couple that in with the shock drone and it does become quite a tricky task. We will see Jonker fall. A late trade, but a trade nonetheless here, keeping things nice and level. Savage, he will be rewarded.
He gets Hazard back.
Unforgivable. It was definitely calmed. We could see the patience that Kanto was moving with in the early part of the round to make sure he didn't hit any of those cap cans. Kanto, he's going to grab one back though. Over onto Yupo. Grubby from the hatch. Picks himself one onto Noah. We know the Roni hasn't got the most mag count, so he has to draw for the pistol to finish the job. Kendrew getting caught out in the Dread Mine. His location now given away. He's going to pop out of smoke and try and give himself a little bit of cover. He's going to need it. 1 versus 3 here as he moves on through into assembly. He's going to have to challenge onto the single doorway. He's known. Not an easy challenge to make, and Foul sees to it. Success for Secret on their first round of the defense.
This game's a pantomime. Ups and downs. You don't know where the tail's going to twist and turn to. It was looking good for ITB. I like the patience. I like the clear out. And then just madness. A Kapkan trap. Azir gets blown up by the player he previously had killed in the same round. Grubby went unchecked. Bear in mind, Ollie, we seen that ITB knew exactly where Grubby was upstairs. Remember the drone from Kanto came in. Why is he not dead to rights? They should just be seeing where he is, get the Jackal in, get him hunted, get him killed. You're left with a 5v3 in sight. Also, another thing that was a bit of a blunder for ITB, the first player to die was Yonka on the ace. both of these teams really struggling with keeping their hard breachers alive. And it was different this time. I said last time, sure, if you lose a hard breacher, if you know a team's going to go for a heavy roam game, the hatches will probably be opened up for you. That was certainly the case whenever Secret were attacking. It was not the case whenever ITB were attacking. Secret reinforced their hatches. Sure, they went for a roam game, but it wasn't a die-hard roam game. It was just a couple of players loosely scattered around the map.
Hopefully that's not a recurring theme of the day, hard breaches dying first. Because that can make for a...
Hatches were shot. You know, even if they killed Robbie.
We'll see how it develops, but both teams have suffered in that stat line. Yeah, I think Tafal's dying on hard breach and it causing a little bit of a problem. Okay, it wasn't the biggest issue, but usually that is the piece of utility you want to keep alive, at least until it is being used. I'm gonna see a site change now. Upor got himself inside of garage there, just cautious of not only the stairs, but the single doorway that does lead on into that. We're seeing ITB draw for the Monty as well. Both of these two teams really wanting to attempt these sort of direct pocket plays. It's not something that they're trying every single round, but when they feel as though the time is right, yeah, bring the Monty and let's see if we can use it as a bit of a beachhead here.
Twitch today from ITB's been very strong. I think also Secret had a good period with the Twitch. Getting rid of utility in a pretty heavy utility map, Ollie, we've come to learn with how Nighthaven plays out. It is good to see. Oh, this will be a fun one. Grubby versus Azur. Both of them just on the other side of the walls from each other. But who's going to meet who first? Will it be Grubby getting their first shot in? Will it be Azur? A nade from below. You don't see these all too often. But he has went for it. Oh, he's going to find two for his troubles. Upor tried to come in to help. He gets taken out himself. Somehow Miracle's crawled away, but never mind. Kendrew finish him off. Kanto's also there with a kill. Grubby, you're too late, my friend. Azur's done the damage and even takes you with him. 3 in the round. Kendrew on the Monty with the last kill. My word. Kendrew and Azur cleaning things up.
It's a two-man band at this point for ITB, making it look all too easy. We don't always get to see those nades from below. Often there are better ways to use those nades now. Since the damage got reworked slightly, it's always been a case of, is it really worth it? You need a guaranteed kill if you're going to use it, and Azur certainly did just exactly that. Picks himself up, picking her down. The Monty. We didn't even really get to see the full idea with the Monty there. I think obviously it assisted in pushing into site and really starting to, you know, bully these defenders around a little bit. But it was just that vertical play that was the real opener. We were talking yesterday, very similar to the way that G2 will play around what's the catalyst in the round, what area are we going to push, you know, what is our in, what's our point of weakness that we're going to exploit. For ITB in that last round, it was genuinely those nade kills from below. All of a sudden, that just opens everything up. And when you've got a Monty, you can just spring into action. You don't need to be as concerned about just rushing headlong in and taking a bit of space.
It was great decision-making from ITB. They've played off a very strong nade from below, which, as we've seen, caused mayhem. And Kendrew was so quick just to say, hey, they're going to be absolutely over the place trying to figure out how can we get this guy revived safely. I can just walk in as a Monty, call out all the positions, you guys clean up the job, and that's what they did. We head now to our kitchen site. I'll be curious to see how ITB want to assess this. We've seen Amari come in. This ain't an Amari map. There ain't no real strong windows that you can really look at and say, oh yeah, that'll be good. Maybe a hatch, but even then, I'm not too convinced. What's happened here? Kanto's just tried to jump in store. He's tried to take a gunfight against Upor, but he's held his ground. I'm more interested in Azur. What is he doing, Ollie? Where's he headed?
Well, he's got the flump cannon, so you could almost forgive him for picking Amaru just for that.
He's not going to last long.
Well, it's going to take a long-range engagement there against Savage. That's not going to be ideal for the weaponry that he's got. He's going to have to switch over to the sidearm. SMG-11 throws out the stun, looks to go in hot pursuit and will dome Savage. Oh, there it is. Is able to get himself back outside now. A lion scan just to cover him for the time being. A trade, a little bit late, but a trade nonetheless. And with Savage gone, that removes obviously the Oryx, and if Team Secret are trying to read into this Monty pick, which I believe they are, with the lineup that they're bringing the Legion, they're bringing the Oryx, you've lost a little bit of a direct counter there.
Even Fenrir, you can shut down the eyes of the Monty, which is a very strong thing that he has. As they're getting that kill, I don't know how Savage has allowed that. He has had a good game. He's 3-7 right now. He needs to be getting those engagements won. But Azur, on the other hand, a great game from all accounts. 9-6 is where he stands. Minute to go. They've got control of lobby and they've got control of upstairs. That was the main, well, not fully upstairs, but the bit they need, which is top of lobby. The main issue now for ITB is, can they get rid of the bandits? Can they get rid of the Nile? Question is, it looks as if they do. They have got rid of them. There's no bandit tricking happening. Probably did not want to go for it. Instead, they're going to opt for the impact trick. And they have successfully messed up the breach. Never mind. One does make it through. I thought they were able to get the full set of it, but not going to be the case. A window jump, and Yunka has diffuser only. That's where he's going to try and plant.
A lot of pressure onto Secret now. You can see Fowles doesn't really know which way to look. He's going to try and keep himself safe, but instead just gets caught out in the smoke. Stuns getting sent out there. Jonker, he's going to be taken down to pretty much 1 HP, but he is in position to try and get this plant down as kills come in, flying left and right. Azur going to try and play close up and personal with this shotgun. Needs to try and take this engagement, or at least cover while that plant is confirmed. That's going to go down. Upor hitting one over onto Noah. Fowles, he's in the hot seat, needs to try and do something, but it's all going to be down to Grubby. He picks up the final 2 kills there. Fowles was merely a distraction there in the grand scheme of things. I'm not sure how Grubby's managed to do that one, Demo.
They played it patient. Grubby and Upor working in unison to retake that lobby. They knew there's 2 players inside a kitchen. Fowles kept them guessing. Fowles didn't need to move. A lot of teams forget that whenever that diffuser goes down, round's not over. By no shot does that mean you lose the round instantly. What that does is it gives you an extra 38 seconds to play with in the round. And defenders will let them plant because they're going to prepare for a retake. All the attackers are going to be thinking about is not the case of, oh, let's worry about the post plant. Their main concern is just get the diffuser down. That's all is in their mind. For defenders, they can let the plant happen and focus on what they want to take back from the attackers. In that case, it was lobby. We've seen Upor, we've seen Grubby work in unison. One rotated in through the main quarter, another one in through the site. They knew that no one in kitchen was going to be looking at Grubby walking in through the middle of the site. That wasn't going to happen for them. They were more concerned with fouls, like we mentioned. Once then that player falls at lobby, you've then got those players in kitchen trapped. Fouls make sure they can't jump out the window, and you've got the other 2 pushing in from the site to take the trades and take the gunfights to them. Great retake from Secret. I love the patience that they had. They knew they were going to get that eventually. It just took them a while.
Secret only 1 round shy now. Scoreline sitting at 5-4 in favor of Into the Breach as we move into round number 10 now. Savage going to be rocking the cap can again. It was successful for him in a previous round. And it certainly did something to slow down Into the Breach pushing power. They haven't got the Twitch this time either. Twitch was, of course, going ahead with that shock drone to make sure that the doorways were clear, and if it wasn't, then they could actually do something about it instead of waiting on a comm to make that happen. And for the meantime, we've just got a bit of a stack up here as we're going to look to try and get this breach open. Azur does have the diffuser in hand, but I hope he isn't going to try and send himself straight through that breach. A couple of kills coming in there for Fowles. Keeping control and securing that vertical. It's something that Secret failed to do. It looks as though Into the Breach are going to fail to do it as well, as Azur's going to get tagged up there from that vert. The only 2 remaining players alive here for the attackers are outside of the main breach. That clear has gone dreadfully, Demo.
It has. Both teams trying to play it very similar, where they want to go direct and then also try and go above, but it hasn't worked for ITB. They've been pushed back. Secret still fighting, still trying to get back into this game, and it looks as if they want to try and square it up into 5 rounds each. Both sides very similar. The way they attack, the way to defend, Ollie, there isn't much separating. And that's what we expect by the social vote, was so close, because they are a very evenly matched side. I think we're going to be set for a great series if this is map 1 to go off. If ITB manage to pull this out, I think it'll be the biggest shock of the day, but I really don't see that happening. You don't have the hard breach anymore. Yunka's used all of that, so hatches will remain soft. all you can push down is corridors and stairways, and that's never going to work. You're not even getting near the stairways. They're not even let you in there. Savage, a C4 kill. And Azur, he doesn't even pick up an exit. Flawless for Secret. It's a great game. I love this. This is brilliant.
It's really back and forth, isn't it? And I think it's a great map to start things off on as well. Both teams, as you mentioned, have saved this map for just such an occasion. And we're sort of seeing what happens when teams do that. It does tend to become quite a tight game because you're both just reacting in the moment. Neither one really knows what to expect. It isn't a map that's been very fully explored so far. Of course, it's only been out for one stage, so everyone's still learning things about it. Time for Into the Breach to take a timeout and listen to Kangaroo. He's getting in the face of somebody there. Or is he looking at something? I thought...
No, that's the Otski. From
Kanto's camera, it looked as though he was really getting in the face of someone. You know, like a football manager would, and like... You need to
Neil Warnock.
You need to die for the points. That's what it looked like, but it seems as though they're just having an intense conversation.
Look at this. It's like Pep and Mikel. That's what it's like. My goodness.
It looks like a nice little boot camp situation they got going on there.
Yeah, they're up north, aren't they? Up around your neck of the woods. Except I think I'm more north than you are.
Yes.
Just more west.
More west. They're probably actually south for you. Southerners.
Are they south for me? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm on line with Scotland, aren't I?
Yeah, because Sheffield's kind of just east for me. It's not... I don't even know if it's north.
Be south.
It might be a little bit north, yeah. Well, time out there for Into the Breach. Good time to take it. Things haven't been going terrible, but they haven't been going great. And I think that's the story for both of these two teams. They've both shown fantastic moments. They've shown really good patience on the attack and the defense. They've shown really good sort of use of tools. You know, we're not seeing the same operators brought every single time. They're really trying to work operators into certain different strats. We've seen a little bit of Monty from both teams. We've seen a little bit of Ying from both teams. It really is going to be a fine margin that determines a winner here on this opening map. Savage looks like he's fancying something here. Impact in hand. We can see, of course, that there's not really anybody home on the other side of that door, but we'll see what he decides to do.
Was looking for the aggressive entry. Nothing comes of it as it stands. Both sides have been pretty tempered on the attacking side. Not looking to get too fast. In goes Azur. He's looking for the same nades below, I assume, Ollie, and he's in the same place he was able to do so much damage from beforehand. I hope Secret are going to maybe send more than just one player down after him, because you can't really let him do the same thing he did last time. But Azur isn't going to do the same thing he did last time. He's more focused on trying to pick apart little bits of utility here and there. Even look at the way that Azur's just face-checking all these angles. It doesn't look as if he would really know if someone was downstairs with him. It does feel just up in the air right now, and up goes the nades. Azur. Oh my goodness. How?
That's concrete, Azur.
No, did you not see that nade? It went up and it landed on the bomb chassis, right beside Miracle, but it didn't kill him.
Well, it didn't look like the floor destroyed either.
No, some of it's concrete, some of it's soft, but he shot open the soft angle that then goes up and over. So you're lobbing it up. And that landed right on top of the bomb chassis, and the fact that Miracle's not died is beyond me.
Would you say it's a miracle?
Oh, we're too early in the day for miracles yet.
Well, maybe we've seen one in round number 11. It's been a slower start to the round. You can see that timeout has certainly worked. We're getting a little bit of Candela action coming in now. Kendrick is getting stunned out there by the Yokai, and he's actually going to have to push out. The power of that Dread Mine, it's really just stunned the push there. And there's a considerable amount of utility that's just sort of gone wasted from the attackers. Noah is looking to challenge on now. We're going to see another Candela cooked and sent in, as it's going to be Azur, but a nice play from Miracle hitting the prone shot. It isn't likely going to matter, though, as the kills get cleaned up by Jonker and Kanto, and you can see that's really fired up Into the Breach. We usually say that a timeout's good for a round, and it worked exactly then.
It was just a full utility dump from ITB. they didn't take a great deal of the map. They took in towards Aquarium side, and they took Garage, and that was it. They had no interest on the other side in towards Connector and dealing with getting the walls opened, and I think that was actually a good play from Secret, realizing that burning through all that utility the team set up on that side of the map is so difficult. And then even once you get through that, then you still have to worry about impact tricking. So why don't we just go direct? Why don't we just bring a Ying? Ying's up. That's a commodity these days. You don't see a lot of Yings because she's always banned away. So ITB playing to the strengths of their bans.
We saw the Ying brought by Secret as well, but it was just in a much less impactful way.
It was done for the rush, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the round that Kanto single-handedly dealt with, which has almost been a little bit of a theme. Kanto's having a very good game at the moment, currently sitting 10-6. Azza, 10-8. Some decent numbers being thrown up on the side of Into the Breach. A bit less so on the side of Secret, you could say. No one really standing head and shoulders above anybody else. Upor and Miracle both 8-8, but nobody going positive for the time being. And that really could be the difference maker here as we enter what could be the last round here of Nighthaven. We, of course, do have Consulate coming up, which is Into the Breach's map pick, so you would expect Secret to pull something out of the bag here. You don't really want to be losing your own map choice, especially if you're going to be bringing a newer map in, one that has only been in for a single stage.
It's a good showing. From both sides still. Secret have a good chance to still pull it into overtime if they can. Head over to the kitchen, which we've seen a great number of kitchen being played compared to the storage, which usually isn't the norm. Usually is the other way around. But for certainly EU, the kitchen has worked out pretty well. I think Secret did enjoy the retake abilities that you can have with this site. Fal's not looking to stay in lobby any longer than he needs to. Rotates away and gets that wall reinforced up. Only just the one hard breach, or the two hard breaches actually. Habana sneaks her way in. Doesn't really do much in terms of hatches because there ain't really that much apart from the one hatch in towards Freezer, which you're dropping into a bit of a death drop, if that. So it is really, I think, just to worry about the impact trick, which has been very frequent from both sides. Fals has 2 impacts, of course, that he can utilize whenever parts of that breach does get attempted to be opened up by the ace. But again, for ITB, it's pretty slow. It's just taking what they need, very minimalistic. There goes the impact. Successfully gets the 2 sets of Selmas. As we know, there's still plenty more hard breach from Azar. He can rotate down now with the banner if he needs to.
Savage going to pick up the opening kill there onto Lion Noah. Felt like he was on that solo roam clear. Didn't really work out. I think certainly since the timeout, Into the Breach have really been taking their time on these attacks, and we haven't seen too much action until this final minute mark. You're going to see utility sent in now as Kendrew hops in on his own. That's the power of the Ying right there. He's got Azza right next to him. They're going to try and get this plant down.
Oh,
Azza
big kill.
is going to be there with the cover. He might be on 1 HP, but he still manages to nail Miracle. The plant has been successful, and Azza's got himself out of dodge. Kendrew, he can look to try and burn a little bit of time here. He's still got so much utility to just throw at this. 1 Candela left in the pocket as well. He's going to send that out as well for good measure. Now challenging onto this single window is a very difficult task. You've got Azra on the upside down repel. This is going to be a tough nut to crack here for the defenders. We're going to see Azra pick 1 kill, Kendrew another. All now down to Savage, and he can't pull it off. Fantastic execute there and post plan from Into the Breach. That does map number 1.
Those two have been ecstatic in this game. Azar, such a great pickup. I think he's so smooth. He gets important kills where you just know that's going to turn the game. That kill onto the Warden was massive for him. Kendrew, I love watching Kendrew because he always dies for the badge. He never holds anything back. And that's what you need whenever push comes to shove and they need to scramble to get that plant down. Kendrew just straight in, uses the Yings. Kanto, I think, on the defense was stellar as well. We've seen him single-handedly beat a rush from Secret. Just ITB all over the show, fairly deserved.
Definitely one of the more exciting teams to watch, in my opinion. I particularly love the energy in that boot camp room right now. You can see Kangaroo Kenny going crazy behind the team, and that is certainly going to count for something. A great way to kick off our first map here in this best of 3. We're going to send it back to the desk. They're going to break down map number 1 and set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prem LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, is because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Camping Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically an on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
Looks like we have a banger series on our hands here. ITB take Nighthaven secret now on the back foot. To tell you how it all happened, we've got Fresh and Alfama here on the desk. Fresh, from ITB, it was just a complete performance.
Yeah, I thought they controlled Nighthaven very, very well. I think especially on their defensive start. Now, we've got to talk about Nighthaven. We think it's normally, you know, somewhat of an attacker side, maybe a 50-50 map, but the bans played their part in that Azami and Miro were both left open in the banning phase, and therefore it switches it very slightly to defender side. So ITB managing to set themselves up on 4-2 defensive half after, you know, going down 1-2 as well. Their mid-round adaptations, or their defense adaptations, set themselves up really well.
Yeah, I think they had really cool setups to show, but initially they didn't play into it too well. I think they were throwing bodies at Secret instead of trying to play around their strats, and then changed that, understood they had so much control over their utility, abused the impact trick because of the thermite ban, and played very much with the vertical play with the C4s with Kento, for example, and strategically outplayed Secret on that side at least.
Such a brilliant performance and super enjoyable to watch. They're a very entertaining team, that's for sure. Fresh, question.
Yes.
How do you make a bad site good?
Well, you make a bad site good by putting a lot of theory crafting in. I'm going to show you just how. I'm going to go over to the screen. And one thing that I'm going to show you, we've got the telestrator here. Now, the bad site in question, that's going to be Nighthaven Labs, obviously, the kitchen site. Now, the way that teams generally take it on the attack is they try and take from above, do the vertical, move people out, and then plant in the kitchen, as we saw in the very, very last round. This is round 5. This is ITB defending it. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm starting this clip with only 32 seconds played. Now, what I want to show you is the fact, first and foremost, actually, I've gone on to the ace. Look at this ban, the thermite ban. ITB didn't do it, but they absolutely abused it. Because thermite's banned, Falls is forced to play ace. What does he do? And it's a little bit of a rookie mistake to make as an ace player, in all honesty. He throws both of his ace charges together. What happens when that comes into play? Azami. Azami was left open. What does Azami do? Impact trick, keeper barrier. It's almost as if this breach has never happened at all. Have a look at this. Completely closed from Noah. Great play by Noah. What Noah's aiming to do, basically, because the attack wants to take control of the top floor, he wants to spend as much time as he can up there, get as many kills as he can, and bugger off. The win condition for ITB is controlling this top floor. Noah gets droned. He's playing inside that connector room. Now, you can see again another key win condition, the shield that faces all the way to the top main door. Now, this is where it's genius, and this is where I absolutely love it from Noah. Sees that basically Secret are going to try and push him out of connector, moves into the hallway, and then plays with his teammate to guarantee himself a free kill. Spots Grubby there. What does he do? Has the patience, puts out a yellow ping. You can just see it. What happens? Grubby gets C4'd. Boom. It's actually Savage, not Grubby. And then Noah manages to move his way into the meeting hallway. Again, using those keeper barriers to close himself off, gets himself into the actual meeting room, supported by the player top main. And you're going to see in just a second that this player here, Grubby, gets another death. He gets died because Azza manages to pick up the vert he made with the C4. ITB holding on completely to the top floor. This is their win condition. If they lose the top floor, they've lost the round. So they play it with their lives, and you see Kendrew pick up 1, pick up 2, pick up 3 from that position in the top main with the shield, with the reinforcement. That is the combination of bans, strategy, and open operators as to how to make a bad site good.
Well, you mentioned complete performance, and that's a prime example of it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's exactly what you said. The way they played around utility to make sure they were winning the round. We're less risky than initially trying to play into the gunfights like they did, right?
Yeah.
This time, in that one round that you picked, impact tracking, C4s, revenge, information gathering to have that ping and the C4 from below, all of this stuff is literally free kills from utility. No risk taken. It's very well played all over it. And if you look at the way Secret played, I think it kind of felt like they were playing it into, they had learned by heart how to play the map, and they did not have the same level. First, strategic depth. I think it was way smaller and shallow for them. And also, they did not adapt as much as well as ITB.
Well, we promised a banger series. It's looking like it's starting to unfold that way. We'll find out now going to Consulate. Demo, Ollie, take it away.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, Ian, Fresh, and Alphama. Consulate is going to be where we head for map number 2 here today into the breach, taking map number 1 of Nighthaven. And we head, Demo, from a newer map into a slightly less newer map, it seems. Obviously, Consulate has seen a rework and been reintroduced into the pool. I'll be honest, it isn't one of my favorites, purely because of how roomy it is. There's a lot of little areas on this map that can make it very frustrating to play in. Expect a lot of close quarters engagements here in this one. But as we saw on Nighthaven, there isn't a great deal separating these two teams at the moment.
No, there isn't. It was pretty close series. Could have went either which way, 7-5. Not comfortable for ITB. It's not as if Secret were demolished. It was there for them. Now we head to Consulate, which is ITB's map pick, and I think that's for a good reason. They should feel pretty confident on this map, considering that they've only played it once, and they won it once against quite a formidable side in the former Wolves. So they do have, you know, obviously it's not a massive amount of data we can go into because the map is still very new, but they still played it, and they still beat a team which are going to the major. You know, that has to count for something.
100% success rate. Let's just give them the spot now, why don't we?
Oh.
It's always tricky, isn't it, when the stage is... The stage feels quite short. There's not a great deal of games that get played. You can very easily go through a stage only playing a handful of maps, and then you get into something like a qualifier or a last chance qualifier like this, and you do just get these maps thrown out there that teams have been holding and, you know, avoiding playing during regular play, but have been scrimming on for the past 6 months. So we'll have to see just exactly how these two shape up against one another. We're going to see a little bit of difference in the bans here. A couple of things that were open over on Nighthaven and now locked out here on Consulate. Most notably is going to be the Monty and the Azami. Now, both teams played a little bit of Monty. I think you could argue that Secret played it a little bit better, maybe, than... Sorry, ITB played it a little bit better than Secret.
Yeah.
They were certainly a bit more successful in it. There was a couple of problems with the Secret and the way that they played it, particularly regarding breaches. So that has been removed here and now, and obviously the Azami just speaks for itself in how much power that is. I think Fresh did a great job of illustrating that during the break and just showing how powerful Azami can be, and in some instances shift a map from being attacker-sided to be defender-sided if left available. So with those two removed, it is going to change the playing field somewhat, and then Dokubi and Solace gone as well. Solace, of course, gets a lot of value on this map. It is a map that you are expected to get the diffuser down on, and obviously we all know just how powerful Solace can be in general.
I think I've casted Consulate before. I want to say I have. It might have been like 4 AM, so I don't know if I remember much of it, but I'm pretty sure I remember talking about like a blitz in this map, so I think I have. Usually whenever we look at the top floor, it is quite heavy with windows. There's a few strong windows you can have. You have the window on the south side, right beside one of the main breaches that look into kind of cutting off that doorway in between the site. You then obviously have the main site window, which teams will swing in from and try and plant in. And then you also even have the bathroom window, which I think is a very underutilized window, mostly because teams do fear that you can get shot from the spiral window if you're holding the bathroom window, but having access to all those different kind of angles that you can go up against the defenders is very strong from an attacking perspective. ITB are not going to go with the traditional way where you look into pushing in towards yellow, utilize the Skylight, for example. They're going to take the fight to Secret by attacking their hold in towards admin side. They have opened up the triple wall, and they have forced Secret back for the meantime. Savage was looking for a C4 below, but has since been drone and has to move away, or else Azur's going to come up in contention against him. Azur looking the wrong way, but Savage misses the shots. Oh my goodness, that's a close one from Savage and Azur. They're both still at it. And Savage decides to leave. Oh my goodness.
Is he leaving? Is he staying? A little bit of uncertainty there. Savage is doing a good job at least of wasting the clock and chipping Azur down somewhat. Kendrew, playing on Gridlock. Can be a good map for Gridlock, especially with the amount of choke points that you've got. You get those track stingers out there and you can really start to limit some of the flow, and I've got a feeling we'll be seeing a little bit more Gridlock when the patch notes finally come into effect and they get a couple of nades in their back pocket. Speaking of nades, it's going to do something to tag Grubby up from the Skylight. Not too bad at the moment. ITB, you certainly feel as though they're being funneled in this attack.
Well, Noah opens up. They've actually rotated over towards yellow, but it hasn't really worked out too well as Miracle's found 2 kills and Savage eventually gets his man. Sure, they've rotated away, but the other half have all died, and it just leaves ITB in a position where they have to fight against these difficult angles. They've been able to worm their way into a position beside that window to try and get the plant down. Upor wins it against Kanto, whips out the pistol, and Noah, not a lot of HP to do this with. We'll have to go for that long swing, and they all peek onto him. Secret close it out. The first round goes in their favor. All these ITB they've met a roadblock where they couldn't really push in through admin where they wanted to in towards meeting. They've then went for, okay, let's all rotate towards yellow. But as that rotates came in, everyone else just lost their gunfights on the other side of the map.
It's kind of funny because I mentioned how the track stingers from Gridlock do a great job of, you know, funneling the defenders. It can cut off areas, it can create choke points. You don't always want to rotate through it. You don't always want to burn half a mag to shoot all the track stingers out and give yourself a path. And in the end, it was almost the opposite that happened because Into the Breach just couldn't find that explosive entry that they required. And yeah, they might have got a rotation off onto the side of yellow, but they were still left challenging pretty disadvantaged angles as an attacker, you know, single doorways, trying to swing on something and make it happen. I think Secret played a really good patient game there. They could have moved and they could have got themselves lost out of position, but it was one of those where they just had to dig in. I mean, Uport hit a cracking shot just at the end there as well, the second to last kill that came in. It's always exciting to see shots like that getting hit. So good job from Secret. I think they really held their nerve defending onto that site, and ITB just couldn't apply the right amount of pressure. Something that really assists applying pressure is going to be a Ying, and that is what Kendrew is going to bring now for this attack into the garage.
See the Ram, which is always a welcome one that I like to see on the attack these days. Very strong operator just to safely do the vertical action. However, I wasn't expecting to see ITB utilize it in the fashion they are right now. They've used one of them to open up some angles down in towards Archives, and Yonkers also sent the other one to open up the single wall. Very surprised why he hasn't just shotgunned open the single wall, instead sent a Ram, is beyond me. I really don't know why. But maybe it's because he fears Savage. I doubt you'd play around somebody throwing a C4 out the window. I doubt you'd play around that. Miracle and Kanto both with the trades, and Savage doesn't even need the C4. He just stands and waits for Yonka. Main breach has been open, but without the vertical pressure, Ollie, I don't really know how you push into garage safely.
Savage living up to his name there. That's a horrible way to die just before the halfway point in the round. There's no way you expect somebody to be on that window. He was tempted for the C4, but instead just played patiently. Fouls sitting Azza down there. Azza trying to worry about the vertical due to the lack of man count for the attackers. They've got more things to watch. They can't just send somebody in above to clear it. And if you're on the breach, you are going to be concerned with it. We can look at the remaining two attackers here, and they are going to be pretty split up. We've got Kanto and Noah both trying to make something happen. Kanto at the bottom of these yellow stairs. Noah going to be upstairs, coming down, transitioning into service. He gets hit out by a dread mine. That's going to give the game away as to his location. Kanto's getting the plant down. Excuse me? There are 4 defenders alive. How are you allowing this to happen? He finds one before being taken out. Noah, you're a little bit late to the party, my friend. He announces himself. The default camera is still up as well. Takes a challenge over onto Groovy, but it was going to be either the Spiral player or Groovy to pick up that final kill.
ITV are trying too much. They're trying too hard to be fancy, almost. Don't really know why a Ram is utilizing 2 of the drones to open up a single wall and open up a strip of Archives. The issue with that is, 1, you can shotgun your way through the single wall, and 2, no defenders play inside of Archives, so that is just a wasted drone. Ain't no one playing there. I don't know why ITB aren't just playing basic. I think both sides, both times they've attacked Ollie, it's shown that they've tried to control all the map, and they've tried to compress the opponents in. They've tried to pinch them and attack from 2 different points at the same time. If things aren't working now, just go back to basics. Just do it right. Take piano, open up the vertical, open up the breach and plant. I look back at the season. I think probably one of the best games of Consulate we've seen was G2 versus Heroic. And the way Heroic were orchestrating some of the plants down were so simple, but they worked a charm. I wish more teams would just do that. It's a new map. All that fancy stuff's going to come whenever you get your basics right. I'd be very surprised if you can say a team right now is the best in the world at Consulate or the best in the world at Nighthaven. That's not how that works. You need a big sample size to really call yourself the best. And I think for sides now, just get the rounds on the board. Just do the right things correctly. Don't worry about trying to take everything or look at these great collapses. Play ugly. Get the round win. The big you know, saying that we've had this entire weekend, Ollie, is do or die. So why are you dying right now?
It could almost have been you and I on the analyst desk opening the show with how much they were talking about basics as well. And we keep coming back to it. ITB, it feels like they're trying to skip straight to the 5th, 6th, 7th step of the plan here. And as you say, taking so much map control, just get a plant down. Just open the breach, take a little bit of vert, get a plant off, see what happens. You know, you've got to, sometimes you've got to take it back to that level. Maybe we're going to see that start to come in the next couple of rounds. Obviously, it's still pretty early days. Secret got a good advantage at the start of Nighthaven, and look how that game ended. So, first 2 rounds by no means an indication as to how the round will go in its entirety. We're going to see a Ram opening up a little bit of the floor there. There's a nice bit of vert now available. And into the breacher, getting that drone work done and slowly but surely starting to make that approach. They've got a full top floor to clear out here. And especially with that vertical that they've made, they don't want to leave that up to chance. What a kill from you, Paul. There's no way even to get that one. Kanto, he's going to find one with the Gara hook and be allowed to continue. Now can turn his attention over in toward that bathroom area, into the breach. They've stormed through that top floor. Fowl's forced to drop off. Miracle is going to be below. Brazilian duo here. We've got a little bit of holding on to do in the final minute. Miracle did just spend his C4 as well. That was one of the last remaining hopes, especially with how much potential for vertical we've now got, as that book is going to start to rip open some of that floor with the skeleton key.
Did anyone have that on the bingo card this weekend? And Amaru, Gara hook kill, straight for the window. My word, ITB, like you mentioned, in good shape now to see this round out. However, how has Fowls been able to do this? He just walked up a staircase right beside the defenders and may have been completely annihilated. Whips up the bailiff, drops, up and down he goes, but Kendry eventually kills him. That should never be happening from ITB side. 15 seconds, Kendry has to go for the plant. There's no C4 for Miracle. He's all the way in the basement right now, Wally. He's not actually in a good position to stop this, and keep in mind, he is a 1-speed. It's not going to be the quickest off rotations, and Kendry knows that. He's going to go for the plant now. Miracle running as fast as little legs can carry him. Down goes the plant. Kendry, all he has to do is hold in this close plant.
Not really how you want this round to end up, especially if you're Fowls, because you've done a lot of the hard work there. Kenny's got a horribly tight angle here. A Miracle needs to be super cautious.
Oh,
he's going to hit him with the turn and burn demo. He's just absolutely murks him.
I've turned into a flycatcher. My mouth is open that wide.
What a shot from Miracle.
Don't believe it.
How has Kenny let that one slip? He had one place to watch. He was crosshairs were on the location.
Look. As much as, you know, Kenny didn't play that the greatest, that round's not on him.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
That round is on the other two. I don't know. Why is that a flank cam? Why? Basics. That's all we've drilled through this game. ITB have not done the basics. It actually looked a lot better from them. They wanted to take above. They cleared out the rumors. That was good. But then to let something like somebody just walk up a staircase and flank you is so unacceptable. He's not happy. Look, you can see him behind. He's got the hands flaring.
It's the hands and the knees. That's when you know someone really means what they're saying. He's got the hands coming down and then the knees drop at the same time. And it's like, guys, please, just... And you can imagine the movement that he's going through right now. There's some very disheartened faces on that side of Into the Breach. But the thing is, they know where they've messed up. That's the crux of the matter here, is they know what the problem was. The problem is either on the 2 people that were dead watching cameras, or it's on the 3 people that were alive not leaving a flank drone, or not communicating that they didn't have a drone to leave for the people to watch and then leave somebody active watching a staircase. But for Fowls to get away with what he got away with is incredible. You can see that both of the dead players here are on cameras. Azza and Noah are both on cameras at this moment.
Just can't believe it.
Deary me. 3 rounds for Secret on the bounce here.
Yeah, and they'll take it. You know, Secret are happy enough to play off the misfortunes of ITV. But Secret haven't looked too bad either, Ollie. I think they've got some pretty good setups. Obviously holding what they want to, you know, out and about. I think they're really stretching their legs on Consulate, which is good to see. And everybody getting kills. Everyone's positive right now, Ollie. You don't see that a lot of the time. After 3 rounds being played, everyone in your team's positive. It's a good look.
It's a good look, especially for 2 very equally matched teams, which going into this series, that has been the main, you know, the way that we've tried to build this one is that either of these 2 teams could win here today, realistically. So to see Secret come out and clean 3 rounds when there are things like a Nazami band, it's fantastic to see. And you mentioned there, they are just winning their gunfights. Miracle 4-1, obviously you got 3 kills in the previous round. Savage 2-1, Upor 3-1. You know, as you're going into round number 4, there are stat lines that you can really start to get behind and really start to build something off as well. And it looks as though Secret aren't stopped there. They're going to continue to try and bring these little adaptations. We've got Savage on the Pulse this time. Pulse and Consulate, it's a match made in heaven. It's something that we see so many times because of the information that you're able to gather. Isn't going to find himself that C4 there. He could, of course, shoot the floor and collect said C4. If you're particularly careful with your shot placement, you can do just exactly that. The C4 will fall to the floor and it's ready to be thrown another day.
Still active with the Pulse. Oh, this is, yeah, go for it, mate. He's not moving, kill him. Well done. Easy as you like.
It's just so free.
Yeah, just, you can't really say much else. Yonk was even waiting for that, but just wasn't there, wasn't to be found. It has not went well for ITB. They took the timeout and they've straight away lost the first pick. They've lost a set of nades, which is not a help to them whatsoever. Upor has been taken out, but look at the time remaining. 1:15. ITB have only got control of admin. Remember they were in this position that the first time they attacked this, and they didn't really know what to do after this. It was just as if they got to the end of the road and they didn't know what the correct direction was to then take it in. They tried to rotate in towards yellow. It's a good hunt from Azir. He's had Savage's number all day, hasn't he? Those 2 have just been battling out against each other, but Azir has been certainly the one-up against them. Right now for Secret, it's just about maintaining control of what they have right now, which is still that top shield towards vending machine.
Which has just been taken out by none other than Azir. Grubby, not in a bad spot here behind the long desk. He's going to hit his shots over onto Yonka, immediately turning his attention to what is going to be next and can put a couple of points of damage in onto Kendry before dropping back. And you can just see how strong this defense is. There's 20 seconds left and the defenders still have locations that they can fall back into. Miracle, he's got a part to play here. He picks one up onto Noah. Kendry is trying to get the plan down. He is eventually going to have to hit that swing and land the shot. It's going to be Azir to confirm that. Fouls and Groovy, they've got to now try and come in. But look at Azir go. Eventually gets down, but Foul steps up to the plate yet again. He's clutched 2 rounds in a row, Demo.
Oh, that was a messy one again. ITB, just, there was never any cover for Kendry to get the plant down.
You feel sorry for him, don't you? Kenny's there, he's trying his best. He's on the Osser as well.
But then Noah swings, dies, Kenny has to get off, and then he's waiting for Azir, hit a great shot, but by the time Azir dealt with Grubby, it was too late. I mean, also bear in mind, Secret have just stopped an Ossa plant from happening without any form of explosives. Did you see how much confidence that they have? How they're getting away with that is beyond me, by the way.
It's barefaced cheek. It is barefaced cheek. They're just standing in front of the Ossa shield and just pre-firing it where Ossa's head will be if they come up. It
should be happening.
No, it shouldn't at all.
It just, I really don't know where we go now with this game. I really don't. ITB are just, they look out of it. They're so off the pace. Secret are just smiling. That's their smiling wave. That's the mentality right now for Secret. They're happy that ITB's given these rounds. Secret had to do some pretty bold stuff to win these rounds. And they're thinking, how we're getting away with this, I have no idea. There's a spawn peak. It just doesn't get better. It just doesn't. This is a story with no happy ending. The bad guys win.
I think when the going gets tough and the spawn peaks start coming out there, we've seen Savage, he's been a nightmare on it. You got one on the Mozzie, he's had one on the Pulse. This time it's Grubby. the 3 out of the 5 rounds that we've seen so far, at least Secret have been going into this at an advantage. They've been picking off somebody early and just stamping down that authority, and it does really start to question, you know, the attackers. They take a little bit longer to get to the building. Things aren't going their way. They're constantly that man down and having to try and fight and to pick something back up. So it really just starts to pile on the pressure. And you get people like Groovy, Savage, Fouls having a good game and feeling themselves. It can be very difficult to stop something like that. Kanto, he's going to start to try and clear out this roam. He's going to be going up against Grubby in the process. Information is going to be there for Kendrew, however, as he's joined in on the party as well. Just a couple of cursory pre-fires. Maybe there wasn't as much info as we first thought. But now it's down to Upor to see if he can add anything into this. And Savage is going to be coming up on the flank as well, up this yellow. Secret, they're abusing this lack of flank drone.
Oh my, it's, again, same story, different time. Hazard and the 1 versus 4, a minute 15 left as well into that. Secret have cleaned them out of the house. I'm at the point where it's just smile and wave.
The thing is, Secret, or Into the Breach at least, they haven't been able to nail Secret down at all. They cannot keep these players still. No matter the flank drone, no matter what, like, there are going to be flank drones there. The flank drones will be being watched. They're either getting shot or they're not there. It's quite simply one of those two things. Because if they're not being watched, there's a bigger problem at play here. But Secret, they are just not being held down by anything right now. I tell you, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a Nomad come out. I know we saw a Gridlock in the early portion of the game. That didn't really work for Into the Breach, but we only saw it for 1 round. But I would like to see a little bit more attempt at trying to close these roamers down, because Secret are running rings around Into the Breach at the minute.
What do you do if you're ITB now, Ollie? Because I look at ITB and you just think, do we try and cheese around? Do we try and go with, you know, a classic Ying, Lion, all that mayhem that goes in and just try? Or do you just keep sticking with the same formula that, you know, just keeps blowing up in your face? I think you have to change it.
I think you send it.
You cannot do the same thing again. You can't.
There we go. Jonker has broken the curse of the spawn peak. It's picked up opening blood here for Into the Breach. And finally, Secret have paid the price for all of that aggression they've been dishing out in the early part of the round. That's at least a good start. Maybe you don't need to cheese from here on out. Maybe you just trade off the advantage that you've got in numbers.
Perhaps. We could see ITB actually get a round under their belt. But Secret, as we know, they're more than happy to play for the retake strategies. Although we've seen that already in both series. They're happy enough to let ITB formulate their attack and go for the plant as long as it gives them enough time to figure out how they want to retake it. And goes the Ram again to open up some of the verticals. Upor in always a tricky position, I think, because one nade into that room can certainly get you. It's not a big room. Just has to be careful. But ITB taking their time, doing the drone work, figuring out where they want to go from here. Noah sends in another drone. You can see Miracle holding on to the window as well. Kanto, there's the nade. So I mentioned it's a very small room. 1 nade is enough to clear you out, and this is finally starting to look better for ITB.
We have seen them lose with a man advantage before, though. It really does come down to seeing if they can nail these roamers out. We've got Miracle playing pretty much solid on site, and then a bit of a retake presence upstairs. We've got Savage and Fouls trying to make something happen. They start with a kill over onto Kendrew. It really is all about timing here. They've got to try and move quickly enough so that Miracle doesn't get flooded when he's on his own inside of the site. They're going to be jumping into drones now to see if there's any more information that can be gathered. There's tons of vert available, but don't forget, with flanking roamers, that vert is going to work both ways. And if you try and drop and get a plant down, you may come under a little bit of fire. Miracle, he's going to drop himself down into the basement and look to try and play even more vert here. We've now got vert going through both ceilings and floors. He's going to land some
Oh my!
there. Picks her down and a headshot onto Azza. That's an almost impossible shot. Savage, he's going to add on to the pain. The C4 is going to finish off Jonker, and it's all down to Noah. Fouls makes it happen. What a round from Secret, Demo.
As much as what we've been talking about ITB, you cannot take the credit away from Secret. That defense was probably their best one by far. Genius to put the pressure on them by having the 2 players towards admin. It's going to make ITB kind of figure, okay, what do we want to do? Let's just sack them off. Let's just drop sight. But then that's where Secret wanted them to go. They had a bulletproof feeding information to Miracle. He opened up a blinder of an angle onto that hatch, gets the quick 2-piece. From there, the round's dead. There's no diffuser going down. The rest of the players from Secret have time to rotate. It's the cherry on top of a flawless half for Secret. It's stellar. It really is.
It's Miracle for me. The shots that he just hit there on the mirror, with the bars going the wrong way, absolutely beautiful. Not an easy position to be put in at all. If he misses either of those, it's a different ball game. Yeah, you've still got the bulletproof. Yeah, you've still got the C4, but it puts a little bit more pressure on. What a fantastic half from Secret. Switching over onto the attack now. They need 1 round, Demo. They got a flawless sweep on their defenses. They only need 1 round here. Into the breach. They've used their tactical timeout. They used it quite early on in the game to try and get a handle and to stop it from running away from them like it has. Well, there was nothing to stop the runaway train that has been Secret so far today on the defense.
Well, that 100% record didn't last long for ITV. I mentioned it before. Also, during an off-stream game between G2 and Secret. Secret beat G2 on this map as well, 7-5. So technically, they have a 100% win record as well. And it looks as if they're going to maintain that. We didn't get to see it, though, which is the only thing, but still. Curious to see what the idea is for ITB whenever they go for defense, because obviously they have to go for a clean sweep on 6 rounds. What is the standpoint? Do you go just all guns blazing, get in the face of Secret, set the tempo for how the remaining rounds will be? Or are you still just a little bit scared of what's happened to you on the attack? You know, are you still got PTSD, still scarred from that? Could be a case. I mean, it's not too aggressive from ITB right now. It's fairly passive. Noah starts things off well. It's an opening pick. Down goes Upor. Down goes the Ace. Albeit I don't think Ace is a big part to play whenever you're really dealing with the meeting attack, and that is a pick and a half there from Fouls, using the drone to see someone's right in the drone hole, drops to his belly, gets the kill. Trade comes back and forth. Azza, you are not in a safe position, my friend.
Azza almost falling fouled, some unfortunate timing there. He's going to get full white flash. The nade comes up as well. He's going to be in a whole world of hurt pretty soon. His teammate is going to be there to assist, and he picks himself up too. Grubby, he's going to take Noah down in the process. Grubby and Fouls, nothing's impossible for these two at the moment, especially with the way they've been playing. Fouls is going to find himself 1, potentially a second. Go on, Fouls, finish the 4 for the game. He's not got a great deal of HP to speak of, but he does have the kit. Azza, he's going to start to try and move through and aggress up onto this. But there are some interesting angles that Fouls can use here. Look at him go. What a performance Fouls has put in here on Consulate.
The amount of rounds that Secret have no right winning is incredible. Yonka going for that double swing. That was it. That was the final nail in the coffin for ITP. Yonka done well to get 1 kill. It's a 1v2. Why he's not just running away and playing that 1v2? He's went for the peak. It hasn't worked out. I suppose he got it done quicker than what we probably wouldn't have hoped for, but a 7-0. What can you say? Just destruction. That's it.
The desk have been talking about how this is going to be a good series, how this is going to be a close series. It's going to be close in that we're going to see all 3 maps, but that was far from close. What a dominating performance from Secret. They bounced back off Nighthaven and they came out and gave their best possible performance here on Consulate. I can't wait to hear what the desk has to say about it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Dougie has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
I just found pick on defense, so I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course he blows himself.
That's right. In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one. It's his birthday, don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Mirko are Brazilian. Like Brazilian is used to get late for stuff. So
I was tired. Okay.
I've got the answer for this one.
this is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here. I've lost the Discord. There you go. That's your answer. So, Noah has just his phone falls out of his pocket in viewer. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it the entire day.
Yeah, different answers. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why? He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
And I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental. Oh wow.
I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys.
Stop.
I think they're right. I can't argue with that.
So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys?
Yeah.
Why me? I mean, I think he's trying his best. I know. I know my answer.
That has to be me.
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
These guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die. And
no, that's true. Whoever I choose to bait, that's who the bait is.
Oh, what the? Because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham. I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
Consulate, ITB's pick and Secret stomp them out. A bit of a shock, a bit of a surprise for us three here on the desk. I'm Ian, this is Fresh, this is Alfama. This man needs no introduction, come on now. Let's just reflect on it a little bit. I mean, a lot of 50-50s went in favour of Secret, and they just had amazing clutchability.
Yeah, I think that's what, when you get 7-0, that's what you need, is you need to be strategically good, which first and foremost Secret were. And then whenever there's a 50-50 gunfight or a 50-50 call or 50-50 situation, you need it to fall into your favour. And that's exactly what happened. Now, when the MVP graphic comes up, we're going to talk about fouls.
Yeah.
And he got 3 clutches. Massive, massive, massive clutches. EPS of 201.
201.
He's had a really rough stage, in all honesty. He came over, didn't have a great first stage in terms of EUL, but has really shown up inside this map. So for him, I'm very happy. But yeah, Secret capitalized on everything. They're making the flanks. There's no flank drones. They're making the plays, and ITB are peeking them one by one by one. You've got people peeking OSA shields, are just standing, just being ready and getting the kills. Capitalizing on every single mistake, and it's manifested itself into an absolutely perfect game.
It's becoming a bit of a theme, isn't it? Some of the players that didn't necessarily show up earlier in the stage starting to pop off a little bit now, and that's what you love to see here in LCQ. Secret exploited ITB in the gaps, didn't they, Leo?
And they were looking for these gaps as well. In the game plan, it's quite clear. You know, they were bringing Fenrir, Legion, playing to deny the entry points. Savage multiple times picking out of the window, getting this pick on the ram, I think it was. Always looking for that aggression, but in a smart way. Isolated picks, right? Not looking at the core of the team. I think that worked well in early, and also when they were losing this opening engagement, they were playing it very smart, that aggression, late round, either just before the execute or during the execute, and multiple times they won round during the last minute. ITB tried to adapt by playing slower, but in the end, the aggression was too good on the execute, and 6 rounds in defense, and then the last attack is literally falls clutching.
Very different ITV than the one we saw on map 1. Fresh, they look very sloppy.
Yeah, it was genuinely sloppy. You know, obviously, we talked about actually Secret on map 1. You said they're playing it with heart rather than a lack of strategic depth. Felt similar for ITBs. They kind of had some ideas on how to play the map, but not excellent. You know, they had obviously already won it once in EU League, but they didn't have many answers, and then the sloppiness kicked in. Like I've already said, there was a lack of flank drones when they're in control of situations. There was a lack of understanding of when Secret were going to get aggressive to be ready for it. And they were often 5 seconds behind what Secret were going to do, and it completely shredded them.
Leo, there's just so much at stake here for both of these teams, obviously. But if you're ITB, you know, going into a third and final map that has so much, you know, pivotal potential as to where their future goes next, how do you recover and regroup after a 7-0?
I mean, it's almost easier to recover from a 7-0, I think, than from losing in overtime in that second map. Okay, there was it was clearly a no match, right? So you forget about that map, you take the learnings of this map. So the way I would do it is you ring on bank. If you start an attack, the way you do it is you wanna nail down and punish the aggression on Secret side. The way you do it is you bring Jackal, you bring anti-roaming, you keep the Solis ban, this is really good, but you pre-place drones. So you're fast-paced in the face of these roamers, and because these roamers are looking for isolated picks, they're alone themselves. So take 2 or 3 guys, pre-place drones, and focus on that one isolated roamer and gain the man advantage that way. That's the first way. And the second way is, if you have the opportunity to go for direct text, go for direct text with the Ying. It was really good on Nighthaven. You can do it super well on bank.
He makes it sound easy, Fresh.
I think they should just pick him up, get him in the server. We've got a PC in there, load him up.
I'm washed.
Are you ready to roll? I have been told we're waiting for one player, so feel free to jump in there. Fresh, Secret coming into this on the flip side are going to be so full of confidence and momentum.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting in Investor 3 whenever you see the team that wins the second map and you're going into the third. It's always a very momentum-driven thing. I think, you know, for them, I mentioned it before the game. In the Secret, when they got 7-0 on Border in the group stages, their first best of 3 against the Tier 1 team in the Open Qual playoffs, Koi, they picked Border into it. They're a confident team. They've got the resilience. So they were always going to bounce back, in my opinion, on Consulate. Now they've got the momentum with them. They need to capitalize on top of it onto bank.
All right, whose major dream stays alive here when we go to bank here? Will it be ITB or will it be Secret? Talking you through these massive moments, it's Demo and Ollie.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. We're going to be headed to bank for our final map inside of this best of 3. Demo, you know me quite well at this point. One of my favorites. The team that wins second map in a best of 3 usually goes on to win the whole thing. And I'm going to stand by that here. I feel like the momentum that Secret have gained from that 7-0 win on Consulate is almost going to be insurmountable coming over onto bank now.
Well, bank, I think, is a good equalizer between both of these sides. It's a map that they both obviously like playing, and whenever you actually look at the fundamentals of bank, it does play out very similar, I feel, to Nighthaven, where it can be pretty slow paced. It is more reliant on burning for utility, which was a big talking point that we've seen happen in Nighthaven. So it's difficult because ITV kind of won Nighthaven, so you'd think if they can win Nighthaven, surely they can win bank. But as you mentioned, it's difficult to not brush over that 7-0. Obviously, momentum plays a massive part in this game, and you're all right. You do always say that the second, or the team that wins the second map goes on to win the series. Wasn't right for you the other day, which is the only thing I would say.
I don't remember that
wrong
day.
in that assessment.
I don't remember.
Was a Brazil day.
It was Brazil, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Monty coming out as a ban. No real surprise there. Secret going to get rid of that.
Worked well for them.
And
anyway.
You think about Bank and you think about Monty, you know, it really is that simple. Secret are going to remove the mirror, though. I would have honestly thought they'd go for the Azami there, but Mirror equally sees so much play on this map. And, you know, when there are so many different sites that you can employ Mirror on, there's not really a bad site for Mirror on this map. It does make a lot of sense. Solace is going to round out the bans as well. So it is going to leave a couple of things open. I did actually get somebody got in touch with me, Demo, about the conversation we were having the other day about how many operators have been introduced since the 2 bans. And I think the number was 31.
To locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It just helps the cause, doesn't it? Helps the
cause.
movement that we're trying to...
Are we going to start a petition? We could maybe start a petition and get signatures. What do you think?
If anyone's available next week, meet us at London Piccadilly, 5 p.m. Be there for the people.
We're going to march.
Disclaimer, don't actually turn up. I won't be there.
We're gonna go and do like a peaceful protest and have banners and things, and the government are just going to look at it and they're going to go, "You want 4 bans in what?
We'll be outside. Tell you, wait till you see. We'll be outside number 10. We'll be in the front page of the on the newspapers. You'll be in handcuffs, though, and you'll start the fights. But...
No. It'll be peaceful. Kicking off on the defense into the breach. They're going to go downstairs, Demo. I think this is probably one of the best sites that they could look to go to after what happened over on Consulate, right? Because you can just lean into all the strengths. Look at what they're bringing.
Yeah, it's pretty run-of-the-mill stuff. To see no Azami be played here, though, from the defense is a little bit surprising. I think if you're looking to hold in towards open area, having those barriers you can place on the desks can be very strong. Just looking at how Miracle's got himself in so quickly into the building. I'm very shocked that he hasn't actually found a pick yet, because being in early that quickly and to not find something is always a bit of a shame, because you think, oh, if I'm in quicker before they're actually in position to hold me inside of open area, then I could just get an absolute freebie. It's not going to be the case, so ITB were quicker in their setup than I think was expected. ITB, everyone dropping out of open area. There is one player inside of Elevator who does get droned out by Miracle, but very quickly drops off as well. ITB, they've kept everyone alive, but they haven't really done much in that roam game. They've wasted no utility. They haven't really burned down any time either. So that's not a good start for them. I hope their blue take is a lot better than what their open area was, though. It should be. Look at all this denial. You got 3 ADSs stacked up. Would prefer to see a shotgun here with the smoke. I think that caused a lot of issues across every region. It's all unanimous that is a very strong position for your smoke players to be in. So having the 416, Noah, you need to be quick in your headshots, and well, he is. That's 1, and that's 2 for Noah before he gets traded out. Maybe you don't need the smoke.
The diffuser can be recovered here. The 2-for-1 is not ideal. The wall can be opened, and Savage is going to do that. Miracle likely going to join into the party as well as the bulletproof is deployed, but we saw something about 30 seconds ago. And that was Azza repositioning those yokai drones. He's got a couple directly on where that plant is going down, and that's going to stop it beautifully. Kanto, what a shot. We talk about this garage ramp and how powerful a position it can be, and Kanto showing us just exactly why there. The pressure from the hatch, not even enough to stop him from picking up that kill. Azza, got another yokai drone ready and waiting. That couple with the Toxic Babes is likely going to see this round out unless these defenders come under a little bit more pressure, which, to be honest, at the moment, it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. Savage is struggling to find the yokai drone. That can now be put into position. 9 seconds left on the clock. Yonka's going to find one, and the time is probably going to do the rest. You hear the C4 rip. Will it fly? Kill comes in from Kendrew and all the way up through those main stairs and flanked through open. Choked out on time.
Oh, credit to Noah. He made that round for ITB. Yes, I know it looked pretty easy for ITB. Everyone else done their job. Kanto on the ramp, smokes, echoes, Goyos, all that, yes. But Noah getting 2 kills to put your team at a man advantage, especially on the basement, is so powerful. if Secret have those 2 extra players and they didn't lose anyone from that engagement on blue stairs, that's an extra player that you can send to garage to deal with the player in ramp. That's an extra player that you can send down main stairs to start challenging onto those echoes. If you don't have those key components from a defense, yes, you're going to struggle in terms of the attacks of actually getting that basement locked down. So all credit to Noah, he deserves that round.
It really comes down to you cannot afford to not have the extra man attacking onto that site. It's similar to Church and Arsenal in a way. There's usually a site on most maps inside a Siege that we'll really call that out for, where you just cannot afford to be light. And if you are, someone's got to get a flashy double kill to really pull it off. Noah did a fantastic job there, as you mentioned. It gives ITB a much needed round. They didn't get a single one throughout the entirety of Consulate. So to kick things off here on Bank with a round, it almost feels like normality has resumed. And we're almost just carrying on from Nighthaven at this point, which I think ITB would much rather do right now. Azza is going to gather a lot of information here again. Gets the heads up that there's going to be a drone coming in to stock trade in here. That should be dealt with relatively quickly. Putting quite a big focus on this information game at the moment into the breach. They're bringing the Echo 2 rounds in a row. Don't have a bulletproof this time, which they did bring last, but what a great shot there from Grubby. Perfectly predicting Kendrew's swing.
I don't really know why Kendrew needs to swing, though. Pretty safe in that position. Double wall, reinforced and electrified. The shield to stop anyone swinging in towards square. Gives the game away. Oh my goodness, you're giving him. It's too easy for Grubby. You can't be giving him such an easy time with these kills, almost. Gets another one, takes a lot of damage from that. But he's done his job. He's got 2 kills. Oh, to set his team up nicely. Same way we talk about defense playing very well with an advantage. The attackers can equally do the same. Being able to have an extra man in those windows helps out a boatload. Noah and Yonka have to try and find 5 kills between them to make this happen. Noah, peeking left and right, has a couple of openings for him. That breach is opened. Into Janitor, we see someone walk into. Fowls has got the diffuser down Grubby with a 3rd. Who's going to get the 4th? It's going to be Savage on a backstab. Secret are flawless to respond.
You really can't take anything away from Secret there because they've played the game that was in front of him. But into the breach, they've just given themselves up. Think about the couple of players that Grubby killed. Kendrew, as you mentioned, a pretty needless swing in the grand scheme of things. You think about the util that they've got in that room. They've got Azza on the yokai. They've got Azza on those yokai drones. He can tell if someone's going to be pressuring that window. He can tell if someone's hopping in. That's the whole point of it. You put the yokai drone there to remove the drones as they come in. You can say, oh, there's a drone in stock. You need to get it. Brilliant. I've got it. Oh, someone's hopped in through the window. We can do something about that now. Kicking things off here. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And the second kill as well. I think this is even more disgusting. Look at how narrow these angles are. You know, there's only Grubby that can pull this sort of stuff off when it really matters. You mentioned he had a life game. Last chance qualifiers for Secret. It might be one of those times again where you look at him and go, he could be on for it. You know, his 3rd round going into the start of number 3. He's already 3-1.
10 seconds to go.
I haven't really mentioned as well about the history that Kendrew obviously has a Secret. Used to be on this team a while back. Speaking of about those qualifiers, he was in that team. They were at Invite together. Things look a little bit different, a little bit more Brazilian flair on the side of Secret. ITB, obviously from what the team used to be, it came on leaps and bounds, Ollie, realistically. The fact that ITB are just playing good Siege, I think has been the main takeaway for me. Sure, you'll get there and you'll start eventually making big wins and getting up there with the rest of the big dogs in EUL if you continue this trajectory. But I think Fabian said it very well, I think on one of his death segments. Realistically, ITB are where they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, you know, their first season as this team now, which is playing this good Siege. They've got a good chunk of consistency. Anything beyond this point is a bonus. Fabian's completely right in that. It is a bonus.
I think I'll have a soft spot for ITB. You know, it's a 10-star core as far as I'm concerned. And that's one of the things that makes it quite special. We're going to see a pretty aggressive jump in there and an immediate opener from Upor on the IQ. A great read from Secret. You're seeing a lot of this Yokai play. You're seeing a lot of these electronics be used, a lot of information gathering, bring that IQ and have that ability to shut down some of that. It's just almost ironic that in this round, Into the Breach have gone for much more mechanical means of gadgetry and not electronical means of gadgetry. We've got the Kiba barriers, we've got the Ramadash from Oryx. Yeah, you've got the Mute Jammers and you've got the Cade Claw, but you've not really got any hard intel that you're going to be looking to deny. Miracle, just at the elevators here. Jonker, like he was thinking about a C4 for a time being there. But you feel like this net is certainly tightening around the objective.
Just waiting for it to come in for Secret. They're formulating this collapse. I like this position from Miracle. Means that nobody can rotate into the safety of the site from main stairs. A common position. You would find at least one defender down there, lurking in the shadows. To make sure you can cover that, it's a good one. And suspicion is correct. Kanto is below, but I think Kanto's looking to jump up the hatch. If he does that, Miracle will hear that, and it's going to be a freebie for him. Secret now focusing on getting that main wall opened up. Flashbang from Miracle, found Kender as he tried to slip out of the site. Up goes the jump from Oryx, and as expected, Miracle is quick to root him out. Yonka on a 1 versus 5. He kicked things off with 1 kill, but with 4 more. All of them coming from the other end of the map in through the break room they will go. Castle Barricade doesn't do many favors stopping that plant diffuser goes down, but I think it's only a matter of time, and it will be. Upor started off the round with a kill and finishes the round with a kill.
I'm glad that the replays are short because I can't spend too long on Upor's point of view. Because the 360s, they're just a little bit too much, mate. It's quite a lot to keep a track of. How Miracle has gotten away with what he did in that round is beyond me. There was a bulletproof camera on beepers looking directly down the corridor to where he was. There was players dead on the side of Into the Breach, and again, we're into a circumstance where either cams aren't being watched or information isn't being exchanged correctly. And there shouldn't really be too much excuse for it in that round because it's not like there was a wealth of information available. They had a bulletproof, they didn't have an Echo drone, they didn't have any Valkyrie cameras, so they've got defaults and a bulletproof to cycle. At the point where you've got the most important piece of information being that bulletproof because you've chosen to put it there knowing how important that corridor is, and then Miracle's still allowed to get away with that, and it isn't called as clear for the Oryx to come up through the elevator hatch. It just seems like a bit of a missed opportunity there from Into the Breach. And again, Team Secret, you can't criticize them because they're playing the siege that's in front of them. I don't feel like Into the Breach are reactive enough.
See, on that hold, the way I would set it up, I would prefer to have a player in an elevator 24/7 to stop that from happening. On that open area attack, there usually is people backstabber coming in from the lobby side. Tries people work his way into that double door, which generically should be castled off. Or we'll try to get his way in towards Teller's Archives, which shouldn't be an issue if you have the feet holes open, looking in towards Teller's from main stairs. So just one little adjustment, place somebody inside of elevators, I think, would do a lot more, with especially with how Secret are playing, where they're almost relying on Miracle to open up the round for them and create that bit of space. Secret, like you mentioned, can only play what's in front of them. And what's in front of them now is another trip to that basement. Didn't work out well for them last time. The Blue Stairs player in the form of Noah was a great help for ITB. Andrew has to be careful, tries to thread a bullet through that tight angle, and instead will get down. Can he crawl to safety, though? It looks as if he will, Ollie. He gets out of there. Don't know how he does, though. I don't even know where he got killed from. Was it the window? Did it wallbind?
I think he did. Noah's pretty low as well. Kanto is really the only player that was in any sort of reasonable position there, but he too has chosen to drop off here, recognizing maybe that his teammates are a little bit low and not wanting to go out there on a soft challenge on that roam. But again, what has the roam achieved? It hasn't really done too much. Granted, they won the previous attempt down at this site, round number 1, but they had people at full health. Noah, he's not going to be able to challenge onto Blue in the same way, being 1 HP as he was full HP. Sure, we play a one-shot headshot game, but all that's got to happen is one bullet has to land, and that's something that you can almost guarantee. We're going to see the burn come in now. Savage is going to send the Candela out, and all he needs to do is land one bullet. He's going to find the head regardless. What a play. Upor backing him up there as well from the hatch. That's much better from Secret attacking onto that blue.
Yeah, I love that play from Secret, using the EMP grenade just to disable all of the ADSs. You don't have to having all the burn and tossing all of that in through the ADSs, and then you get the Candela in. Just clear them all in one go. Makes it so easy for yourself. And look at the difference for Secret whenever they take blue successfully. They don't lose any players. You have so much space now. Look at Miracle, look at Grubby. They can start attacking the main stairs, an area that was severely missed for Secret whenever they attacked this last time. Even Grubby dropping into Elevator. This is what you want to see from an attacking force, is to have everyone collapse in. There goes Grubby on the backstab. Azur by himself, he gets cleared up. A perfect side-by-side comparison, Ollie, on if you have players on the attack and if you don't have players.
That's what makes a good team. That ability to adapt between round number 1 and round number 4, and to totally switch up your approach, bring a different operator, to know that you're going to be going up against very much the same lineup. Into the breach, they were very static. They tried to do exactly the same thing again, and it really didn't work out for them. They got punished on the roam game early. They'd lost a lot of hit points. Even that aside, it was never going to work the same as it did in round number 1 because of bringing the Thatcher, because of utilizing the Ying in that way. Great siege at the moment from Secret. They really are one step ahead, it feels like, at the moment. 3 rounds to 1. Moving into round number 5 here. We might be about to see a quick bank.
Don't speak too soon. I think this game isn't going to be the same as what it was in Consulate. I think it's been pretty close for ITB, and again, it does feel as though the mistakes for them, it's basic, should be recovered. On this side especially, I don't want to see them giving away early picks to Secret. I don't want to see them giving themselves away without actually having any form of trades. They're setting up in the exact same manner, where you have this hold over towards stock. You have the shield, you're safe. You don't have to swing. Just Kendrick, just listen to me. You don't have to swing them in this hold. They'll come to you, my friend. You have frost mats, even if they jump in the window, you'll kill them as well. Frost changes are not live as of yet, so we still have, of course, just the you're downed and you can't get out. Can't pick yourself back up just yet. Secret in their lineup, Ollie, I smell a fishy play. I'm seeing a severe lack of hard breach. I'm seeing a whole lot of chaos. You've got 4 sets of nades, one of which being a Nook, who can easily backstab and bank. And also that Amaru.
I think it's the Amaru that I'm most concerned about here. And this is where things either start to get really exciting for Secret or really dangerous. This confidence that they're feeling at the moment, it could go one or two ways.
I know what they're going to do. I think they're going to take a book out of, I believe, M80. We're attempting something similar, where you use the Amaru to just swing straight into sight and go for a plant, and you cover off all the different angles while using the Capitao smoke bolts. It's exactly what's happening. Falza straight in, can go for the plant. The fire arrows will try and keep them at bay. Kanto pre-fires the common position. They knew what was up, and it has not worked for Secret. That quick pocket play has failed for the Miracle, trying to work up Spiral. A bit of barbed wire is actually going to be his undoing. He's caught between 2 players on either side of him. Noah doesn't have to worry about that. Yunka's got him covered. Oh, Secret, they've tried to cheese around, but it just blew up in their face.
Not worked just yet. We're going to see an impactless kill come through there for Miracle as Noah is finished off. He takes another over onto Upor. Grubby almost feels like he's a little bit late to the party, which is kind of unusual for him. He's usually one of the first through the door. He's going to find one onto Noah, but look at the amount of angles he's got to challenge onto here. It's put down onto 1 HP. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and the pistol has been drawn. Maybe just trying to get a flashy one-tap before his inevitable demise here into the breach. You can see just how much this means to them. They're not throwing themselves at that. More than happy to sit and wait for Grubby to give himself up.
Kanto today, with stopping those diffusers going down, has been a lifeline for ITB. It's Candalf, thou shalt not plant. That's what we're dealing with.
Did you just call him Candalf?
That's it. I thought it was quite good. Is that not, no? Is that not clever enough for you? He's been so crucial with stopping those kind of pocket plays. We've seen that twice from Secret today. One in Nighthaven, where they tried to just jump in the breach quickly, tries to get the plant down. Kanto stops it. This time, they've tried to take a bit of out of M80's playbook, where they just swing in, use the Capital to cover off the angles and go for the plant. Kanto knows that. He's clearly been watching his NA. Pre-fire straight onto where the diffuser is being planted.
Well, they did say in one of the little break videos that Kanto was occasionally late to scrim, so maybe he is staying up, burning the candle at both ends, watching a little bit of NA.
You learn a lot from different regions, and I think all the regions now, they're also completely different. Different mentalities, different play styles. I can't wait for the major. The standard of gameplay is going to be right up there with the best.
I mentioned at the start of round number 5 there that sort of confidence from Secret could go one of two ways. I think it was a good strat. I just think that it got read into very quickly.
Of course.
And there was nothing that... There's no plan B after you pull off something like that. As soon as the Amaru's sent in, there is no putting Amaru back in Pandora's box. You've opened that and you've got to deal with the consequences. Secret are going to go back and revert to something a little bit more tried and tested for themselves here. As they attempt this top floor roam clear. Miracle going to be assisting in that. He's got a really nice pre-placed drone in there as well. Going to see Kanto just scurry himself potentially back down, but not before he puts a little light challenge in on to stop. Of course, you've always got to be mindful of the skylights as well. It feels as though Kanto's sticking around for a little bit longer than he has done in previous rounds here.
You're just trying to bait for Noah, but that's not going to help us. And Osa and Iana combo has just walked straight into him and cleared him out with ease. That is a good roam clear from Secret. Don't really have to use any, actual drones for that. They're using the Osa as the human drone in those circumstances. And it gets him that first pick, which on open area is a good one to get. Whenever you deal with open area, similar to what Secret had done last time, you want to pinch from all these different angles. Having that extra man means that you can, again, do what Miracle was doing. Move in towards lobby, head in towards elevators. Man advantage is so key for Bank on big maps. You want to try and hit as much as you can. C4 goes out. But instead, it's going to be Yonka who goes down. Miracle, there we go, walks in through lobby ollie. It's just, it's the script is playing itself right now. Look at that!
Shot onto the lower portion of those main stairs. Great stuff from Miracle, really commanding the space inside of Tellers. Putting a couple of pre-fire shots into the site now as well. Azza and Kendra, they've got full HP, but they've got no utility to speak of. I'm going to have a hard time holding on for these 40 seconds. Azza repositioning himself. He's pretty much trapped here.
Yep.
He's going to have to try and make himself a little bit of a rotation.
Uh-oh.
Oh, gets trapped out by the copy window. Yupo heard that and was immediately there. Kenny, where are you off? He's just flying around up on that top floor. He's
ran upstairs, shot her, and then jumped off the banister again. What's...
I mean, I think at that point, you're forgiven for...
I don't know.
Just sort of sending yourself over the top rope. 4 versus 1 with the plank going down, never going to be in your favor. Great attacking phase from Secret. A 4-2 split. They'll be more than happy with that. Pressure now starts to mount with every round that goes by onto Into the Breach. They've got some really tough nuts to crack here, Demo. They're going to be starting off attacking into the basement. And Secret are not making it easy. Look at that for a lineup.
This is a lot to digest. So, I'm looking at Secret's lineup, and obviously it plays into, again, utility denial. Clash can burn a lot of time. I know Echo was heavily featured whenever ITB were defended and worked well for them. But Clash can also be one of those menaces where it gives you information and it can stop a plant. It does exactly what Echo does. Echo is, I think, a little bit more cleaner with how you do it, but still both will achieve the same outcome. I look at ITB, I look at their lineup. My eyes automatically lead to Blitz. What a shocker. Blitz on Bank, not as strong as Monty. This is by far Monty's best map. But Secret banning away the Monty, it does force ITB in to have to go for the secondary shield choice, which is the Blitz. Main issue why Monty's a lot better than what Blitz is in open area, or not for open area, in Bank, is it's so open. There's a lot more angles you have to worry about as a Blitz, where Monty's a lot more safer. You can check your angles, turn, twist, you don't get shot as easily, whereas Blitz, if you're caught in the open, you're gone. Blitz still has good uses whenever you're hunting single roamers, which is pretty common in Bank. You will find defenders being a little bit separated apart with how much they have to cover around the map. So individualizing those players in the 1v1 gunfights is a strong one, as we're going to see right now, as Kendra will get the 1v1 gunfights, but he doesn't crouch in time. Thankfully, Kanto is there to save him before he gets finished off. But Kendra, it needs to be cleaner than that, my friend.
Yeah, Kenny just sort of running full pelt there. Not really paying much attention to his ankles, which were getting shot down in the process. It's going to put him quite low. Not really the position that you want your Blitz to be in. He's far more susceptible to something like an impact grenade right now.
Even Clash.
There are no... Yeah, the Clash shield will, of course, deal a little bit of damage. So you've really got to be cautious in how you try and use that. Look at Fowls here. He's created 4 knocks for himself. Barbed wire.
So many outposts.
It really is. Got a couple of ADSs on the floor as well, and a big old riot shield on his front. Time starting to tick now as we enter just around the 1:15 mark. Still plenty of time for Into the Breach to conjure something up here, especially given that they've got that man advantage. This is where you want to see players starting to almost reposition a little bit. We've already seen Fowls drop out of that server. He's thinking, well, it doesn't seem like they're going to push that too heavily. Maybe it's a backsided approach, and that would be a correct assumption right now, as that hatch has been opened and we've got the Blitz stood above.
See, this is another good area that you can use the Blitz in, but whenever you're dealing with the smokes and the Clash and he's in such low HP to begin with, you can't drop that. It's very good for taking just one-on-one gunfights. You can smoke off one angle, push the other, you're in a frontal kind of position. He has dropped into elevator now and pushing straight in towards double window. Will jump in successfully. He's just going to run riot right throughout the bomb site. Flashes, but no one's there. Kanto cleans up. Look at the space that the Blitz has gave ITB. Diffuser will be planted. Noah eliminates Miracle. The battle back is still there. Now it's a 1 versus 3. Here comes the Blitz. But no! Blinded as he is, Upor will successfully get the kill. And now he's in a 1 versus 2. Diffuser is planted. Upor peeking now in towards Vault, moves over toward double window, doesn't know where the attackers are. Does he know about the player? Left of the Vault door, doesn't look like it. That's a great angle being held. Will pre-fire in, tries to go for a couple of taps. Surely ITB will be onto that. Yonka will clean up. He tried to stick it, but it doesn't work out for him. ITB with a good, solid attack. The Blitz didn't really do a whole lot of killing, Ollie, but just the fear, the terror that created to push the players out of the site. You can't get there anywhere else.
It was like Moses part in the Red Sea, wasn't he? He running into sight, and we got the defenders scurrying left and right. Just goes to show, doesn't matter if you haven't got a lot of HP in this game. You've just got to send it and play it like you do. Kenny could have played that a little bit more passively, a little bit more scared, but that's no way to play a Blitz. You need to be bold, you need to be up front, you need to be in the face of your opponent. It was good enough for ITB to pick up a round here on the attack. And after the defensive phase that they had, they desperately needed it. They now only trail by 1. The scoreline, it doesn't look too bad. 4-3. You got yourself a very equal game of Siege here. And it's starting to become quite reminiscent of what we saw on Nighthaven in map number 1 of this series. It just so happens that the third map carries a little bit more weight, given that the scoreline is currently 1 map apiece.
Oh boy. It's another close one, Ollie. I think it's going to set up very similar to the way Nighthaven went, where both sides just back and forth, no real winner showing, which was certainly the case for Consulate, as the scoreline was a 7-0. ITB, what is this? An early lobby take. 4 players spawning towards lobby. Sledge is going to open up all 3 of the doors. For what purpose that serves, I don't know. It's just only 2 of them. That's fine. Okay, so it looks as if ITB are going to just try and eliminate all the utility away from Secret first. So they're going to utilize the Habana pellets off the windows and lobby. And then they've brought in 4 nades. Both of the naders are towards lobby. So players like Miracle, I believe Fowls is also lurking over towards Spiral also. those are not strong positions now. They're not going to be safe positions if all that burn just fires free onto them. So they have to be a little bit more careful and maybe get Upor rotated over with more Wamitis to help them.
Miracle is going to attempt a little bit of an impact trick there. He'll be successful onto a couple of the pellets, but there will be 2 that still detonate. Does leave him a little bit more susceptible. Does have the hatch open, and Kanto has discovered that for us. Kanto should be ready to catch there as well. He will be playing with a couple of nades in his pocket, so can look to try and maybe line something up here. Instead sends one into front desk. Fouls is able to keep away from that. Miracle will actually go for the drop now. I don't know that anyone from ITB have really read into that. Kanto does still have his drone underneath inside of Elevate. We're just going to move it a little bit further forward, but feel as though Miracle's gotten away with that one for the time being. So Azza starts to push himself up this main stair.
He has to make it count, though. He's in a good position. He will be challenged onto the Azami. Miracle can just deploy some cover, but Kanto's there with the coverage. That's a long angle shot again for Kanto too. He's hunting now for fouls, and he should get him. Yes, he does. Free for Kanto. He's become alive, Ollie. 8 and 5 as it stands for him. Upor all by himself. He's had a solid enough game, and this is his first big chance now of maybe getting a clutch. Obviously, we've seen him in a 1v2 in the last round, but this is a little bit different because he doesn't have to go up against the diffuser just as of yet. Nobody from ITB are interested in getting that down. Now they will, though. The softball's right beside you. Oh, gets off at the right moment, Noah. That was very close. That could have caused issues for them. Upor has to challenge onto the players inside a CEO. Will try and pre-fire, but no. Coverage is there for Kanto. A quad for Kanto. ITB straight back into it, Ollie.
Does always make me smile when you see Kanto popping off on Bank. He does, of course, have a spot named after him on this very map. Time for Secret to take a timeout. They are starting to look just a little bit deflated. It's been a roller coaster of a game as well. It hasn't been an easy game by any stretch. Both teams have come up against their fair share of trial and tribulation. Secret choosing now, after they've lost 2 rounds in a row on their defenses, to try and bring it back together a little bit. They need to start finding some success here. I think Into the Breach in the previous round did a fantastic job of gaining information and using the drones, and more importantly, using those nades to really root the players out. And it just seems like Kanto's being enabled every which way. Wherever you look, he's usually in the right place at the right time. And Secret needs to come up with an answer and a way of trying to just slow that down a little bit. They're going to go downstairs to lockers to see if they can try and find a little bit of success here. They are going to bring a slightly different lineup. No clash this time. I'll be honest, I don't think that that's a bad idea. The clash didn't have the desired effect previously in round number 7 when we saw this site.
Would like to see Secret just really sink their teeth into more of a roam game. I think both sides haven't really looked up for the fight in towards open area, which is a little bit surprising. And I think it gave both sets of attackers just way too much control, Ollie. We've seen success, obviously, for both sides in this basement on the attacking side.
5 seconds left.
So I would like to see teams really, dive for the badge upstairs in open area, just take it away from the attackers, get kills where you can, eliminate big pieces of utility. Whenever I look at the basement, I think every operator is good for basement in the game. Maybe bar Maru, but, I think every other operator has a good standpoint that, good utility you can bring in, and you want to try and keep all of them alive where you can.
There's always something you can bring, isn't there? There's never something that's actually bad to bring. There's always a situation where it is going to work out, and there's often a time that you can manufacture that situation to make it work as well. Just depends on how difficult that is going to be. Grubby just doing a bit to deny the drone game a little bit. They have invested in ADS up here, so you would expect Grubby to play there for maybe a little bit longer than you would normally. You want to at least see a bit of value out of that precious piece of utility. But Kanto's on the prowl. If there's one thing we know about him today, it's that he's hitting all of his shots, so You don't really want to come up into a gunfight with him.
There hasn't been a bad player in the servers today. There's not.
I can't look at anyone.
There's no one that you can sit there and say, oh, they've had a stinker in both maps and the third map. Everyone has done something on at least a map, minimum. I think, obviously, Kendra and Fowls are kind of feeling the heat, but then they were standouts in previous matches. So it's...
Fowls basically won Consulate, didn't he?
It's a tricky one to judge. But we can only really talk about what we see in front of us, which is, as it stands, 4 rounds apiece. Good kills for either side also. Secret. Have wasted half the round, but I still don't think it's enough. You still really haven't done much to dampen the spirits of ITB. You haven't got any picks. There's plenty of utility still. Nades, flashbangs, Ying still on the board. Everything right now for ITB that they need to make this a success. So Secret really need to rely on the utility. They need to rely on the Goyo and the smokes. Kendry, no one's on blue either. That's a lot to give away, Ollie. I don't know about this.
It's a lot of utility to give away as well. We're now going to start to see the nades coming into sight. They can do something to remove those Vulcan canisters. We've seen 2 ADSs there just fall by the wayside. We had one placed up in elevators. We've had one placed behind server rack. Neither have had too much of an impact. Okay, it isn't the end of the world. When you've got a couple of nades to deal with and you've got things like smokes and stuff that you want to keep control of.
They're going to plant deep. They're going to plant in that thing.
Jonker, he's already pinging out his location, his desired spot. He's just waiting for the smoke cover to come in now. It's going to be an execute with a lot of players left standing here. We've got all 10 alive in the server. Kendry, he sends the Candelas down. He's going to be first one in. Picks up a great kill onto Savage. He's going to start covering the plant now. Well, Foul stops it in its tracks. Kenny recovers the diffuser. He's going to try and plant behind the bomb chassis. Noah has to win that engagement, but falls. Upor is going to be there to collect. The plant goes down, but at what cost? Look at him go.
Oh,
Kenny,
my goodness.
He's picked up 2. He's still got a Candela left in pocket, and he's got the hatches that he can try and play off here as well. Put some damage in onto Miracle. Miracle, full white flash behind the chassis. He's getting an idea of where this has been planted, but look at the rotation from Grubby. He's going to be holding this on the Overwatch, but he's essentially leaving his teammate in a 1 versus 1. Kenny, he's going to try and play this one perfectly. He picks up the kill over onto Miracle. The time is ticking. There's only 15 seconds left. He's going to go for that rotation now. Grubby's left with no choice. He has to drop. He has to try and disable the diffuser. Kenny, you got to hit your shots. Let's go, Kendry. That's a huge round.
Best clutch of the day, best clutch of the weekend, bar none from Kendrew. He was 1-7 before that round happened, but that doesn't matter anymore. He just won them a huge round. He has played that to the best of his ability. You cannot believe how difficult it is to be in that scenario. To break it down, that went pretty bad for ITB. The initial planter got picked off straight away. We then see Kenny have to pick up the diffuser. It's a good drop from him. He gives the cover. Yonka gets shot. Kendrian has to scramble. You mentioned Noah lost a big engagement on ramp. If he wins that, that's a lot easier for ITB, but he loses that, and that puts them in such a bad position. Kendrew has to stick the plant, immediately comes off the plant, gets a kill, somehow gets out of there. I don't know how he hasn't been shot in the back. I really don't. Yeah. It's like Forrest Gump running. You can't catch him whenever he gets his legs going. And then to play that 1v2 so well, I thought he was going to rotate up to the open area hatch, because obviously that's naturally what you do. But that actually would have killed him. Grubby was 1 step ahead of him, but it actually didn't work out. He never went for the open area. There must have been information on Grubby. There had to have been, because he doubled back. He knew Grubby was up there, so he takes a 1v1 on site. He plants in a position that you cannot long arm up behind the bomb chassis. You have to be out in the open, and you can be shot from blue stairs. And then he just wins the 1v1 against Grubby because there's no time. Secret also played that pretty bad. I mean, obviously they've took the risk thinking Kendra would rotate back to open area, but you would, in hindsight, it should just be a straight 1v2, 1 player plant, 1 player cover, or diffuse 1 player cover.
Yeah, just double up.
They went for the risk. That was a risk. It didn't pay off. Kendra reaps the rewards from it.
But every single time that someone plants on that site, they rotate upstairs and play it from the hatch. But because of the plant position, it wasn't as viable to do that.
Plant position was everything. It was everything there.
I think the decision-making in the heat of the moment there from Kendry was second to none.
Oh, I'm warmed up now. Don't know how I'm only warmed up. Third map of the series, but my goodness, this has been a blinder of one so far. I hope everyone's enjoying it as much as I am, because this is really high-class Siege that you're watching. This is a great level, I feel, of Siege today. Maybe Consulate maybe wasn't so much, but the other two maps, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Let's see, Into the Breach can use that momentum now. Looks like not. Fouls, he's going to pick up the first 2 kills in the round. Kanto will get one back as a trade. Secret have paid for that, though. Look at the HP. Miracle, pretty low. Fouls, less than 50%.
It's a pocket bulletproof there. Savage.
You're not enjoying that?
Don't like to see them. They should be somewhere. Especially whenever there's no one else on the side who has information. That camera should be placed in open area, bar minimum. So the fact that that isn't there may cause issues for them, because they're not going to have the information onto somebody just pushing into break or maybe jumping in copy window. That's information that's difficult to get. Oh, Kanto, that's a great shot. Eliminates Miracle. There is a hard breach gadget on the buck. Could open up that quad wall and root out the player on quad wall out of that position. See fouls there. However, he is safe with one mute jammer on one side. Don't really know what Noah wants to do here. Obviously, that wall is soft. He could just back it open and try and push in, and he does open it up. Will he push, though? And never mind, it's Kanto who's going to push. Baited him in to look the wrong way, and Kanto catches somebody sleeping inside a break room. Secret are light on this slip. ITB just pushing their way through deeper and deeper into open area. Azur and Noah to finish it off. ITB by the scruff of their neck, see it over the line and takes them to match point and series point.
And the team play there from Into the Breach was absolutely on point. The little bait and switch between Kanto there, he picked up a cracking shot through into Tellers. I thought it was Noah that actually got the shot, but it was Kanto who was just stood behind him, had the cover, and then that bit of team play there, Noah baiting him out with a skeleton key, Kanto pushing at the right time, distractions coming in at all the right moments. Into the Breach now, they are flying in this series. Team Secret desperately need to find some success here. They haven't found a single round so far on the defense. There has been close rounds, granted, but nobody remembers the close runs. Now, we are going back downstairs. Lightning doesn't strike twice. There's no way Kenny picks up 4 kills, the plan, hero play, you know, all of that sort of... It just can't happen again. It needs to be a little bit more guaranteed this time from Into the Breach. And I think that Secret know that. They're going to be going into this site knowing, look, it was unfortunate. Yes, we misplayed it toward the end, but it probably should never have got to that point. Let's see if they can stabilize here, get their heads together and grab themselves around. Savage, is he going to go for some early aggression? He's just going to try and play close to the shotgun. I'm not sure if I like this.
Oh, it may work out if Kanto's going to repel up. A free. Never mind.
Dear me.
Never mind. Savage, savage, savage. What have you done? You may as well have just gave ITB the spot now to move into the semi-finals. Christmas comes early.
It's a bit disappointing, isn't it, when it's match and series point to see a play like that. I mean, perfectly punished by Kanto. I think Kanto's played that well. You could find yourself in a position where you would fall from that. You know, there's no two ways about it. But Kanto, he's been around the block. He's seen stuff like that before, and he was not falling for those old tricks. Bit of chip damage has been done to Secret as well. Grubby and Upo have both been softened up a little bit in the opening stage of this round.
You've lost your Warden, and you know they bring a Ying for this attack. That also really annoys me. Do you know how strong Warden is?
Yeah. The smokes were big last time as well.
There's a reason why Warden's getting a nerf. There's a reason for it.
Well, so he doesn't do stuff like that. He's going to be 1 speed. He's not going to have time to get up to a small peak and get himself back.
All really hope lies, I think, on Miracle right now. Miracle needs to get minimum 2 kills, and one of them needs to be Kenny. If he doesn't kill anyone here, it's over. It's done. He doesn't even want to stick around. He's gone immediately. Gets himself out of dodge. Is that the correct play? I would say probably, considering you still have a good chunk of utility to fall back onto. You have the free Goyo canisters still in sight. You, of course, will have 2 gas canisters that you can use. So it's not horrendous, but still gives ITB, I think, enough time to burn through and even go for the same plant they were going for last time, where they plant deep and just avoid the Goyo canisters altogether.
Upor's got a really important part to play now. He needs to win that engagement into Garage when it comes through. There's plenty of time burn here. That's one of the good things. We've got a lot of Vulcan shields out there. We've got a lot of the canisters. They are going to be able to burn the clock. There's 3 all placed in and around. We've seen 1 detonated so far. Kenny, he has 1 Candela left. He has to make this work. He's going to use the smokes to burn out the ADS, sends the Candela through, and he's going to start thinking about a drop. This has to work perfectly in unison with Azza coming through. Noah, he's going to drop in through elevators. Upor wins his engagement there onto Kenny. Azza's now left out in the cold. He doesn't really matter as much right now. Kanto, he's going to start to try and get this diffuser down. Miracle's got to do something, and he will. He stops the plane going down with only seconds to spare. Picks up another with the SMG. Azza, he's got to try and push through, but look at the time. Where's the diffuser? You just got to keep yourself alive, Miracle.
You mentioned that Yonka had the biggest part to play, and he did. The Garage player, whenever you're up against it, whenever you know you've lost the man advantage, that extra man the attackers have will always be sent in Garage. Always, always, always be sent in Garage, because that just opens up things so much more. You have access to the ramp, it shuts down red corridor, stops rotations in the site, main stairs, all that. So having Garage control from an attack is very important. So having an extra man push Garage will do you world of good. If Yonka does not win that, Kendrew does not get control of the site, which is what happened. Kendrew drops, immediately dies because that player in Garage is still alive. I don't know if it was miscommunication. Should they maybe have waited for Azur to confirm that he was in Garage and can kill Yonka? Upor, sorry. That's who you're looking at. So yeah. I think that it had to be a miscommunication, because he shouldn't be full sending until Garage has been taken from Azur.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a difficult one to really pin the blame onto. Did Kenny go too early? The clock was ticking. He didn't really have much choice. Did Azza play too passively? Maybe. Maybe he needed to try and push in a little bit more aggressively. But whatever it was, Upor played it perfectly, because he picked up the kill onto Kenny, and Azza was kind of left out in the cold. He didn't really matter in the end. If he's the last remaining man and it's a 1 versus 1, you think about it, what it would have been if he'd have been all the way up on Garage Ramp or even on the ambulance. He would have been much more in the fight there. Secret have done a great job to hold on there. That's much more how they were probably expecting the previous attempts down on that side to go. And it's just knocked the wind out of Into the Breach's sails a little bit. They're still on a map point. They're still on a series point here. But Secret, they're keeping themselves in this. They're keeping it close. Very tense. I think this is going to be another slow start to the round. Savage can probably breathe a sigh of relief, because if that round had gone the way of Into the Breach, you would have been looking at Savage going, that spawn peak wasn't a good idea.
No, he certainly would have gotten a good chunk of the blame. Losing out that Warden in such a early part of the game, before the Candelas even hit the floor. It is worrying. It's good information gathering from ITV, bringing in the IQ, spotting out the Valkyrie cameras, which haven't really seen a lot of Valkyrie for Bank, which is a little bit strange. It's very, very strong on this map. It's a big map. A lot of hiding places you can put those cameras in. It just so happens to be, whenever we see the Valkyrie come into great progress, the IQ is there in response. Savage has redeemed himself. He gets the opening pick. He's eliminated Azur. Those two today, just been battling back and forth. That's a good start for Secret to try and get them into overtime right now. Yonka will respond. Upor is gone. Those Oryxes haven't been working out too well for either side. Both of them have tried to attempt the Oryx in some form of roam game into a bit of a late flank up the hatches, but not working out for either of them. ITB slowing the pace down quite a bit. Yonka was separated by himself. No one from his team there to refry. That's a stealthy kill to give away. And it goes into a 3 versus 4 now.
That's massive from Grubby. He's really gotten away with it there. I think Into the Breach have been a little bit lax. They've got players in and around the area, but Grubby hiding out in the elevators there. He's still got the option to drop. All he's interested in there is picking up the drone, can send out the WAMI disc, get himself out, rotate through basement, and he's kept himself alive. Kanto trying to do a little bit of information gathering there, but I feel like Into the Breach have really missed an opportunity there, because Grubby has now been allowed to rejoin the rest of his teammates. Strolling on into sight isn't going to work. No, when Savage is sitting there waiting with an MP7. Kanto, he's caught out there. Pre-fired from either side. Miracle picked him up. He too was roaming down there inside of the basement. We're going to go into overtime for the first time today.
Oh, this game. This game. It's a good one. OT. OT now. ITB on the defense. ITB on the defense. That's a long time ago since we've seen this. Secret on the attack. Downstairs basement, the choice. It's great credit to Secret pulling those rounds back to get them to OT. Both sides just refusing to give up. There's been moments just on either end. I mean, realistically for Secret, they were able just to pick them apart one by one. There was a severe lack of refrags coming in for ITB. And all those kills start to stack up against you. Are we finally going to see an aggressive open area hold? Are we finally going to see the attackers have to lose a few men to take control of the map? Are they going to have to waste a bit of utility, waste a bit of time?
5 seconds left.
I hope they do. Because it's just been too easy for the attacks, Ollie, in these basements.
Yeah, the attacks have had a very easy time of things. So that's been demonstrated in the 4-2 splits that we've seen. Secret are probably breathing a sigh of relief knowing that they're coming into this overtime on that attack. But things don't always hold true. Just because a map is attacker-sided during the regulation rounds doesn't always mean that it's going to be attacker-sided during the overtime rounds. We sometimes see things flip and flop a little bit. The pressure is obviously very different toward the end of the map than it is at the start. And it's been a while since we've seen Secret attack, and equally a while since we've seen Into the Breach defend. I think Secret have shown great mental strength in getting themselves back to this point. They've fought against that match point for 2 rounds in a row now. They've been successful on both of those attempts. Opening pick goes in favor of Azza. This time on to Upor. Azza going to be out on this roam, causing a bit of a nuisance. He's going to drop over the top rope. He might find another here. Lands the shot over onto Miracle. Finished off by Kendry. Look at that for teamwork. Azza, he might find himself a third here. Look at him go. Takes Grubby down. A disaster class of a roam clear demo.
That's what we want to see, though. We want to see the defenders take it to the attacks. Don't give them the time to set up. Secret in disarray. Call the bannermen because you need to rally. You need to get yourself back into this round, but I don't know how they do that. They have a bit of hard breach to fall back into and could get the hatches open. If it's not the hatches they need to open up, it's the skulls of ITB because they have all the men, and another one feeds Azur. Quadra kill. Could it be the first ace? I don't think Falz is going to give him that luxury. He drops into sight. But it's only a matter of time, an easy cleanup you would expect. Somehow he's gotten 2 of them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone. 2 players on for an ace. Falz, he's in vault. There's no way. There can't be.
He hasn't got any info. He's had to throw a drone out there to try and give himself something because all of his teammates are watching his POV and there's only a couple on drones and it is Fal's drone that they're going to be on. Largely depends on the information available on site. If there is any info on site and you can tell when the plant's going down, then great. If not, there's a little bit of a problem here potentially. But there's also that small matter of time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Azza looks like he's moving with a bit of purpose here. Fouls. He's got to try and break this down. He needs to try and pick up a kill here. He went for the stun, but Azza will be rewarded. A very tense end to what started off to be a dominant round from Into the Breach. But Azza, he picks himself up an ace, the first one of the weekend.
There we go. Ace happens. It's always strange because we have ITB with 2 Kennys. Kangaroo Kenny, I suppose, is probably more of his official title, and Kendry would be for him, but I call both of them Kenny. Well, no, I call one of them Ryan, and the other one Kenny, which is a bit strange, but Kangaroo Kenny, as the coach, is just, he's jumping. He's up and at it, isn't he? Any round they win, he's just, he's there. He
loves it.
An explosive coach from all measures, but Azur, star of the show, star of the round, an ace for him.
Look at these 2 from Fouls, though.
That's very poor, though, from those 2.
Yeah.
Very poor for Yonka and Kendry.
Yeah, not something that really should happen, but
no. You gave him a chance
proven, there. Yeah, I mean, Fouls proving that it could. All Fouls has got to do is land a headshot.
He needs a bit of luck in your side.
He lands one more headshot and he's in a 1v1. Yeah.
Luck plays a big part in anything you do. And you need a bit of luck to win games, big games at that as well. Oh, not again. Why does he do this? Why does he do this? Does he not know the consequences of these actions? Does he not understand?
The match point is spawn peak.
When will you learn?
I think he's just showing he's not scared, but he's 9-9. He's hardly got the... He's not earned the right, in my opinion. If you're going equal, you know, try and hold yourself back a little bit. If you're popping off, then yeah, maybe go for it.
ITB attack.
I mean, a lot of eyes are going to be on Azza here, really. He's been such a leading force.
That drone's great drone, isn't it?
I like that. I'm going to take that drone. I haven't really seen that one actively before.
You don't play nades.
No, but I don't need the nades to play that drone. It's a good drone.
Counter wall opened up. Azer's almost just waiting for someone to tiptoe over towards the close end of Banana, and then he can fire a nade up.
Oh dear.
Oh, Miracle, that is the kill that you should not be giving yourself away from. Fowls has got 2 pocket castle barricades. Why are they not on those windows?
Upor's going to try and stabilize here. He picks one up onto Noah, but a lot of damage has been done here. Upor pays the price for that maneuver as well.
I'm sorry, I'm going to pull it back. He's got 2 pocket castle barricades. Why?
There is a lack of castle barricades. I think Fowls maybe got caught up somewhere else inside of the site cell, because had he placed those, there's a chance that Miracle would have still been alive.
Could have been alive. You put them in the 2 windows closest to where we're getting Azra income. The players on those lobby repels kill you.
No.
Oh, that's a great read.
Kenny's drawn that for himself as well. You know, Kenny is putting in the hard yards here for Into the Breach. He's had a real pop-off round, but other than that,
slow start.
He's been fairly quiet. But he's really a workhorse, putting it in when it matters. And you look at this position now that Into the Breach have got themselves, and it's looking very favorable indeed.
And the positions of Secret are not too strong. You've got Upor, who's very low inside of Janitor. And Grubby and Meeting can't really hold much, apart from, you would say, the spiral stairs. But if they can clear off Fowls and main stairs, then it really doesn't leave Secret of a lot to go off. ITV need to get a move on. They need to figure out where they want to go from here, and they will be sent in deep towards the corridor. Azur loses that one, but there's the refrag. That's brilliant from Kanto. Kendrew burst through the site, and Fowls all by his lonesome. Needs to make this happen. He gets one back. A 1 versus 2. All ITV need to do now is play on the windows. That will secure their victory.
Jonker going to jump into the drone and just ensure that victory by getting some information onto the diffuser. They're going to know and have the read when Fowls pushes in now, and it should be a very simple, very straightforward peek at the right moment. Fowls got to try and bait this out a little bit. Kendrew needs to hold his nerve somewhat. Jonker can assist him in this endeavor as well. You look at the time remaining, and Fowls didn't have too much left to do. Into the breach, they get it over the line here in the overtime, and you can see just exactly what that means to the team in the cameras.
What a game. What a series of Siege we have had. We've had everything. Everything you could want from a series. Oh, great Siege. Honestly, as much as what Secret will feel very hard done by that they went out today, I thought they played good Siege. I know it's worth absolutely nothing to Secret. It's the last thing they want to hear, but I still think that they played good. I mean, you look at the kills as well. Look, that's consistency, but that still isn't enough. That's a stinger. They've all played well, but they've still lost.
Yeah. Oh. It's an all-round performance. Both of these teams have played out of the mind today.
And I would be happy. Rounds.
I would be happy to put either of these 2 teams through into the next round. But we can only put one. Into the Breach have earned that right here today. I can't wait for the desk to break it down. Don't go anywhere, because not only are the desks going to be breaking down this game, but they're going to be setting us up for our next last chance qualifier match. Don't go anywhere.
Into the breach, take one step closer into the major. What a series that was. Secret's journey ends here for them, sadly. But we can now speak to Kangaroo Kenny, the coach of ITB. Now, Kenny, it's been a while, brother. How you been?
Yeah, it's been good. You've been doing well. Oi! Shh.
The boss never stops. The boss never stops.
Yeah, long time no see, but you know we're both in EUL now, so happy days.
Yeah, it's really good to see you, and that series was so enjoyable to watch. Tough decider bracket for you guys, and then the major dream now is still well and truly alive as the crew stand behind you.
Yeah, well, it's from where we were stage one. You know, we know we can make the major. We know we've got all the pieces to the puzzle that we need. In the deciders, Wolves just outclassed us. You know, Wolves have been one of the most consistent teams in the EU for a couple of years now. Maybe it might be too long, but I don't know how long they've been around. So they just outclassed us simply, and now we're in LCQ, won our first game, but job's not done.
Yeah, I mean, map 2, Consulate was a bit of a disaster. How did you bounce back from that, and what were you saying as a coach? I've been watching you the entire series, very animated. I've seen you bend your knees a lot, and a lot of this with the hands, and yeah, how did you get them fired up for map 3?
Demo and Ollie said it in the casting. It was quite funny, but you got to die for the badge. You got to die for the badge.
Yeah.
And where's the ITB badge? You got to die for the ITB badge, and that's exactly what we did. We just had. I generally think like bouncing back from a 7-0 is easier than like bouncing back from a 7-8 loss. You know, like you were just simply outclassed, and a lot of the rounds were just gunfights for us. We just simply lost important gunfights. Secret won them, and we lost the rounds. Yes, there were basic fundamental mistakes. I know the flank drone for the piano attack will be ridiculed. We actually had a flank drone, but it was looking at two things at once. You had to move it left to right to see both flanks, and when you moved to the right, he ran up the stairs, and it was just really unfortunate timing. But yeah, the bounce back from everyone was fantastic. Just you got to fire your players up, you know, as a coach. If 7-0 can be quite demoralizing, but we just got to know that when we went into that last map, it was a best of one. Everything had reset. Both of us are on each other's picks. Time to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that because Leo did say on the desk earlier that, you know, 7-0 is what it is. Rear view mirror, hit that reset button and get right back at it. And that is exactly what you did. Yep. Fresh has got a question for you. Am I right, Fresh?
Yeah, I did. I just had a very quick question. How's the bootcamp going? Do you think it's... Because bootcamps can be a bit of a buff, but also a bit of a nerf. How are you feeling with it?
Brilliant. I mean, thanks to ITB for this fantastic boot camp. The facility is amazing. You know, when you just have no issues, so you can just focus on your work, focus on being productive as a team, and just enjoying being all together. It really is a boot camp buff. I think it's just night and day between being online to being in person. We're all enjoying each other's company a lot.
Yeah, so. And I mean, being in the north of England, the best place in the world. Hey, Kendrew! How are you doing, brother?
He blew you a kiss.
Yeah.
He blew you a kiss. Asked how you doing.
Give us one back. Oh,
he said he's great.
Oh, I'm sure
Noah's
he
there
is.
as well.
Hi, everybody. Listen, Kenny, let's wrap this up. Wild or Koi in the semis? Who do you want?
Thank you. Whichever the best team is wins when we play them. We played both of them before in groups. It's quite funny that our section of the bracket is just Group A from EUL. It's just 4 teams from Group A. So whoever we play, we know each other very well, and we'll just play who we play.
Kenny, if all things go well for you, you'll be doing another winners interview tomorrow. Best of luck. Get a good night's rest to you and the squad, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Ian. Take care.
Cheers, man. Thank you. You know, having a positive force like that around you, not just, you know, in your ears, but physically around you at a boot camp, Leo, must pay dividends, right?
Okay, now I can say it's a boot camp buff.
There you go.
I can say it. You can see it. And one thing that we were saying is coming back from stage 1, you know, this team rebuilding and meshing well together. You could see the chemistry even in the mood, like in the people having a laugh together behind him, and the way they were all reacting and their emotions after every round win. This is what you want to see from a team that plays well together.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did, and the score reflects that. Now, Secret, on the other hand, Leo, I'm going to stay with you here. They did show some, you know, flickers of brilliance. They're ability to adapt and show discipline on the attacking rounds especially.
Yeah, I wanted to point out one specific moment that I think is very interesting. I think Secret, in general, like we need to point out the fact that it was super close. It went to overtime. They did not give up, and they showed some very interesting things, and they were ready to adapt. Like, you look at the first round here. Let's take a look. ITB versus Secret. We're on bank. First round. Noah on ITB's side is defending Boosters with 3 ADSs. Only 2 get burned, and so you have 2 guys picking row, and he gets the double pick. Now, this literally ended the round, and it's the way that ITB won the first defense, because they only threw 2 flashes, there were 3 ADSs. So now we're back on the same bomb side, round 4, and I want you guys to check the ability to adapt from Secret. They brought Thatcher with Miracle, they brought Ying as well for the Boosters player, and then later on you'll see you have Echo on ITB's side, and they brought IQ as well. So all around, they played very well around the adaptation. Now, just for context, they have room cleared really quickly and very efficiently. That's why you see 2 players here that are quite low on HP on ITB's side. So now, let's drone Boosters. We're Secret. We want to check if Noah is still there, like on the first round. So the drone is going. We're going to check and see, okay, Noah is still there. We have the ping that's going to come, and the IDS. Okay, throw the MP, Savage throws the Ying and picks on the Ying. And now I want to point out another thing. When Savage is picking this player on blue stairs, you have his teammates that are still on the hatch, ready to trade whoever is going to come to support Noah on Jaeger. So Savage gets the easy pick here, but also they will get the trade from the hatch. Now that's 5v3. And now I want to point out another thing. So that was adaptation, right? But I also want to point out discipline. Look at this. It's 5v3. One could think they will just rush and flood in. No, they will take the time to have a proper execute. IQ has gotten rid of the soft wall, gotten rid of the Goyo shield inside the bomb site. Hibana is opening the wall. IQ is scanning everything, and now they're getting set up for the execute. You have 3 guys playing server side, and now take a look. You have 3 other guys here. Savage is supporting his 2 teammates in server for the execute. And you have Grubby on Ayana and Miracle and Thatcher ready to backstab the 2 remaining defenders that are still kind of scary. It's Echo, it's Smoke, they can deny the execute. And they will take time to do things properly. As Savage is getting ready to throw the Ying and start the execute for his teammates, you'll see Thatcher and Yana backstab the 2 guys on site. Grubby is ready to drop from the hatch, from the basement. Miracle is taking the gunfight exactly at the same time. He will die, but it's okay. Grubby is there to get the refrag. Boom, from behind. Now it's 4v1, perfect execute. Well played all over. Great adaptation, great discipline from Secret. You know, I think they are a great team, and they showed that they can be a good project for 2024.
That's great, because I think a big part of LCQ is definitely looking forward and looking ahead to the next year. And Secret put on quite the performance there. It wasn't quite enough to take down their opponents, ITB, but they can exit LCQ here with their heads held high. Those left in, let's take a look at the bracket now. We started off with 8 teams, and we are starting to whittle that number down slowly here as we make our way to our big grand final extravaganza day tomorrow, which will feature 2 semi-finals back-to-back into the grand final, when we look to determine who will make it to that last Atlanta major spot. Fresh, we're filling up those boxes like a Christmas advent calendar.
We absolutely are. We absolutely are. I think, we always knew that the bottom half of this bracket was going to be much more competitive. Kenny said it greatly in the interview there. This is basically Group A from groups.
Yeah.
Minus VPU went and won the stage. So into the breach, it'd been a 2-1, it'd been a close game, going into overtime in the final map. It was more or less expected. And we've still got Wild and Koi to come.
That's it. Wild and Koi is to come. Who will take that last semi-final spot? You're going to find out after this break.
To Savage, you can't pull it off. Fantastic.
too much left to do. Into the breach, they get it over the line here.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 EUL Last Chance qualifiers. We have won. Our final and fourth quarterfinal is coming up. Wild versus Koi is next. I think yesterday we were pretty much home by now, weren't we? It's going to be, like we said earlier, a longer night, Freshie.
Yeah, it is. It is. But that's what we want, right? We want the competitive siege. We want the teams. We want the jeopardy.
Yes, we do. Let's take a look at our two teams involved in this massive quarter-final, starting with Wild. Alfama, they had so many chances last stage, just kept messing it up. Can they do it this time around?
I don't know. I kind of feel like this team is hit or miss. Like we were talking with Jack before, you know, they could beat someone 7-0 and then lose 7-0. And you know, I look at 2022 where they had an amazing run. They were still in Tier 2 back in the days. They had an amazing run at Gamers 8. Then they come into Tier 1 and were 4 rounds away of qualifying to the major. So you cannot expect them to, of that momentum, to be one of these contending teams for the major spot, at least in Europe. They also won the Rainbow Six Rumble as well, you know. So they had momentum to build up on it. And at the same time, they have a very exotic playstyle, and I think that kind of hindered them. I don't know. I feel like that's why they're also inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, that inconsistency is highlighted in the unpredictability of watching them fresh. They're really hard to predict when it comes to results.
Yeah, they are. I think, you know, we're going to talk about that inconsistency. You know, I've kind of dubbed them consistently inconsistent because, you've got 3-7 in groups. You had 3-7-0 results. 2 7-0 wins, 1 7-0 loss. Then amongst that, the other maps, most of them went to overtime. We don't know what performance we're going to get from Wild. We also don't necessarily know what style we're going to get from Wild, because it started out being quite an exotic style.
Yeah.
With, you know, a lot of fun. It was very exciting to watch. And towards the end of the groups and deciders, it looked like it was much more orthodox. So I'm kind of still not exactly sure which Wild we're going to get today.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier, weren't we, Leo? The trajectory of this team is a little bit like a roller coaster, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what like I said, like literally 4 rounds away from winning the major, for going to the major, and then they're in the LCQ. What I don't understand is I'm trying to figure out, is it a side problem? Like, is it because they lose 6 rounds in a row in a certain side, and that's why they're struggling to adapt? Is there a mental problem as well? When you lose 7-0, you know, that much, and you're able to have 7-0 wins, is it a flip switch, you know, off, on? What's happening? How can you have such big gaps in score lines?
It's tough, isn't it, as a fan and, of course, as a player, to watch a team be so amazing, and then the flip side of that, like a coin.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to come. And I think that, you know, it is exciting, but at some point you're just going to want your team, especially as a fan, just get to the major and be consistent.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Koi, their opponents. Now, quick tweet from Leon yesterday. This is what he said. LCQ weekend, do or die. Nothing else matters now. We either continue playing for another month, or we sit at home twiddling our thumbs, wondering if we'll have a job in March. Just have to go all out just this once. Leo, this isn't just about a major. This isn't just about, you know, performing well in LCQ. It's about the future of these players in a roster.
Yeah, it's the tough reality about being a professional player, especially for an organization like Koi. It's an organization that is known to focus on performance on every single esport titles they're on. And I think if you're Koi, especially looking at the rogue achievements from last year where they won a major, you kind of want them to be at SI and to be on every single major. It's their chance to prove they have a future in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, fresh, it has been a rough stage, but it's only been a few rounds here and there that if they'd have gone the other way, it could have been a completely different story for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's one thing that's important, is we do a lot of dunking on Koi, and we said it in the pre-show. We dunk on them. They've been a free target. They've been low-hanging fruit, in all honesty. However, if we contextualize it, 4 or 5 rounds go completely differently. Koi are first, second in their group with, you know, 3 wins out of 4 rather than 0 out of 4.
Yeah.
And they're going to deciders, getting into the best of 3 territory, which is absolutely where they will be so much more comfortable and potentially making a run for the major. It hasn't been great. There's a couple of things, obviously, you know, we showed it in the pre-show with basics and a little bit of confidence they can improve on. And actually, they are a decent quality team. It's just the results-based analysis of it is, yeah, they went 0-4. It's, you know, they did bad.
For sure. Well, this is, of course, like you said, a best of 3 scenario right here, right now. Let's take a look at our maps for our final quarter final. And Leo, we're starting in Oregon.
Yeah, not too surprised about this one. I think it's a great map for Koi. And I'm honestly kind of surprised that Wild let it through.
Yeah, me too.
Like, looking at it, usually it's the permaban from Wild.
Yeah, so I have the permabans being Bank and Oregon. So Wild have gone a little bit different strategy in terms of their bans. And I think they knew that Koi would pick it, so I'm wondering how much they've countered Koi's Oregon. Wild picking border kind of makes a lot of sense. Koi don't really have enough of a map pool to defend and get it away. Obviously, Wild are very, very good on border. They got 7-0 against Secret in the group stage, so you would expect them to pick into it and expect them to win that, in all honesty.
And even before that, I mean, if you look the match before, I think it was a 7-1 against Heroic. So now the scoreline is literally like 14 rounds won and then 1 round left to lose on border. So I'm not surprised they picked border either. And then for the decider Bank, I think it kind of favors Koi. I think it's more Cafe. Sorry, Cafe as the decider. I think kind of favors Koi because I don't know. I think it's one of the most preferred map. And looking at Wild, they did not have good results on it.
Where are we leaning? Go on, Fresh.
Well, they did play head-to-head on Cafe in stage 1, where Wild won. I'm leaning. You know, when we did all of our predictions right at the start of yesterday, I was leaning Koi. I still think that way, but I do think it will be in 3 maps.
Okay.
You know what I think funny is, especially in BO3, it's never easy for Koi. Went all 4 times, the last 4 BO3 to overtime. 3 maps every time. So I'm not going to change. I feel like Wild has been together for longer. They have more experience together. I think there's time for them to win versus Koi.
3 mapper?
Yeah, 3 mapper. It has to be. It's Koi.
It's Koi.
Okay, well, Demo, Ollie, don't use your voices too much. Don't be too strenuous because you might have a long one here. Let's get into our first one. Wild versus Koi with our final semi-final spot up for grabs.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. We are getting stuck into our second best of 3 of the day, our 4th best of 3 so far this weekend demo. And it looks as though we're in very familiar territory. The social vote can't really make its mind up. The desk, equally, can't really make its mind up. What about you, Demo? Have you made your mind up?
Tricky one. I'll hedge my bets with Wild.
Okay.
Coming into this, Wild have got wins in the season. Something Koi didn't do. That already just tells you what you need to know, in my eyes. No? Or is that too ludicrous?
I wouldn't say it's ludicrous. But I don't see a clear winner.
I just feel that for both sides, Wild have been consistently inconsistent. That's the first thing for Wild. They have been this entire year. And Koi have been just consistently not to scratch, not up to par. So you're dealing with one team who just really haven't shown us anything that we can go off and say, oh, that was good Siege and they can really get a win. And then you have another team in the hand where we know they can go in and dominate a win or can easily get rolled over themselves. It's a really strange matchup.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to be said in the first couple of rounds of this game and just see how exactly it all transpires. I'm not sure what Leon's trying to show us there. Looks like a poorly developed photo. Like a
or something.
Poorly developed Polaroid. Get your mind on the game, Leon. Come on.
Cran's yawning. He's tired already. Past his bedtime.
Hungary's having the yawn now. It's the contagious yawn.
Them two are old. That's probably why.
Hungers has been yawning for about 40 seconds there. It is pitch black where he is as well, so obviously
Dark Knights are coming in.
They are. It's drawing in. When do the clocks change?
End of the month, is it not?
It's got to be fairly soon, hasn't it? We're in that golden age of the year where it's still nice and light. Like it's 6 o'clock now, and it's still quite nice out. But in a month's time, it's just going to be dark.
It's going to be dark, of course. Classic weather for this time of year, and then there hasn't been too much snow, but certainly the rain will be coming in its hordes, and that just means we get to sit inside and watch more Siege, Ollie. That's what we get to do.
Well, we do have the major coming up. We do.
Big major. Still a few more qualifiers still to go down. I know that you still have to find out the Brazil and how they finish things off, who they send. But before we get to Brazil, we have to find out who from EU is going to be going to the major to round off with BDS, Wolves, and Virtus Pro. Koi start off things on the attack, and they're straight to the point, Ollie. They've brought in the Monty. Good operator for pushing in towards blue. You can feed that information, of course, across to your attackers. Would like to see them get some operators round here with some burn, Ollie, to get rid of those ADSs. And oh, that's not a good start. Hosty is first to fall. Talk about nades. They are gone now, Ollie. And for clearing out these positions, especially, the deployable shield and even deeper in towards elbow, you need those nades.
You really do. There's only so much that you can do with a Monty just bearing down onto you. Crying. He's going to find a trade back onto the Warden. A very important pick. It's going to add a little bit more value to the smokes that Deepek has, but Leon's going to fall. Packbull takes him down. That's not what you wanted to see. Deepek now has to try and push on through. He's going to pick one back as a trade, but Jegs isn't finished yet. Grabs himself another Crying, trying to make something happen on those rear stage steps. What a bold peek from Deepek. He's found 2 massive kills, but unfortunately, it's all going to be for naught as Aces clears the final 2. That push never really getting started there.
Where do you go? What do you talk about there? It's the Monties just tried to brute force their way in. They lost the nades early on. Deepek done really well to get 2 kills back, even with the F2. That's probably the strangest thing out of the whole round. He's using the F2. It's not a favorable gun anymore. The recoil is just too much to consistently get kills across. But there was nothing there from Koi. What was the game plan? You didn't open up a hatch. You barely put pressure onto the tower stairs. just everyone coming in from construction. That's not going to work.
No. We need a little bit more than that to our Oregon pushes.
Of course you do. It's lazy. It's lazy Siege, is it not?
Well, it did strike me as being a little bit lazy. I think that Koi were just trying to get a quick round on him.
That's
but
it. Just tried to
Wild
walk in.
were ready for it. You know, no one was roaming. There was no catalyst. When we talk about the teams that are opportunity spotting and that will really bear down a lot of pressure onto a single point, it's because there's an opportunity. There was no opportunity there. Wild were more than ready. The elbow was played exceptionally well. The shield was yeah, it was all as it should be. You know, not even a sniff toward Freezer or Laundry. First round though, we can always wipe that one away and see how Koi approach things now. Still going to be a very team-orientated sweep through this ground floor. They're going to look to try and clear out any of these roamers that are going to be hanging around there. They've got a bit of information. Looks as though Jigsaw is aware that Packball's going to be playing downstairs. Packball just making a little bit of vert. Packball's almost made himself a little bit of a coffin there.
Yeah.
He will have the hatch that he can dip himself out of, but it's probably not going to last forever.
No, but I do like this position. I think it's a tricky one for attackers to deal with whenever you actually look at security. You've got all those walls reinforced, so you're safe from that side. And if you want to try and face check onto a player inside security, you're kind of entering into that dreaded crossroads where you have all those different doorways and corridors all converging into one point, and you can get swung from multiple different angles, so it's never as safe as what you would think. And even vertical angles can be held by the players upstairs in the site to try and support back Packball. One thing you do notice, though, Wally, is he hasn't opened the hatch for himself. He's looking to stay here indefinitely. He's ready to die for this position. I suppose if you do have somebody constantly inside security, double window's never an issue for you from a defense perspective.
Yeah, the reverse vertical works very well there. Packball does, of course, have the ability to open the hatch, but if it comes down to that, it's probably a little bit too late. Jigsaw, he's just going to try and see if he can catch anybody out there, but with Packball's positioning here and the rest of Wild being relatively passive in their locations, things aren't looking too bad. There's one nade left for Hosty. If Hosty can find a bit of value out of that, they might have something to work with.
Look at that mirror window that Jegs is behind, over towards Attic. This is one that I haven't seen before. It's a mirror window placed inside a kid's looking in towards, double window. If you know a team is going to be pushing in from the west side of the map, this is a great mirror window. You're never going to be pressured from behind and towards Attic or in towards Armory. It only works if a team goes just one side of the map. And in this case, it is going to work out for them. Koi is just pushing one side of the map. Packball is still untouched below. And like we mentioned, as long as he's in this position, double window is not going to be a problem. The swing does go in, the repel will just jump you forward, but right into the arms of Aces. Packball with the C4 below. Koi trying to do the bare minimum, but you're playing into the hands of Wild. Aldi, they were ready for that push all day of the week.
Wild knew exactly what they were coming up against there. A flawless round here for round number 2. It does strike me as a little bit lazy from Koi. I'm going to be honest with you. You need to deal with Packball. If you can't deal with him by shooting down the door or, trying to make something happen, get the walls gone. Destroy those reinforced walls. Make him feel uncomfortable down there. You've got to invest a little bit of utility in that area of the map for the future of the round. We've seen 3 kills so far in 2 rounds from Koi.
I don't really know what the game plan is. I'm stumped. Any ideas?
Any postcards?
Chat, any ideas? What is the game plan for Koi?
Are we doing a phone-in?
I'd love to do. Honestly, that's one thing I wish we could do. But sadly, we don't trust people to come on the show. That's always the issue.
We also haven't got a phone. We've not got a number that we can give.
That's true. We could give them your number.
I'm not sure that's how it works, to be honest.
I mean, Wild, they're reading them very well. Every setup they've went for, they know what Koi's going to do. Wonder if Koi are going to try and go off the beaten track and play not as predictable, I suppose. And look at the setup they're going for now. Obviously, Osa will be the main priority for them in getting Cryan into a position where he can set up the shields, and then the diffuser can be planted behind it. Wild. A classroom ult. You don't see those all too often, Ollie. Those are risky to go for. But if you just want to put up a bit of a fight and try and burn some early information, shoot a couple of drones here or there, and then fall back as quickly as what you can, then it does make a lot of sense. Jigsaw, he's actually hunting for the player on the back tower stairs. Hungry. He's stationed there. He has a couple of goo mines, which Jigsaw should be careful of. If one of those goes in the foot, you'll know about it. They do a lot of damage now, Ollie, with the changes, and just the sound cue, obviously, an ever-presence of having that Legion. Hungry has just impacted the tower door and ran out on Leon, shot him in the head, and walked back in. And nobody from Koi is reacting to it.
Deepek's even inside a garage there. Jigsaw caught out inside of the goo mine. Hungry might be about to find another here, but no, Cryan puts an end to it. But his job's done. He spent half the round. He's got rid of the thermite. Great little effort there. Deepek now going to turn his attention into the classroom. Teb not really being given too much reason to move right now. Again, we see Koi stalling out. We can start to see the idea of what they're going to be going for here.
But they don't have the thermite to get the wall open, though. They have to go for the softball, which isn't going to help them. They will toss over the Selma charge, but that doesn't give you the big opening. And Jigsaw, what have you went for? They've also missed an EMP grenade. Did you see that?
Yep.
Oh, it's going horrendously wrong.
Selma caught out inside of the mute jammer. Aces, he can play quite close and aggressive to this breach, gets a good couple of points of damage into Cryan. Still can choose to drop the hatch, centers out the C4, confirms the kill onto Cryan. Hosty, you've got to make a lot happen from a single doorway, especially now you're getting choked out by the Toxic Babe canisters. Deepek will find one onto Aces, but the job isn't done yet. 30 seconds left. Hosty, he doesn't know which way to turn. He's going to come face to face with a shotgun right now if he's not careful, and he will. Jegs finds one, taken out by Deepek. Deepek, the only player so far showing any signs of life on the side of Koi. 4 and 2. 18 seconds to find 2 kills. Does have the kit. He's going to move in, transition onto that stage. Trying to dig out the player behind the chassis, but he was always going to be going up against 2, and Teb manages to thread it. Great finishing shot there. Teb hitting classroom for the whole round.
He did. He sat in there, seeing him reinforce the walls, and nobody came to pester him. You had Deepek inside a garage, and that was it. Just, Koi don't seem interested in actually looking to kill these players. And, you know, classroom's quite an easy position to kill somebody in. You have that window. You can open up, and it just makes that room just become null and void for a defender. He can't escape, because then you're going to have someone in garage holding his run out, and you just eventually just choke him out with it. But it never came. Again, I just don't know. I don't know. This feels very similar to what we've seen previously with ITB and Secret. Where do you go from here?
I can only imagine we're in some sort of a timeout.
Has to be.
And it's got to be a Koi time. Oh, no, it's a technical check, it seems.
Check. Jegs with his hat on.
I think it's Jegs' birthday today.
Happy birthday.
I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet that just said 20, so...
Yeah, it's also Newt's birthday as well.
Wow, imagine sharing a birthday with a 2-time.
I mean, Jegs isn't a 2-time. So, you know,
no, but Newton...
Pengu shares it with Jegs. Jegs is the player here. Pengu's nothing compared to the Jegs now.
To be fair, yeah.
Pengu living in the glory days. He's just one of us. He's one of us now, Ollie. Imagine that, lifting hammers to being considered the likes of Demo and Ollie. Have you ever?
I'm not sure he's quite down here yet, but maybe. I can't believe Cryan's still rocking the Rogue banner. I feel like that should be like a thread of questions.
That hasn't been taken down since it got put up.
No, but this is what I mean. I feel like there needs to be a Reddit thread that's like, what is behind Cryan's banner?
I mean, it doesn't even cover...
And we just theory craft what's behind it.
It's not how a banner works. It doesn't cover anything with a banner.
No, but there's obviously something behind the banner. Like, what is it?
All I see is like an abyss into the door frame.
Yeah. The burning questions. We need to know.
How many stacks of drinks has Giddens got behind him? It's 3 cases of drinks I'm counting.
He's locked in. Expecting the long series.
Hasn't had to leave that house in months. He's stocked up for winter.
I think Leon's got one of the best backgrounds there. I like the shield.
Mm-hmm.
That is a nice, cool touch. He's got the little miniature hammer as well.
He's got a good collection of stuff in there.
Jegs is asleep, it seems, or just resting his eyes.
Setups are good. And then you have Pack Bull in his living room. You can tell he didn't decorate that place for them curtains.
Thoughts on Hosty's monitor angle? Did you get a glimpse of that before we transitioned?
I know that monitor angles are always, a contention about how it's done. Nothing will ever top Karzeka. Nothing will ever top what he was rocking with, and I think everyone knows that.
Well, we're back in the game. Thanks for bearing with us. Both teams still have a timeout intact. That was just a technical pause to figure something out. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but we rejoin the action. Back downstairs. Koi still searching for a round, and I'm glad to see... Oh, I've spoken too soon. I was going to say I'm glad to see the lack of a Monty and Giddens 6 picks into it. Please, no.
Where's your hard breach? You can't just say, oh, we have multi-hard breach gadgets. That's not going to help. How do you break the mirror windows? He doesn't even have hard breach gadgets anyway. Ollie, I don't know. I really don't know about this. You can't win You can't win basement with that lineup.
No.
If they do, I'll give you all the credit in the world. I'll say you're the best team who's played today. But there's no way. You can't win with that lineup. You're missing hard breach. You're missing a big, cluster of utility, usually in the form of what we've seen Grim work really well, Capital work really well, neither of those two operators being chosen. So the question is, how do you clear Pillar? You have only one set of nades. You have a few flashbangs in there. Look at the utility you have to go through with Wild.
Yeah.
Elemines in blue, that's going to be untouchable. You then look at the mirror windows, how to get through them. You can't open up the hatch to save you and get into electrical. Even the mute jammers are going to cause issues. Really, the only thing you would say Koi have is, oh, they can play off drones and just push together. You can't do that if you can't drone, if it's going to get muted.
It relies on one player from Koi making a really bold play here. But it's going to be single doorway peaks. As you've mentioned, no hard breach. Getting into bunker is going to be very difficult. Deepek can get a bit of value there out of the shock drone. That could make Freezer a little bit easier. Burn coming in now from Crying. But it isn't really going to have the desired effect. The impact goes out a little bit late, and one of those stuns gets caught up. Tep going to find the first kill onto Hosty. That's the pressure from backstairs neutralized. Second coming in onto Joystick. Aces picks up 2. Koi, they're going at this one at a time. Do they want to win? Look at Aces go. He's picked up 3. Deepek, he's on drone. What's he going to be able to do from backstairs? Finds himself one, eventually shuts Aces down, but he's got a minute and 4 kills to find. His location's known. Throws out the smoke. Guess what? Tep's on the Warden. Can play on the other side of Pillar. Puts a couple of points of damage in and can now just back off. Wild have got all the time in the world. They can just sit back. They don't need to worry. They don't need to stress. And once again, it's Deepek. The only player with a pulse so far on this Koi lineup. And he's left in the 1 versus 4.
This is given flashbacks to Wild versus Koi, which was the first game for the season for both of these sides, and it ended up as a 7-0 for Koi. It was on Chalet that time around. But I don't see much difference here, Ollie. I really don't. It's just... That's not how you attack that. Basement, right, disclaimer, basement is the hardest defense to attack onto. It is. So difficult. But you're not even giving yourself a fighting chance with that lineup that you've brought. Nothing there is going to worry the defenders in the slightest. Not a thing. Leon's unshielding as the Monty, give himself up twice now, that is.
It's really not good enough. Not for the level that we've seen.
It's too easy for Wild.
To come out of the Into the Breach game versus Secret, now to come into this, it just feels like we're miles off the pace. Absolutely miles. I can't even tell if Wild are playing well at the minute. Do you know what I mean?
It's they themselves will think, we haven't really had a good test run there, have we?
No,
really. We don't know if our organ's good or not yet.
Wild are doing well.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting for a moment they're playing badly. They're playing the game in front of him, but I can't tell if they're doing things exceptionally well because the glare, like no hard breach, is unforgivable.
I mean, you can kind of see the setup from Wild. It looks good. It does look good. The way they're properly adapting to Koi, they're setting up the counter strats. The mirror windows have been placed strategically to stop that from happening. I like the addition. Even you look at that blue hole this time. Last time they had a Thorn, this time they have an Ella, because Ella's a lot better at dealing with the Monty, because whenever he walks through the doorway, he becomes automatically unshielded. That's a nice little counterplay from Wild to even help them with a Monty. So in my eyes, they are doing what they need to do, but like you said, it's difficult to judge because they're not really going up against much. They're not.
Yeah, because we've got Pikebull on 3-1, which, if Pikebull's going 3-1, I'm not saying there's a problem, but it doesn't happen every week.
Aces has as many kills as what the entire team does.
I was starting with Pikebull, mate. You know, we got like, Jegs on 3-1, we got Aces on 7-2, and Teb on 6-1. Like, it is... We've not seen Koi win a gunfight. There we go.
Finally. Get something work for them.
Hungry's died on the ward in first blood.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to do much. Not a flashbang or smoke in sight for Koi. Only has an MPX of 1.5x. I wonder what Deepek's going to be up to. Could go in towards Armory. Has been just gifted away to Koi. See that castle barricade with the double wall reinforced in towards bedroom. Ted looking to hold very aggressively in towards that trophy. Make sure nobody can get into bedroom as easy as what they would like. They do have the hard breach gadgets on the Amari and of course the Ace as well. So it's good to see that Koi are taking a more appropriate approach where they're looking to clear away utility. This is all we ask. Just this basic stuff. This is what we want to see from Koi. Get yourself in the bedroom, get the breaches open, clear away that utility, and then start to rotate towards your double window. Then start to look below and maybe push out white. Don't do that first. You know, make sure that Wild don't have all control of the top floor. Push them back, keep them in the site.
I think a lot of this really hinges on the rotation that Koi choose to make and when they choose to make that rotation. Whoever goes round to that double window, whoever goes round to white stairs, they've got the biggest part to play here because, yes, you can start the attack over here. You can use this as a breaching point, but you do need to adapt and you do need to have that sort of two-dimensional approach. They haven't paid as much attention to Pikebull downstairs. That's going to be an ever-present threat here, and he could have a big part to play, especially given that he's got a C4 down there. And he is, in essence, leaving his team pretty light on the side. But look at Jegs go. He's going to destroy the mirror window, recognizing the pressure coming through the attic. And he can now look to try and dip himself away. Gets a little bit lucky there. Does manage to dodge out. There is going to be a player on that big tower. I think it's Deepek is looking to put a bit of pressure on and through. But Deepek just missing his shots.
I wonder where he's going to go, Deepek. Has a couple of options. Hatch is available to him. Could just go straight in towards Kids. Instead, he repels on the Kids rather than using the Gara hook. Just gives him more control, of course, can stay with the clutches of Kids. And oh, that's a good peek from Aces! And oh, whenever he's having a good game, it is not going to be a good news for the enemy side. Cryin eventually kills him off. Deepek's had to rotate below, gets hit with the goo mine. They're going to know that someone is below. It leaves Cryin by himself in the 1v3 upstairs. He's going to have to go up the hatch. Deepek. In goes the Gara hook, accompanied by the grenade. Is this going to work out? Up he goes. He needs to make this kill happen, but Teb is there in a goo mine. Finishes off Cryin. He was on such low HP. My goodness, it's been a while since I've seen a goo mine get the kill cam. That's how it stands. It was a little bit better from Koi, but still the same result for Wild.
And now we can say that Wild are playing well. A much better attacking round from Koi. They did a lot of things really well there. They did some things a little bit poorly, but I liked the initial approach. There was a lot more team play. Unfortunate on a couple of those gunfights, but Wild, they are hitting their shots. They've taken those first 4 rounds, and it's just fueled them. These guys are untouchable right now. Jegs 5-1, Teb 7-1. They're really firing on all cylinders. Could be about to see a flawless sweep on their defense. Now going to be going into meeting. This was a bit of a struggle last time from Koi. It wasn't the end of the world. They managed to get the door open, but there was, I think, a bit of a miscommunication on just exactly clearing Teb out of Classroom. I don't think that Teb should be allowed to play in Classroom again if that's where he chooses to hang out. which, given by the utility that has been invested in the area, I would say that's probably where he's going to be. But I think it needs to be more of a focus here from Koi to clear that player out.
Yeah, I would just want to see them go for the juggler. Just go straight in, find these players, but playing by themselves. I feel as though Wild, obviously they're going to feel confidence because it's a 5-0 and look at all the kills that they have. You should be punishing these players for these plays, and that just doesn't help.
What a shot.
It just doesn't. You've lost Crine, you've lost an entry there. Koi, it's just... I'm lost for words. I really don't. Koi have done the unthinkable. They've made me stop talking. Looks like a team who's made Demo shut up.
There's not many. Seb's not finished here, though. I said that I wanted them to pressure him inside of the classroom, but Koi might be about to feel the pain of that. C4 goes out. Surely that hits. Yes, it does. Second on the round. Can he make it?
How?
3? Yes, he can. How does he get away with this? He'd got more if he had more ammunition. Eventually shut down by Leon. Leon can start to pressure into side, but what's he realistically going to do? He's going to meet Aces head on. Deepek, where have we been here before? Oh, I don't know. Only 3 of the last 6 rounds. Last player alive. 4 Wild members standing. Oh dear, oh dear.
It's just a sad affair for Koi. Deepek, he's been trying, but he just shouldn't be left in these situations. It shouldn't happen. He's a support Ollie. He's not the one who should be having to kill everything that moves. It's supposed to be the other ones. We've got 2 players, Jigsaw and Hosty. 0-6, both of them. It's not good enough. There's no way it's good enough if you want to be making it to majors. Deepek, such a sliver of HP. Just when will they swing? When will they swing? When will they just put him out of his misery? There goes the peak. This is some shots, Deepek. Ball gets opened up. I'm surprised nobody's hit him on the back yet. Gumai, maybe another Gumai kill perhaps. C4 misses. Packbull, as patient as ever. I mean, this is good discipline from Wild at the end of the day.
Fantastic.
It's, you know, it's something that we maybe sometimes don't see enough of from Wild, as they can get a little bit gun-ho, but looks as if they've worked on it very well. And they're just going to wait for him, just really just taking the mick out of him, aren't they? And there's a one-tap from Aces, who has been untouchable, Ollie. Yeah, there you go, 6-0.
I was going to comment on that. The discipline there from Wild is fantastic, because this hasn't always been the most disciplined side. We've questioned this side sometimes on basics, and we've questioned them on discipline. And to see players just happy to almost take the hands off the keyboard and just, you know, it's fine. He can't get us. We know exactly where he is. Just wait. Even though you're up 5 rounds, even though you're in a 3 versus 1, I don't know. It just guarantees the round, and it's nice to see. There are so many times that we see, you know, rounds of Siege lost through silly peaks and silly swings, and it's great when players and teams have that discipline and they've got that patience to just be like, yeah, we're happy to wait and see what happens. Wild, very deserved, 6 rounds in a row, leave themselves on a match point. Now, I don't want to speak too soon, but I don't think that Koi are going to do the same. I do not see this Koi side picking up 6 rounds on the defense. And that's not a comment on the way that they've played yet. It's more a comment on the gunfights. We've still got 2 players with 0 kills, Demo.
Ollie, it's been another 2 rounds, another potential 10 kills that Koi could have got, and Aces still has the same amount of kills as them all together. Still, that is... Have you ever? I've never seen anything like that before. Ever. You look at the look at the lineup change from Wild. Look at the lineup change. What do they have? They have the Grim. That's going to be your main way of getting in towards Pillar. Albeit, I think it's going to be a bit of a risky one, you know, because I think Grim is, yes, he's good, but still, it's just a straight-up gunfight. You have to win. But it's better than what Koi were doing. Have to make sure they keep Teb alive, though. He's the only form of hard breach. Has to get himself in towards meeting. So obviously with the lineup that you see chosen, with the lack of hard breach, it will just be a straight-up blue take, similar to what Koi done. But, oh, don't tell me they're just going to try and do the same. If they get away with it, it shows where both teams are at.
It really does. Aces are going to be moving quite quickly down here. Gets the read and the kill over onto Leon. Immediately downed. But there are players inside the site here for Wild. The plant's starting to go down. Jigsaw, welcome to the scoreboard, my friend. He finds his first. He is going to get blocked off by the Monty here, though. 3 versus 3 as Pikebull is re-attempting that diffuser. A C4 will miss from Crying. And Deepek finishes Pikebull off with the Toxic Babe. Teb, he's been caught out. He's still upstairs in meeting. Hungry, he is all on his own here, trying to fend off. The diffuser is very much recoverable, but don't forget, if you've got a Monty, it is 1 less gun, and it puts even more pressure on Teb and what he's got to try and achieve here. Hungry, he's going to try and get this plant down. There's nothing really left to stop it. There are no Toxic Babes, there are no C4s, and if Teb can cover, it's likely going to be a wild round. Hungry, he's done the hard work. He's just going to keep the shield up, but no, goes for the unshield. What are you doing, Hungry? Deepek picked up 3. Jigsaw, he's finally found the scoreboard and got 2 important kills. Plenty of time to disable that diffuser. Hungry, unshielding in the heat at the moment.
He's seen the bees. He thought he could have a freebie and active pings just constantly going on to Jigsaw inside a freezer. But if he gets with Deepek, hey, if you think it would be really scary to think about this side if they didn't have Deepek.
Oh, absolutely.
He is, in my opinion, this season, he's been the redeeming quality.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's their best player. He is. I think everyone knows that he is certainly still up there in terms of Europe as one of the best supports. I think he is. I think he's got everything. I think you put him into other teams, the difference that you'll see those other teams have, unbelievable just because you have him. He's really, really talented. Big fan of Deepek. But the rest of his team just isn't doing it today. Hosty still not got a kill. Before that assist came in, Hosty was James Bond over here. At least we know what he's dressing up for Halloween.
Jigsaw found a couple, though.
Did, yeah, 2
Which
kills.
was good.
Gets him on, but you mentioned before, you don't see Koi sweeping 6 rounds same way Wild done. You get 1, but
yeah.
what does that really do in the grand scheme of things? You know for a fact Wild will cheese at least 1 round. They always do. They always manage to cheese a round. They almost did it that time.
That's it, isn't it? You know, attacking onto the basement, you're not really expected to win those as attackers. Yes, you can win it, but you're not expected to. It's usually the other sites on Oregon that you're looking toward to get that advantage. Wild, they only need to get lucky once. They don't even need to play well. They just need to get a little bit of fortune going their way. We talk about 50-50s. One of those goes their way, and it's going to be map 1 to them. Don't forget as well, this is a Koi map pick.
It is, and Border's up next, and that is Wild all over it. It's the Chaos map, and Wild and EU, they are the embodiment of Chaos. Let's see what Wild are going to get up to this time. Looks pretty par for the course so far, Ollie, getting in towards bedroom, clearing armory away. Osa comes in as an addition. I suppose that's probably going to help them with maybe getting a plant down just on the trophy door, which is obviously an area that we don't see all too much action in terms of plants going down, but if you have a shield there, then it makes a lot of sense.
Wild stalling out for a brief moment. The mute jammers are just causing them a little bit of trouble here. It's stopping that information exchange. We'll see the EMP go out there. And Leon, anyone home?
No,
nope.
Nobody home.
It seems not. Nobody there with the impact. Leon actually does have a bulletproof, so he could be forgiven.
Oh, he didn't have the impact. I don't know if that's still correct.
It's more Jigsaw that you want to be looking at for that trick, but regardless. Osty, welcome! Oh dear. Hungry. He's going to find that one as a direct trade as Hosty picks himself up a second. Aces, he's not finished yet, though. He's on the big window, and he is commanding the space there, putting the pain and the pressure over onto Leon, just tucked in to dorms.
I would actually like to see Jigsaw and also Cry and rotate below and double up together. One, use obviously the gadget from Solus, and the other feed the information with a C4. I suppose you could also do that, maybe just from Solus sitting on top white stairs and feeding that information through as well. Jigsaw has done, you can see him rotate it back towards that position. See, just call out the information. And they're just going to try and play around this C4. I think that's the correct decision here from Koi. Let Wild go for the plant. However, I think that, yeah, this is concrete. That doesn't help them. This is what I mean with the Osa shields. Wherever this goes in, that's not going to help them out whatsoever. Pikebull can get a very safe plant down. Cry and a C4. That's going to go to no one. And now 1v3, he has to clutch up.
It's likely going to be Aces from the window to close things out. Barely moved his feet. I spoke about the space that he commands there. Did a fantastic job. And the team of Wild really playing to the win condition there. We called out the concrete plan right from the off there inside of that round. Only dropping a single attacking round here on Oregon and a clean, flawless sweep on their defensive phase. Wild have showed that they are here to play demo.
Oh, they are. 15, 12 kills. Haces and Teb running the show. Koi, just, what can you say? You've lost 6 attacks in a row. That cost you from the get-go. I mean, map 2, still, you never know. Koi could still come out swinging, but Ollie, I think the desk, you're going to have a lot of words to say. And thankfully for Koi, there's no Fabian in the desk. We'll be back in just a few.
Oregon, Koi's map pick, 7-1 to Wild. Welcome back to the roast of Koi. That's what I'm predicting here. You know, fresh Alfama on the desk with me, Ian here, and in our pre-show, what I tried to do was turn the tables a little bit, because on this desk for the past couple of weeks, especially when the 3-time world champ Fabian was here, Koi were getting cooked every single show. And I thought, let's give them a bit of positive spotlight. Let's try and give them some constructive criticism. And what do we see? A stomp. Fresh, the basics, you said you wanted to see them, and they weren't there.
Yeah, they were absolutely not there. That's what we highlighted. We said, get the basics right, you give yourself half a chance. I'm seeing them miss EMP grenades onto mute jammers. I'm seeing them just seemingly not communicate with each other. I'm seeing them fall at every single hurdle where there's just one basic bit of utility, one shield in the very first round that caused them so many issues. It's painful. It's painful to watch.
All this time wasted on attacks, like spending 1-2 minutes trying to figure out like basic zone control to execute. And every single time they did not have the basic zone control to execute. And even worse than that, they never went to get the man advantage. And on Oregon, you cannot execute on 5v5. Defenders have way too much of an advantage. So all in all, just one more example, round 6. Teb is playing in a suicide position in school. He's alone, 3 reinforcement, 1 mute jammer. He gets a triple kill. He's alone there, no ADSs. I mean, it's simple, basic stuff, but still, like, it felt like even the smallest, weakest obstacle they could not overcome.
This is what a performance, and Wild in general were just playing really well around their setups and onwards.
Yeah, I think, just a quick word on Maurice, because he did tail off towards the ends of groups and into deciders, but looks like he's back. He had a massive game today. We know that he's probably the star player on this roster in terms of big kills, big performances. We've not seen it of late, but he put a marker down in map 1.
Yeah, I was used to be in his backpack when I was playing with him. Usually, when he does that, you can count on him. He's kind of like a Ranchero in that aspect, like the kind of player you put on a bomb site and you know that whatever position he's playing, even if it's a suicide position, he will get 1, 2, 3 picks easily. The way he played around that door on Kids bomb site with the mute shotgun, it's very, very well played. He picks only short corners, always gets a trade, and always managed to have individual gunfights. That's also one of his strong suits. Overall, super well played from him.
This can't be how this play day ends, Fresh. Come on now. They've got to fight back.
They've got to win an attack first.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Go on.
Fun fact. Koi have never won an attacking round against Wild. That's over 3 maps. They didn't win an attacking round when they played them on Cafe in stage 1. They didn't win an attacking round. Granted, it was only 1 because there was 7-0 on Chalet in the group stage. And they didn't win an attacking round just then on Oregon. I think that's a basic they need to fix if they're going to have any success.
Absolutely. Leo, we said with ITB when they got stomped on their second map that it wasn't the end of the world. You can quickly switch that around, forget about it and move on. It's a different story when you get 7-1 on your own map to kick things off in a series.
Yeah, very different story. First thing, like you said, it's Koi's map pick and you lose 1-7. And honestly, it should have been 7-0. It's just because Wild was kind enough to rush onto the bomb site on Oregon. And that's why they got the round, to be honest.
Wild felt the pity.
Wild felt the pity. And I know Maurice is the kind of guy that loves to throw away rounds when he knows he can win the match. I know him well. He TK'd me 3 times in a row sometimes.
Sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
We're very fortunate in that we obviously have the little private clean feed. I'm going to let you into a little secret.
Go on.
Wild had a little bit of extra motivation to beat Koi today. It wasn't just the major on the line. No. It wasn't just potential of 6 invitations on the line. No. You might not know this if you're at home, but it's actually Jegs' birthday. And Jegs asked Koi in the pre-match chat, can you sing happy birthday to me? Koi said no. So Wild were extra motivated.
Oh, that birthday motivation goes.
Happy birthday, Jegs. Don't come for me.
Happy and nobody wants that smoke. Happy birthday, Jegs. Border is next. Is this going to be a birthday on Border to remember for Jegs, or are we going to see anything? What can you expect here going on to Border, Leo?
Oh, I will stand by my word. I picked for once. Can I brag about it because I've been wrong on every single.
I've been really humble though.
Yeah,
I haven't got it on you for all of your wrong predictions.
You won every single prediction. Okay, so this time, I'm gonna own it.
Okay.
Wild should definitely win on Border. They're heavy favorites here. They have amazing stats on it. Like I said, won the 2 last match on Border, 7-1, 7-0. We're expecting them to come and just confirm this match. A quick 2-0 clean, and then be in semi-final tomorrow.
Well, if you're right, we're going to have another early night and we can get a good night's sleep ahead of a mammoth day of Siege tomorrow. Let's see how this unfolds. We're going to Border. This is, of course, the last chance major. Will we see Wild take it or will we see Koi kick back? Ollie, Demo, lead us through it.
Ian, thank you very much. Border is where we head for the second map in the second best of 3 today. We've already seen Into the Breach versus Secret, and now we are watching Wild versus Koi. Koi, living up to their name, Demo? A little bit shy, a little bit coy?
Very clever. Very clever. I mean, it's
It just, like the guys are saying on the desk, it's not the case that I think Koi are scared of Wild. I don't think Koi are a team that fears anyone. But they're a team that just aren't, you know, looking at the weaknesses that Wild have. You know, perfect example was Teb inside a Classroom. Was in there. So easy to get picked off, and just, they got their priorities all out of funk. They need to get the priorities in check for a map like Border. Both of these sides have played Border at this stage. Koi lost 7-5 to ITB, so they haven't looked too great on it. And Wild, that big build-up, whenever Secret, you know, Savage was saying, oh, we'll see at the major whenever we win our last game against Wild and go into the playoffs. Wild 7-0'd them. So there is that to take in consideration. Wild are, you know, the consistency theory that we all have. If this is one of those days where they are on top of their game and they're so consistent, then that's how it will remain. And that's how it started off, obviously.
The biggest thing for me when it comes to a map like Border is we often talk about it as a very aggressive map and a map that really relies quite heavily on gun skill. It relies on winning gunfights. And I think that with what we saw in Oregon, that isn't something that Koi are doing today. They aren't winning very many gunfights at all. So that needs to change moving into this. Wild are going to be starting off on the attack as well, which for Border isn't always a bad thing. Attacks have got so much opportunity here. We can see that with what's been removed. We've lost the Ying, we've lost the Dokkaebi. I believe we've also lost a Warden, along with a Castle. So...
Castle's a good ban.
Castle's a great ban. Castle sees so much play. It's a little bit of an underrated ban, I think. Some of the Castle strategies that you can pull off on this map, it can really leave you scratching your head. And as an attacker, it often forces you to bring something like a Flores to remotely deal with that, or you're going to be looking at dealing with it with more old-fashioned means. But I think that removal should Wild, you know, when they get onto their defense, they might feel that a little bit.
Yeah, a big bonus of having Castle for a map like Border is, one, it stops crouch walking, just people slipping in for a doorway and in the middle of the bomb site. Whenever you do stretch yourself very thin on Border defenses, that can tend to happen. So just castling off a door and denying somebody walking in like that is a good one to have. I think whenever you look at a team like Koi, where you have like Cryin, for example, is known to be playing that role. It's a good one to have, the Castle. And two, there's a lot of long angles that you can fight from an attacking perspective. You think about East Stairs looking straight down in towards CC and Break Room. Castling off those doorways just gives you that extra layer of cover. So yeah, it's a good ban to have in a team like Wild where they do regularly run that. I'm happy to see it get banned away from them. Wild, obviously with the Ying also going, it does hinder attackers on Border a lot more than if he didn't have the Ying. I think Ying on Border is probably your best map. Just it leads into that chaos. The rooms are very tight and narrow, and one Candela can pretty much flash almost sometimes 2 bomb sites in the mix of that. So it is a tricky one. Wild's going to be playing a little bit more patient. There's not too much you can look at and think that's going to be their win condition. Could just be the case of picking up kills, and Teb has done so with the first pick onto Leon. Gets caught rotating through the bomb sites.
Often all you need is one pick, and it will lead to more. We see a trade there. Jigsaw in position to take Aces down, but Hungry there with the cover. Still advantage Wild here. Cryin. He's going to get droned inside of security. He doesn't look like he wants to move right now, but
they want him.
You can see the triangle sort of bearing down onto him, can't you?
Keeper barriers, though, is an issue. Very strong site to have her for. Whenever you look in towards CC, you can block off the windows, and Jags is going to walk in, face check. Moves now into 90, moving now in towards Brazil, and oh, misses the shot. It's a 360 in the midst of that. The Deagle comes in, Cryin misses it. Hungry, though, appears, eliminates Host. I think he was rotating to try and assist his teammate. I don't know how we've seen Jags and Cryin actually walk away with both of their heads intact.
Pretty sloppy from both players, I think. I think it was a bit of a panic from either one. Deepek is going to find one onto Hungry. He's playing much deeper inside of the top of East. But he's a little far away from the side. What a shot, Deepek! You're not going to hit those. Jags the next player to fall. Deepek, he's just catapulted Koi back into this. He can now make a full rotation up. Cryin, he's found a load more space. The C4 gets sent over the shoulder, and Deepek comes up to collect. What a round. He was hanging out on East Stairs for the longest period of time, and he's just hit 2 stinkers at range with the SMG-11.
He is the man to watch for Koi. Whenever all else fails, he's the one who steps up to the plate. I will give credit to Koi. I think it was a good idea bringing in plenty of information, doubling down on bulletproofs and Valkyrie cameras, so whenever it does come to the later parts, you know exactly where the attackers are pushing in from. They essentially got 2 kills from that. We've seen somebody jump in towards Archive's window. We've seen another push in towards Armory, both of which was being watched by information. And it's very easy then for Koi just to peek, play off the pings, get their kills. So a good start for Koi. That's what we want to see. We need more of it, though. A lot more of it.
It's the first step, isn't it, in a much longer process. But a round is a round, and Koi are going to be very happy with that. They only managed 1 through the entirety of Oregon, so to pick up round number 1 on Border, it can only be a good thing from here. There's still a long old way to go, though. They're going to be defending Bathroom this time. Be curious to see what the changes are for Wild. Hungry going to be making a pretty significant 6-pick there. He's off the Grim and onto the Monty. Wild didn't do a terrible job in that previous round. I think, I genuinely feel as though those 2 kills that Deepek got just won it for him, plain and simple. And had Deepek missed those shots, or had he been headshotted himself, the result of the round would have been a little bit different. So I don't think that Wild needs to make too many knee-jerk reactions.
No. Just trying to figure out where Wild want to go with this attack in towards Bathroom and Tellers. Having the Monty come in, it's not the most common operator that we see for this bomb site. Really, we'd only see the Monty whenever we're dealing with, you know, the kind of Archives rush ollie, which is pretty common that teams would like to go for. You get them in there, go for the plant. But certainly for Bathroom and Tellers, it's going to be a creative way. The only issue I'd have with Monty is if you do not open up, you know, the single wall from waiting that leads into the site, then you're forced for your Monty players to jump through windows, which isn't ideal. That was a close one there from Hungry. Almost gets picked off there from Jigsaw. If you lose the Monty in this kind of position, it's not going to help you. So I think Wilders need to be careful. These roamers are playing very aggressive, and I like this more from Koi. Getting in the faces of Wild. Don't let them have all that control. Take the fight to them. You set the tempo for a change.
Setting the tempo is something that Wild need to almost be careful with in some ways. Because Koi are on that back foot, and that back foot can be very dangerous, especially when it's got Deepek on it. Backball. Next player to fall. Deepek eventually shut down. And you feel like if Deepek's down, a large part of the hopes of Koi are down with it. Hungry, he's going to start to try and get that diffuser down. The Dread Mine's being reactivated here and there, but it isn't going to matter. It's not going to stop the plan from being confirmed here. Jegs, he picked one up onto Hosty. Teb from the window onto Leon. That little hop over there is not ideal. Not easy to make a clean rotation through that. Crying likely going to meet a similar fate, but no, manages to thread it. Takes Teb down. You've still got the small problem of Hungry, though, and he is going to be on the Monty. This time, he's not unshielding. He has been told very firmly, you do not unshield. You've just got to burn out this clock here, and look at the cover from Jegs. 3 kills on the round. Can he make it 4? Now it's Hungry's time to strike. There's not enough time to disable the diffuser. He can unshield all he likes. It's going to be Jegs. 4 kills on the round for him. Really putting in the work from Passport.
Post plants are hard on its own as it is, Ollie, but a post plant against a Monty. You said small issue. It's a big issue. Very big issue. Dealing with an operator that you can't kill, and he can consistently feed information to the remaining players. It's so difficult to go against that. It's just constant information there from Wild. That was their idea. Bring the Monty, not so much for the case of, you know, getting the plant down, but just to figure out where Koi are. You don't have to rely so heavily on the drone work. And I think whenever you can see that Koi are always running that Solus from Jigsaw, you're not going to get many opportunities to really use those drones without the Solus getting rid of them before you can figure out where the remaining defenders are. Solus can't really counter a Monty too well, and that's hard information you're getting from, you know, the horse's mouth. So I do like the addition of just slowing down the tempo, figuring out where Koi are, and then you go for your execute.
Yeah, Wild's done a really good job of responding there. Koi, knowing that they're not going to have things all go their way in this matchup, They did pretty well in round number 1, though. It did all come down to Deepek and a hero play, though. And there's a very similar start to Oregon as we've had here on Border, in that Deepek is the only player with a meaningful amount of kills. We've got Cryan on 2. He was part of that clutch that Deepek pulled off as well. But Deepek 4-1. Start of round number 3 here. Jigsaw, 1 kill. Hosty, he's had 2 kills in the entirety of the games that we've seen here today. It's not been a fantastic showing in that regard, and it's something that's still going to need to step up here for Koi, because sure, they can get 1 round on the board, but a large part of that comes down to 1 player, and it can't be relied on.
It's good early ground control here from Wild. Getting their way in towards supply and then looking to move in towards customs. Just gives them that side of the map that you certainly can't execute on. If you get control of customs, Ollie, that locks down blue, which is a big kind of highway of defenders scrambling to get back into sight. Opens up the possibility of holding metal from a good position also. Just gives you a lot in terms of holding off rotations from defenders, so I do like that they've got control of that very early on. And look at this from Hungry, can just stroll his way through blue. He can see that all of this is clear, and that's going to be good information being fed through again to his team. Koi, though, as long as they have control of upstairs, Ollie, there's nowhere safe that Wild can actually plant in. This is the benefit of some of these bomb sites for defenders, is there's so much vertical destruction on a map like Border. Gives you a good chance of just playing very heavy off-site. In goes Hungry. If Smoke Grenade goes in, that's going to be maybe for Packbull. Can play off the glass. I don't know if this sideways take is the best idea from them. Aces has found Jigsaw, in goes the plant. Anyone?
Hungry going to be doing a great job of getting it down again. Deepek joins in when it matters the most. He's been the most impactful player for Koi so far. Aces, though, he's on a tear. Was that a wall bang on
it was! Oh my goodness. I have no idea how he's done that, but that's Ace's things there for you, isn't it? Deepek, like we mentioned, Ollie's so impactful, but just no one else from his team assisting him. Very similar to what happened in Oregon. Leon Gids, all by him lonesome. One aggressing onto him from Metal. Tags up Packbull and swings in. So many shots are being missed, and Jegs cleans up. The G36Cs, Ollie, they're ringing in this game. They really are.
I think Wild are ringing, aren't they? They're doing such a good job. There's almost no contest in these gunfights. It really feels as though everybody else is, you know, almost playing a different game at the moment. The only player that is hanging with this Wild side is going to be Deepek. A dying shame.
It is.
I thought that they'd wake up, honestly, after Oregon. I thought that would be a really big shock to the system. And there's time yet. We're round number 4. It's early days on Border. I'm not saying this game's a write-off by any stretch. There's definitely time for Koi to bring it back, but they're still not showing me those signs.
It's the dread that they still have to attack. Fresh said, that, basically summed it up. They've never won an attack against Wild. Never. That's unheard of to have that kind of record. They've faced each other 3 times.
Nah, it's not good, that, is it? It's
really not. So it's just that the chips are stacked against them just every passing round they don't get on the board from the defense. They, in my opinion, they need these next 3 rounds in a row. They need a 4-2 half.
It is getting to that point where they do need a miracle.
He's knocked out, mate. He's not here no more. He's gone. He's went home.
It's a shame as well, isn't it? The thing is, it's... I almost don't want to say it, but
we're lost for words.
I'd like to see Secret play Wild for a spot. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like that'd be a good game.
We can only have so many loser brackets.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crux of it, is we're sending 1 team at the end of this weekend.
Yeah,
which is, and to be fair, we've been so wrapped up in today that we've forgotten, or not forgotten, but
yesterday.
it's at the back of our minds at the moment that we've actually got M&M versus G2 tomorrow.
One of them go out tomorrow.
Which is going to be a banger. Like, that's going to be a huge game. That's almost going to be more hype than the final.
Yeah. We'll see what the second semi-final waits. Who will ITB be facing? Certainly, as it stands, it looks as if Wild are in a better position than what Koi are. Koi, this was a site that worked out well for them. I like the information they were able to gather. Cryan using the Valkyrie cameras to great assistance, and Bulletproof here or there, and players being able to feed that information. Wild going for a different approach. Ollie trying to eliminate Cryan from below using the nades. Cryan those pulled the trigger at the wrong time. Teb's been gifted 2 kills in the space of 2 seconds, and he can still keep moving on with the nade. However, that is a fantastic retake from Leon Gids. Pushing downstairs, knowing that Teb's the biggest threat to your player inside of break room. You take him out, but it goes begging now, Ollie, as Hosty still gets killed.
Deepek has got a lot to do yet again. This time he's going to be in office. He has the option to rotate to the top of East. We've already seen what he can do with this SMG-11 at range, but it's not necessarily repeatable. Sure, it's a skill you can learn, but you can't rely on him to continue to pick up kills like this. And to be honest, Wild should be expecting it. They do have players on drones, so they could have an idea of where he's coming from. They really ought to have a flank drone here, but no, he's going to find one and gets it down onto a second. Deepek, he can't be stopped.
Unbelievable.
Once again, he drags Koi out of the shit. This is happening time and time again. Pack pull. He's now got to try and push his way through. He's going to breach in. Does have the diffuser. Should be able to hop himself in here, but realistically, he's got both Deepek and Leon Gids to try and contend with. If you can break this down, he might find a chance, but looks as though Deepek's just managed to skirt him there. Took out the drone. Keep barrier, keeping everybody safe there behind it, and we're going to see Deepek close things out. Another round you can attest to Deepek.
Can we just send him to the major? Just put him in by himself?
Put him in on his own.
He's playing for everything right now, and his team just isn't there. He shouldn't... I've never seen a team have to rely on a support. Ever. Never, ever. Even if you go through the teams that have the greatest supports, you think of BDS. It's not Britta you rely on, it's your other boy, it's your boy Shaiko. That's not Britta you're relying on. It should not be the case for Koi. Yeah. It should not be Deepek being the star player. He has to do the filthy jobs. The janitor jobs, no one wants to do them. No one wants to grow up and be a Deepek, do they?
Well, it seems like no one wants to be sat at 8-2 right now on Koi because he's the only player that is there. Everybody else is going negative. They've got 5 kills between them, Demo, and he's got 8. Single-handedly, he has won both the rounds that Koi have right now. Without him, they will be nowhere.
I have a lot of time for Deepek, a lot of time for remember watching him whenever he first started way, way back in 2018 with Trust Gaming and that side.
10 seconds remaining.
And I think since then he's had, I know, a couple of issues here or there with getting Pro League trials, and remember he was on the cusp of joining Team Vitality way back when, and then he eventually got his shot at Tier 1, and he's been as steady as ever. He's just consistent Deepek, always there, always doing his job, always performing well. It takes a lot for him to have a bad game. It really does.
And it seems as though Koi are enabling him. You know, he's playing off-site. He's playing in these really off-meta locations. A roaming mute, it's not something you always see. But I don't think anyone on Koi is really going to stand up and say, you can't do that at the moment, because it's the only thing that's keeping him in this game. We'll have to see how it develops. I don't think that Wild should be falling for that again. They need to pay a little bit more attention to that flank because, you know, it's happened once, okay, it's all fun and games, but it's happened twice now. That's starting to become a little bit of a problem, and they need to nip that in the bud. They've got a couple of attacking rounds left here, and they want to try and finish as strong as possible.
Drones get sent in, Cryan. Should maybe look for a dash out the window. C4 ripped. Out it goes. Oh, just about gets Packbull. Actually repels into the C4. That's a good start for Koi, taking down the hard breach. It does mean that maybe the single wall towards East there's Ollie, that gets laid to rest. Can't be opened up now on the side of Wild, and Cryan gets caught watching drones, and Aces is straight on the money, moves in, and he's even going further than that, straight into the thick of it, moving in towards 90. Hosty has to win this engagement. Trades go back and forth, but Aces is there again. Aces cannot be stopped. Has to take time, though, to pull out the Goo Mine. And Jigsaw's, he tried to finish him off with the impact, gets caught out by Jags. Aces and Jags on border, Ollie, are unstoppable on this Ash and Iana combo.
Look at the team play from Wild coming in as well. They're doing such a good job here. There's crossfires. You can see the tracer rounds just going and pinging back and forth. Poor old Hosty, he had no chance there. Jigsaw, he's taken out before he can confirm the kill. Yeah, it's not much having aces on 1 HP, but you've got aces on 1 HP, and he's 5 and 2 with a nade in his pocket. He's still got a part to play in the remainder of this round. Deepek, he's going to come in and pick himself up a freebie onto Jegs. He had the information, and Jegs had stayed still for just a little bit too long there. Again, we see Deepek in this power position, but eventually shut down. Teb is going to find him out there from bathroom. And Leon, it kind of goes against the grain of the way that this game's been going so far, but he's on the Echo, going to be trying to deny a plant if it should go down. He's got 25 seconds to hold on. Aces got a good glimpse there of the yokai, so they should have an idea that there's that in play.
Drops in, has diffuser, go for the plant. Sure, he can stun it out, but as soon as this Echo stun goes in, you would expect that everyone from Wild will drop and try and clear those Echo cams as best as they can. He still has one more remaining in for the drone hole. Is there going to be the cover? No, it goes straight up through the hatch! Oh, that is a sickener for Leon Gids. A 1 versus 2. One player outside the window can hold on strong to that rotate. So all they need to worry about is just him entering through bathroom. Leon Gids with the bearing swings, but hungry. Cleans it up. You can't make it up. You can't.
Heartbreaking. We've been talking so much today about how sometimes in Siege, you can play really good Siege, and you just need a little bit of luck to let you over the line. You could argue it's luck. You could argue that in that particular instance, it's skill. But as soon as Leon tries to send the yokai drone to the ceiling, guess what? He's above the hatch, and it just keeps on going. And you can't use the stun if you're not on the ceiling.
Incredible.
Gutting. You got to really feel for him there, because the play was there, and it was probably the right thing to do. He had the utility. He had the tools at his disposal. Get it done. Just unfortunate. But again, there are deeper issues than just that have gone on here today. Although we do sit at a much closer scoreline of 3-2. A chance for Koi to equal themselves, or a chance for Wild to increase that lead a little bit more. A lot of it, unfortunately, is going to come down to Deepek, as he is 9-3. Or I suppose you could sit here and say a lot of it's going to come down to players like Jigsaw and Hosty, who, again, aren't really meeting that expectation.
I mean, there's been, what, 12 rounds played over the course of 2 maps? And Hosty's got 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it 3 kills? He's got 2 kills, I think, in 1 round in Oregon, and that's it. So 3 kills across 2 maps, 12 rounds played in total. Is that good enough? Is that good enough for Koi fans? I don't think so.
Teb going to try and make something happen under this Lion. Scarnet seems as though he's just sweeping up those goo mines, so he only has to pull 1 out. Aces, he's caught in 1 as well, and he's going to take even more damage. Going to be crying, getting into an engagement there with Teb. Both of those two have had a bit of a problem when they've come face to face with one another in really finishing the job. Still dancing around. That wall is going to be soft. Crying just rooted in position for the time being. He's going to get droned out there, but he's not really got anywhere to go. He's playing tight in these beepers. He's got his teammates at his back. We're now going to see the nade come in from Aces as he tries to get the most out of that util, as he is on low HP, but Jigsaw finally opens things up here. Hosty going to fall as well. Leon, what are you doing there? He's just running out of East. Gives himself up to Packbull.
Wild have just hit them so quick, and Koi just look dazed. They don't know what's happening to them. Wild have... It's almost like a search and destroy mission. They just moved in quickly. They've got their target, and they're out again, and now they're ready to go for mission number 2. Diffuser in the hands of Packbull. That's the person you want to try and watch out for to see where he wants to try and get that plant down. It looks as if it's going to be an office-sided take for a while. That's a great shot, though, from Cryan. Equals it up into a 3 versus 3. A flashbang goes in, but Jigsaw has not been flashed. Oh, barely misses out on the kill onto Jegs. Jigsaw fires at an impact in return as well. Look at the HP from Aces and Jegs. That is not favorable for the attackers right now. It could be salvageable here from Koi.
Not a lot of HP to speak of, even though the man count is fairly equal. Packbull Gonna have to try and work himself in here a little bit. Still feels like there's a bit of a job to do to clear out this top floor. But Jigsaw, he's got a lot of information at his disposal, and with Cryan still out there on the roam, it's going to be quite difficult to get the job done here. Cryan picking now as his time to strike as he moves forward, trying to make something happen, but Packbull, he sees to it that he's sat down. Great pick there. Packbull really needed to find that one. He's probably given Wild a lifeline, but the time still ticks here, Demo.
Could be enough, but Jegs would rotate in through Taylor as he gets himself in the bathroom, has that long angle, and Jigsaw joined this team not too long ago, and can he make a big impact? Diffuser is being attempted. They've actually came off Diffuser. Jigsaw wrapping around now. There's constant information. Jigsaw, this will be an incredible clutch, and it is. My oh my, the man from down under makes a big splash on Border.
That's the kind of round that can really shift the momentum of this game. Just before the half switch, Koi have now leveled things up. The pressure's been lifted because that wasn't a DPEC round. That wasn't a round that just came down to DPEC hitting a few shots. That was a little bit of a misplay from Wild. I think Packbull coming off the diffuser at that time, you've got to ask a bit of a question about that. Obviously, he felt like he was getting pushed. He felt like the player was, instead of going round and underneath metal, was going to come in through the site. Jigsaw actually went the other way. He went round through metal. Maybe a bit of a question onto Jegs' play there. Completely caught looking the wrong way. Obviously, the last comm is that he's going to come through Workshop. So, obviously, everyone's worried about Workshop, and no one's worried about the bottom of metal. Unfortunate there for Wild, but a great round from Koi. That's more of what we wanted to see. It was a bit scrappy, but it got him over the line.
It's different circumstances though, Ollie. The dreaded attack for Koi. They haven't won one of these today.
5 seconds to go.
Haven't won one in the history against Wild. What is their choice? It feels very similar to what they were doing in Oregon, Ollie. This Finka comes in for Cryan. Sure, Finka's okay, but there's a lot better attackers in the current meta than what Finka is. She doesn't have her nades back yet. Nades will be coming soon enough, but not at the moment. Just feels like a preference from Cryan. But the Spears received a couple of nerfs. It's not as strong as a gun of what it used to be. So I do worry for their lineup. Lack of nades is the biggest worry for me. I'm really surprised that we're not seeing at least one set on Border. You've seen how many kills were coming in from nades, even Tab below on the sledge. Remember that one round? And Yana's always going to be there throwing the nades. But to go without them, it's going to cause issues for them.
Leon going to be rocking the Monty this time. Tep finds himself caught out there as Jigsaw. He's woken up over the course of the last couple of rounds, and he's now level 5 and 5. Exactly what you need out of that sort of a player. Coming in with a bit of impact here. It's definitely going to put the pressure onto Wild. We have mentioned already that Koi have got a pretty shoddy attacking rating, particularly against Wild, so this round is already looking a lot better. Jigsaw on a double. Could he be about to go huge? There's potential for him to get an ace here, but maybe we're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves. They've still got to clear out this top floor. Jegs is going to be playing inside of Office and is going to be somebody that needs to be dealt with. Hosty trying to apply that pressure laterally. DPEC, he's thinking about getting in. He's opened the window. He's knocked on the door.
I thought he dropped in the hatch.
Oh my, what a play! No! Oh, what a play from Packbull. You could see it. It was beautiful, but it just wasn't meant to be. Great round.
Surprise. I was like, DPEC's in sight, surely not, but it was just on the other side of the wall, and it's going to be surprised if he did go for that, because Koi were just about the patience on their side. It was slow. It was trying to control the game. Wild fell into it. They fell into the trap. They started swinging. Information was being fed through the Monty. And just those individual picks come in. Wild don't refrag themselves. And that's why we see flawless rounds sometimes, is because teams just don't realize that you just can't play by yourself all the time. You need to be doubling up with your teammates.
Koi, they've broken the curse, Demo. They've got a round. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Can they do it again, though? That's the big question.
Same lineup. Exact same lineup.
No reason why they can't. Is this where momentum shifts and we end up with all 3 maps?
10 seconds to go.
Be some going if we do.
5 seconds left.
I don't know.
It's in the back of my mind at the moment. Like, I'm mentally ready for it.
A bit of cafe as well.
Yeah, I don't want to speak it into existence because whatever the score is whatever the score is. I'm not invested. It's, you know, I'm just here to voice it. But I've mentally, I'm more coming around to the idea. Yeah, we could be sat here looking at a cafe.
Would be nice. Really would be. But that depends on how both these teams want to perform. I feel for Wild, they will have seen the kind of ideology for Koi in that last round. That is, play it slow with the Monty, let Wild come to us. I would say now Wild probably aren't going to give Koi anything at all in this round. They're going to be pretty passive. They're going to sit back. They're going to hunker down. You can see the Izami coming into play, Miro Windows coming into play. That just screams, yeah, we're going to just sit in sight. We see you've no nades. We're not threatened. But then Jegs gets caught out inside a break room, it looks like.
A little bit of a strange one there from Jegs. He's had some really good positioning, but unfortunately the last couple of rounds really haven't gone his way. Jigsaw, though, really on the up and up, and especially with taking aces down there, Leon just get caught out in the goo mine, but it isn't going to cause too many problems.
Exactly the same again. Why are they throwing themselves at them? Don't get it. You have these Miro Windows, these Izami barriers.
I think Wild just needs to play a little bit more passively. We've got Teb running out. He is going to find himself one. Can he grab a second? He gets one onto Hosty. Oh, he had the rotate, but he didn't quite make it. Leon redeems where the rest of his team lacked. Still a job to be done here, though. Deepek and Jigsaw. If there's 2 people you could choose to have alive for Koi, it'd be those 2 at the moment. Both of them having a good series. And they've got a bit of time to work with here, Demo.
They do, and they can see that the Miro window is not occupied because Leon was able to get that information for them over towards security. Hungry still has a C4 in his pocket, which could cause some issues to both not just Planter, but even just trying to kill Lamonte as best they can. Leon, have you not droned out? No, they haven't. Packful's been gifted a freebie. Ollie diffuser called in the middle of the site. All they need to do is hold on to this. Jigsaw will try and move in through metal. In through the door. What a shot from Jigsaw! Takes the head clean off the shoulders of Hungry. Packbull now in the middle of the smoke. He knows they have to go to him, but Jigsaw just fires through the smoke and ends up securing the round. Jigsaw! He's became alive, Ollie, in this attacking half.
Slowly but surely as the rounds press on, things are looking more and more promising here for Koi. Timeout has been called for Wild. Demo, we're only 2 rounds away from going to Cafe. That isn't how this game was meant to go based on the start. But Koi have really booked their ideas up. And it's starting to become a bit more of a team performance.
We've got people helping Deepek now. Look at the difference. Jigsaw has woke up. He's got in there. He's got some kills. Even crying to his credit. 6 and 6 ain't too bad. That's all you need from Koi. Just more than one player stepping up to the mark. You wouldn't think it's that difficult, but sometimes it can be. Oh, my goodness. It's a good timeout, though. Whenever you lose momentum, you need to try and gain that back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Definitely a good opportunity to turn things around here. All really isn't lost for Wild, and I think a lot of this is really going to come down to the bounce back demo. Because there's no reason why they can't bounce this one back.
Tense series, very, very tense. 2-0. Wild, I just think they need to play more passive. You know, both of the rounds that they've lost, it's down to them giving away the 2 opening kills and getting nothing in return.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, the opening pick's been a problem. The opening pick has been a real problem.
And it's not as if Koi are bringing a lineup that screams, we're going to clear you out. They still don't have that, and even less so. Without the Monty and without any set of nades, the only way you can clear out these defenders now is just gunfights. That's it. Just straight up taking your ones. That's not too easy whenever you're dealing with Mira windows and Azamis and Fenrir gadgets and Valkyrie cameras that can call out all of your positions.
Yeah, there's a lot to deal with, but a good place to start would be in that opening pick because Jigsaw has really stepped his game up with that. And Koi as a whole, you know, they're doing a much better job on focusing on that opening pick, so it would be nice to see that be a little bit more of a focus here from Wild. I'm not sure what the content of their timeout really was, but in my opinion, that should be something that's at least being discussed right now is let's get a bit more of a handle on this game
slow
early
it down,
on.
I think, almost as well.
Yeah.
It's, pace settings is a big thing that we talk about. You know, you need to make sure you can dictate, you know, what the attackers are going to be going for, deny them access to these certain areas, don't give them the flexibility of having a man advantage, then rotate someone on the other side of the map. Make it as difficult as you can, and what a walk in here. I said that Koi had to rely on gunfights to clear out these roamers. Oh well, Cryan's just strutted in, strutted his stuff, got his pick.
Teb, he's had a decent game, but the ups are now starting to be joined by a couple of downs.
3 opening picks in a row. That's better though. Get a kill back. Did he get it? No! Missed out on Ollie. Mirror window still stands, and this is an issue. They don't have a real clear-cut way of eliminating it. Here comes another Twitch drone, and that also will get destroyed. That is not a good start for Koi, and that is a horrendous quad! 3 of them in 1C4! Oh my! Disgusting! Absolutely disgusting from Jags.
That's the sort of thing that can really shift this series around. Deepek, he's done it a couple of times before. He's been the clutch master when Koi have needed it. But Jegs, he's not done with 4. He wants the ace.
Birthday boy gets gifted an ace. That's our present, Jegs. Maybe that's Koi's present to you. They've gave you an ace. He's got 3 of them
That's
there.
going to feel pretty good.
3 of them.
If you, mate, that's going to feel pretty good if you are on Team Wild right now. A real good boost of momentum when they needed it. You talk about needing a little bit of luck sometimes in Siege. That right there.
Attackers need to locate and
We don't get to see too many multi-explosive kills, but I think we've been pretty blessed recently. Let's have another look at it. Jags, straight over the mirror window.
There's 1, there's 2. Where'd the 3rd come from? Oh, Jigsaw was just behind
was
them
in
as
the
well.
Corridor. Oh. Unreal.
Good catch, that. That could be a turning point. Big turning point. Like you mentioned, it's just moments in games can completely change the outcome. And you can kind of go back and see, at this point, this is where they really started. Or at this point, this is where they lost it. You can see those in every game on Siege, is there's always a point. That could be it.
Absolutely. And it's been a difficult game, is the most important thing so far for Koi. It hasn't been an easy game at all. So when things start going their way, fantastic. But then again, they're met with a little bit of an obstacle. They're met with a bit of trial tribulation. It can send you back again. And I really hope that it doesn't knock them too hard here. I'll have to see how they react to it. Obviously, it's a pretty fluky thing. You're not expecting it to happen all the time.
Jigsaw, that's a good pinch. He's entered from East Stairs every single round, Ollie. And finally, Wild have adapted onto that. Leon, just so risky and somehow gets away with it. He's very aggressive as the Monty, Ollie, and it does worry me. It gives me fear.
He likes to live close to the edge.
Like in the wild
I think
side.
on the Monty is maybe one of the kind of ways of putting it. He's not the most conservative Monty that we see playing, but he gets the job done sometimes. I think he needs to be a little bit bold here. Don't forget, we haven't got a gun on the Monty. You've only got the pistol. So essentially, at this point, you've got 2 guns. You've got Cryan and you've got Deepek. And Deepek's got the F2, which we've already had a bit of a conversation about. He seems to be doing a great job of controlling it, but it's by no means an easy thing to do.
Cryan has found aces. That was from a yellow ping, so some information was up there for Koi. You can see Hosty flicking through all the different drones. Seems to be 3 different drones that they have, a Twitch drone and 2 normal drones stacked up somewhere. It's Leon trying to gain some information towards east. If you look at Koi and where they're wanting to try and attack into, it's still going to be that Tellers, but I think, as I've mentioned before, if you don't have a full walkthrough for that single wall towards Tellers, Monty will have to unshield and jump for a window. That's not going to do him any favors whatsoever, so it is going to be pretty tricky. If they don't know that there's a rotate in through Passport into Customs, that can cause issues, especially if one of them is an Oryx. He will try and get some punctuals in, sees it's a Monty and backs away. Deepek, he's going to look for the drop volley, but the plant must go down if Koi want to win this round.
That is going to be their win condition here. He's going to try and crouch and get a back plank going. Cryan is going to be here to support with the nades, but gets taken out. The plant has been confirmed, but a great
Deepek.
kill there from Pipeball picking up 2. Deepek, he's got to try and hold on, but he's got a decent cross here. With the plant going down, when he plays to go through, but what a use of the Ramadan tab! He's gotten away with that! A great timing on the sprint. Perfectly used. The default camera giving the game away. Deepek takes it out. He's got to find a couple of kills here, but the cover is there. Packball 3 on the round. I don't think I've ever seen Oryx used in that way.
Oryx is finally useful. Finally, he makes an impact. My word. And it's so unfortunate because not only, obviously, you're going to miss the Oryx go past. Ain't no one hitting that shot. Don't care who you are. You're not hitting that shot. But then because he looked away, then the Capcan was able to get past also. You can't make it up. This game is just full of everything. Everything.
It's full of surprises. Full of surprises. 5-5. This is more like what I want to see in a last chance qualifier weekend in the semi-finals. We can forget the first game. This is what we're here for. 5-5 on border. Koi taking a tactical timeout. And no real way of telling which way this one's going to go right now. It genuinely could go either way.
Timeout. Being used by Koi. What have they discussed? What have they talked about? This is where we miss having the, listening in, which is obviously what we get for the LAN events, Ollie. But we don't get that luxury. The listen-ins on the LAN events. Get to hear the timeouts.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
don't get them.
attackers.
But I think for Koi, they realize that that's not working anymore, that slow play style. Because Wild, I think, have adapted to that very appropriately. They were able to double up on Jigsaw's entries specifically. And if you start taking away guns away from Koi whenever they do have a Monty, like, bear in mind, Monty's great, but you're always going to be stuck with one less gun compared to the defense. So if you don't have the manpower, then the Monty's just kind of there. Doesn't give you a lot of fragging power.
10 seconds to insertion.
Doesn't really give you a lot to go on at all. And we really saw the blunt end of that, I think, in that previous round.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Koi, is their timeout good for a round? Typically, a tactical timeout will be good for at least a round off a lot of teams. But I think in a game that's this close, feels like there's a lot of emotion involved in this one as well. It's very difficult to say. Wild have also had that opportunity to talk amongst themselves. A lot of it comes down to this opening pick. We've seen a big battle so far between both Teb and Jigsaw. Now that Leon's playing a little bit more on the Monty, you can sort of throw that into the mix as well, as he can use that shield to gather a little bit of information and maybe help to hone in on an opening pick here for Koi.
Wild have not really had a successful hold in towards CCTV room at all. I think that Koi have just walked in and picked up the kills as they've came. So to see them go for the upstairs again and not put as much pressure as what they were doing previously, it's just the one player. I believe Jegs, didn't he get taken out from break room the last time they defended up here? So it is a little bit different. Hungry though, he's below inside a bathroom, and you can see Wild or maybe hunting after him. I think they know he's downstairs. Jigsaw, I believe, is in place to check him, and as you can see, he is. And this was something that I would say Koi were severely lacking whenever it came to Oregon, was not following through with these easy picks, but then they leave him. You leave a Valkyrie below with a C4, but he's trapped in a one-way out, one-way in room. I don't like that.
Looks like a little bit of an oversight there. Aces is in a prime position here. It very much depends on how sloppy Koi have been in that drone game. It looks as though they are entirely unaware of him. Jegs is getting tabbed up, but it's going to be Teb that's going to take on Leon. You mentioned about that aggressive Monty play demo. It's come back to bite him again. The laziness is there as Aces dominates. Deepek on the hop in, really punishing that lack of drone work. Jigsaw now trying to make his way through, but we're playing Rat Siege demo. They're in every single corner. Teb gets taken out by Jigsaw playing Exterminator. 2 versus 3 here. Make that 3 versus 1 as Aces shuts Hosty down. Jigsaw not got a lot of health to speak of. And all of this has gone on miles away from the side. We've just been clear in the roam game and looking to hold anything, but that's how Border goes. Jigsaw, not a lot to go on here. He's got a piece missing, Demo.
Only a matter of time again. See if he can complete the puzzle. Don't know how he's been able to dash through top metal, and he's got himself into the bomb site. Diffuser in hand. He could go for the plant, but I'd be surprised if they're going to allow that to go down. Will start to stick the defuse, and this is where Wild should now collapse onto him. Will have to stick it, and Aces is going to be there with the cleanup. Aces just ratted his way around. There's a period, Ollie, where he was sat underneath that window for so long. Whenever he got that first kill, he had 4 goo mines stacked up in his pocket. That was how long he was there. He just tossed them all out at once.
It's almost instant death at that point.
It is. They stack up. That's like 25 HP gone just instantly.
Match and series point here for Wild. They may breathe a sigh of relief, but they've not exactly got the wiggle room, Demo. They're only 1 round away from this going to an overtime. With the way that Koi have fought throughout this fixture, particularly on Border, I wouldn't be surprised if we get there. It really comes down to who wants it more right now. Because it's been pretty close here on Border. Hero plays aside. Scrappy Siege aside. It's been a very entertaining game to watch.
It has, as everything. Everything that we would want to see.
Bomb located by attackers.
But I think Koi's still lacking in the kill department. Hosty, 2 and 10. Is that 4 kills, Ollie, in the space of 19 rounds? Still not any. He hasn't improved since the last time I talked about him, has he? I don't think so.
I don't think so, no, because he got 2 kills pretty early on, I think.
That cost you games. 1 weak link cost you games. You can't rock up here and get no kills, especially with the role he's on. He's on the Deepek or Leon Gibbs role.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, really, for Hosty, because we commented on Jigsaw, and we call anyone out that's having a slow game, especially if they're in a role where you're expected to perform a little bit. We called Jigsaw out, and obviously he's not heard us, but
he's done
he knew it himself, and he's done a great job. And we were speaking that a couple of the rounds at the start of this Border game were on Deepek. A couple of them have now been on Jigsaw as well, and a couple have been team performances. So it's been nice. You've spread it out. It's not just one-man show at this point. But, and I'm not saying that it would have been a lot different if Hosty had been firing, but 2 and 10, it's just not really where you want to be.
Also, I will say with the kills that Hosty should be getting, a lot of the time, if you actually go back and watch the VOD, a lot of the time Hosty is in a position where he's behind Leon on the Monty. Leon's feeding just constant information to Hosty, and he's still not getting the kills. That's another big issue. Leon is trying to enable Hosty, and to be fair, Leon himself has suffered because he's on the Monty. Leon hasn't really got going in this game. Don't think that's just down to him, it's just because he's on that role, he's on the Monty. It's very difficult to ask somebody to pop off on a pistol. That's not how that works.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's
so don't blame him for his performance at the moment. He's been trying everything he can to help this team. Leon, always, from day one, Leon does the jobs that no one wants to do in this team. Leon has to play those almost suicide positions, those almost I'll be your bait 4-year-olds. That's Leon. Dies for them. But if no one's paying out, then what's the point?
You can definitely feel the tension in this round. It's a lot slower than what we've seen leading up to this point. Teb kicks things off with an opener. Jigsaw, he's going to push himself around. Finds a freebie over onto Pipebull, and he's in the heart of the site, but nobody is home.
There's no vertical.
Everybody off site right now, and no vertical angles to challenge onto, as you mentioned. Hosty, he's going to pick it up when it matters the most. He takes Teb down. That's advantage, Koi. And if Leon can get himself in here, they might be able to get a plant and get themselves out, Demo.
I see no vertical as well in towards Vents. We'll go for the jump in. We'll now try and stick the plant. It's not as if there's a Solus that they have to worry about. There's none of that from Wild. The C4 will be tossed in from Jeg. Doesn't know where Leon has planted. Oh, he's seen them, but not in time. Diffuser goes down. And Wild have a very tricky retake to go for. Hosty finally gets some kills on the board. And Jags, 1 versus 4 for him. Diffuser, he's going the long way around. But I don't think this is going to work out too well for him. Any kill he gets is going to be an exit at this stage. He doesn't get any. Deepak with a cleanup, but you have to highlight Jigsaw and you have to highlight Koi for playing around him. Jigsaw makes the opening. He finds the space. And look how quick Koi changed their plans. All of them just dived into sight. They knew it was clear. There's no vertical. There's no one in there. And a very easy plant for Leon. Really shocked that Wild had no vertical. Very, very poor from them not have an ounce of that.
It's cost them the round, ultimately. That and the fact that no one's, it's okay to leave the site empty. It's okay to not play anybody on the site, but you can't leave it invisible. You can't leave it entirely covered and safe, because the attackers are just going to hop in and they're going to go, oh, guys, like, we can just plant. Just, come in and plant. It's going to be fine. And if you've got a little bit of pressure upstairs and a little bit of chaos going on up there, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And that's exactly what we saw just then. Overtime confirmed now. Koi still on the attack here. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing for him at the moment, Demo. I think time will tell. Maybe it could be a good thing, given that they've now got a little bit of momentum and they've got their act together a little bit.
Koi in the attack.
10 seconds left.
A change up, though, from the usual lineup. Monty has been sacked off in favor of a Glaz this time.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I wonder what Leon's thinking with that. Will they try and push in for the archives? I mean, that is where you generally would see your Glazes. And he is over towards that side of the map, so it could be a possibility. It could just be a quick way of just getting a cheese kill. Just pop the smoke.
Quite possibly.
They haven't shown the Glaz ollie, so it would catch you by surprise.
It's a good time to bring it, in my opinion. I think you bring the Glaz and you just got to try and make something happen with it. Glaz on border is a fantastic combination. We've got a couple of sets of smoke on Deepak as well, so there's further support to this Glaz. Really comes down to where Leon chooses to play it, and in these overtime rounds, particularly the last one, we saw it just really take a long time to get going, and I think that's just the sheer weight and the pressure that's on everybody at the moment. Nobody really wants to be that one to make that first mistake and to take that first challenge or even that first risk.
Leon set up, ready to go. Will pop in the smoke. Is anyone from Wild looking for a peek? Down goes Aces. Deepak with an opening kill. But looking at the diffuser, though, Leon's the one with the diffuser. You should have it the other way around. It should be Deepak planting when Leon covers, and that has cost them a full-on smoke grenade. Ollie, that is the issue with that. In other news, though, Hosty has won an engagement in towards Break Room. It does put them 2 men up in this scenario with more than half, just less than half the round to go, actually. This is still looking really good for Koi.
I think Koi are in the driver's seat here. They've got the man count advantage. They've got a decent positional advantage. We've got Crying, prowling underneath, 2 nades ready to roll. They've got that space to try and make something happen here. Deepak gonna try and stun out Jegs. Finds one onto Hosty. As we can see, there's no nades that are going to land really here for Crying. He might find one with this, but he just turns the other way. The plant is being attempted. It's being baited, but Packball's there to try and battle it back. You can stay outside on the glass all you like, but you've got to commit. You've got to get yourself into the site, and if you can't do that, well, it's a poor do. The diffuser cold on the ground, Crying, and Leon trying to make something happen, fighting with that dread mine. We see just how pesky that utility can be. Crying trying to make that rotation round to assist, but now they're both going to be banging their head against the same direction. Crying could try and pick up this diffuser, but Packball and Hungry are both packing. They have C4s ready to rip, ready to let fly. And that's not the easiest thing to shoot out midair, let me tell you, especially on the glass. Leon going to aggressively push through, finds a little bit of space. Hungry is there for the trade, though. Now is when we should see the C4 coming out. Hungry lets the plan go down. Hello, Jegs, Hungry? Anyone home?
This is tense. Oh, diffuser, a quick diffuse. It's going to be happening. You have to get up that ladder. You have to go a C4 to try and beat it. Oh, and he gets one, but not the other. So close for Crying. But Hungry, the knight in shining armor for Wild. What a crucial kill he needed to get. I can't speak.
I am lost for words. That round could have gone every which way right there.
Weirdest round of the day. Just
every which way.
It's just, I would say the majority of that round was spent in the abyss. It was just no man's land.
That was so winnable as well, by the way. Those players on the side of Wild were lined up. You could have sprayed both of them down. In fact, a bad player would have probably sprayed them both down. But a good player is they're aiming too small. I reckon I'd have got both kills there. I reckon I'd have won the round.
You would have been dead long ago in that round. Don't be.
What
Don't
a
kid
round
yourself.
of Siege. Match and series point for Wild.
Just everyone, just take a breath. Everyone, just in through the mouth, out through the nose. Is it in through the nose?
It's the other way.
Is it the other way?
It's the other way around. Yeah, because if you breathe through your nose, it like filters the air a little bit better, doesn't it? And you don't get a dry mouth.
Big breath, guys. Still, it's not over yet. Not over from a long chance yet. Still in it. Still potential 2 more rounds to play, and I have a bad feeling we might see it. We might. Unless Wild want to try and go for one of the cheap strategies, but I would expect that Koi will be ready for that. I think they've dealt with Wild in those plays very well today. There's not a lot that Wild have been able to get over Koi in terms of the attacking prowess. Twitch and the Brava. 2 drones that can clear away the utility, of course, which handy enough for clearing away some of those default cameras. Jigsaw needs to be careful. You need to keep him alive. He's had a very good game, and on the Source, an important operator to see where those diffusers are going to be planted. Keep him up. He is vital to this success.
It's been a long time since we've seen Koi defend, and an equally long time since we've seen Wild attack. Jigsaw has been softened up in the opening part of this round, but he's still up and at him for the time being. And the fact that he's switched on now is even more important. We're going to see the Monty start to push through Hungry. He's going to take a little bit of that ground at the top of East Stairs. He's got a drone working with him as well. Jigsaw, he can see the shadows there, just flirting with going in, but it's going to be Packball to open things up onto Deepek, the star of the show for Koi. A C4 goes long. Jegs is going to get half health, but it's not going to be enough. Half the round yet to go, and Koya dropping back.
No C4s.
That Monty is doing its job.
Oh, that's an issue. No real way of dealing with the Monty. This is where Hungry can just take control of the game and start to starve out these players of Koi if any hope of gaining control. If you're a defender, you see a Monty come towards you, you just hightail it the other way. It scares you off. Koi are trying, you can see Crying, he really wants to try and retake East, but I think Wild have got it well covered. They've got at least one man holding on to it. It will be the DMR of Aces. Hosty, though, has found Packball. Down goes the Ace. He is in Sandwich. It's a tricky position to get rid of if you don't have any nades, and Wild have forgone that this round.
Not bringing nades is a very curious decision here from Wild. Especially when they've been very impactful so far.
Where's Aces going?
Double down on the Claymores. Teb going to find himself down immediately there with the trade. It's going to be Jegs. Aces got a glimpse there.
This is genius, though.
He's at least going to be able to call out, but nobody knows of his location. Jegs, he's picked up 2. Hosty, you got a lot to prove now. Crying also in the hot seat. He's getting bear down on there by Hungry, and he will be finished off. It's all now on to Hosty. Aces, he's pre-firing. There's red ping information available as well. Hosty, he's got too many islands to challenge on to. Jegs, he's going to get the job done. Wild, they made it look easy on Oregon, but they went to war on border.
Much better from Koi compared to Oregon, but it's still not enough. Wild, see it over the finish line. What a rotate from Aces. He was looking for Cryan the entire round. He had a good chance of killing him over towards break room, but they'd actually seen that as an opportunity to slip in under the cover of everything else happening over towards office, get himself in a position in towards Armory, eventually gets Cryan. And whenever you're in Armory, that deep in, it's difficult to retake if you're Koi. But Wild, they will progress, and that sets us up with the second semi-final. And a nice one, Ollie, at that ITB versus Wild is our second semi-final.
It's going to be another banger, isn't it? I cannot wait for tomorrow. If you want to know how the day has gone, stick around. We have a desk coming up that's going to break everything down. But for me and Demo, that is going to do it. We are going to be back here tomorrow to decide who we are sending to the major. Stick around. We got the desk coming right up.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with the Central Combine. 2 Tier 1 qualifying teams are sent straight to the playoffs, whilst there are 4 national spots composed of teams from the Legacy National Competitions and 2 EU squads made from teams that are at least 3/5 from Central Europe. These 6 teams go straight to Phase 2. There are then 18 more spaces to be filled by open qualifiers, which means this is your chance to get involved. During Phase 2, our 4 national teams, 2 Central European teams, and 18 qualifying teams will be divided into divisions to play against each other based on a point system, with the lowest 2 teams of each division being eliminated. Our remaining 12 teams will be grouped into 3 conferences, competing for their spot in the playoffs. Each team will play every team in the other 2 conferences for points, with the highest scoring 6 teams moving forward to Phase 4. Phase 4 is our playoff bracket, where our top 6 teams from qualifiers and our 2 Tier 1 teams face off in a best-of-3 bracket. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the €40,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to €15,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Doki 4 kills. Give them the ball! That's going to be G2. Moving on.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one. Drops into it. Stops the counter defuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Need to rotate. They took the stock hatch. They took the rotate round onto Banana. And they had the site control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the play. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS locked down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
Koi's... Oops, sugar. That's
You had a real good intro plan there.
I had a plan there.
We've got one more day left yet. Ian.
Can we just rewind that? Can we run the sting again? I don't know. Let's just go back. Koi's future knocked into the unknown.
All of that.
Wild buckle up for a ride in the semi-finals. Let's get... Are we still good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's get serious for a moment here. It was a different ball game there on map 2. A different Koi showed up. It still wasn't enough, Fresh.
It still wasn't enough, unfortunately. No wins at all this stage inside of the official Tier 1 competition, at least. Wild came out on top. Koi, they gave it their best, and I think you can see very clearly on that side who gave it their best.
Yeah.
Deepek basically single-handedly winning them a couple of rounds. Jig getting a couple of massive, especially one massive 1 versus 3 to get them over the line.
Yep.
But I think all in all, it was always going to be the Wild win. I think Wild put in much more of a complete team performance.
Yeah, I think realistically speaking, when you look at the first side, it's a 3-3 split, but it should have been a 6-0, honestly. Like, Deepek brought back 2 rounds single-handedly, like you said, with his flanks and his stairs. 2 times in a row, by the way. I don't know where the flank run is. And then Jig with the 1v3 as well, that should never have gotten. And then in attack, it continued the same way. Deepek got super interesting opening pick on round 13. And before that, the round before, it's Jigsaw excelling at what he does best, lurking, getting the kill on the single anchor on the bomb site on vents, and all of this single-handedly for these 2 guys to bring Koi back, but honestly that wasn't enough.
We'll get more of your thoughts in a few moments, but for now let's talk to Wild's Teb, who is lined up ready for an interview. Teb, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, a convincing win on Oregon, like very convincing. It must have given you confidence going into Border, but it was a tough map in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Border, we did some mistakes and they were good. They were playing really good, I think. Of course, we have to rewatch what happened. That cost us a lot of rounds. For sure, they did an amazing work removing our utility like traps with Twitch or whatever they were using, for sure, like Twitch, at least. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really well-rounded performance from you overall as a unit. Jegs, birthday boy today. Is he enjoying his birthday?
Yeah, I think he's happy with his performance.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to celebrate, isn't it? Semi-finals are up next for you and your team. ITB will be your opponents tomorrow. They're the final stop ahead of you, potentially making the grand finals. Last time out, you beat them 2-0. Can you do it again, and why?
I think we can beat them if we play at our best. Like I always said, we can beat everyone. At the moment, we have this problem of being consistent, and we are trying to fix it. The time is not on our side, but we have to fight, and we're gonna fight with everything we have to try to go to the match.
I imagine it will feel, so much better as a roster when you get several wins under your belt and tackle that problem of inconsistency. We were discussing it prior to coming into this one. Another thing that we were discussing is apparently you don't mind a little bit of trash talk. This is what I'm hearing. So I know that the guys at ITB will be watching right now. Do you have any words for them?
No. Just I'm gonna save my words for tomorrow, because Kendrick again, he knows that if I win, I'm gonna be there in the interview, and it's not gonna be a good time for him.
Love that, and we can get more, maybe potentially ahead of a grand final. We will see. Congratulations, enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. They're very aware of the consistency problem. Do you know what I love there? I love that he said, "No, I'm not going to do any trash talking," and then proceeded to trash talk.
Yeah,
that's what I'm here for.
It's because he knows Kenny can trash talk him back. Those two they have a little bit of friendly history.
Yeah. Looking back on that final map, let's talk defense bans, Fresh.
Yeah, I think it was really actually interesting in that very final map that we saw a Warden and a Castle ban, right? On Border. So normally we would consider Border quite an attacker-favoured map. With Warden and Castle off the board, one, Castle is absolutely for Hungry and Wild Strats because they rely on them, but it left open Valkyrie, Azami, Solace, and Fenrir, and also Mira as well.
Mira, yeah.
So there's like 5 massive crutch operators open, and basically I was under the assumption, at least from my point of view, that it was going to be a very defender-sided half. I assumed Koi would come out on top on the defense. It actually only got the 3-3. Yep. And I also then assumed Wild would kick on and get it done on their defense. Again, it was a 3-3. So as much as the bans was a big talking point for me and I thought it would make Border more defender-sided, it didn't have as much of an impact, but both teams were playing those powerful operators.
Yeah, I think it had to do with the playstyles of the two teams as well. I think they were really hungry. When looking at Wild especially, I love their pacing in entry. I love the way they set up their entries. I think the droning is perfect. I think the distance between the drone and the first entry is one key element of a good entry. You're able usually to get the information and be as close as you want of the drone, because when a drone gets shot by the defender, you want to trade the drone. That's one thing that happened very regularly with Aces or with Jax or with Teb. I think they're really good with this. Now Wild needs to set up a freeze call, because every single time they get this really good entry and good pacing, it feels like they're missing the key flank drones to stay disciplined and execute properly the lower end of the round.
Now, we know that Wild continue on in the gauntlet. For Koi, we said coming into this that their future really hangs in the balance as a roster and as individual players.
Yeah.
What does the future look like for Koi Fresh?
Oh, look, I mean, this whole year for Koi, I think if you go back a year ago when Rogue became Koi and you kind of looked at what the plans and their vision was, it wasn't this year. It was different personnel, it was different people. I think Koi are probably going to be heading towards quite a big rebuild. This is just my assumption, not spoke to them at all. I think, there's clearly big fragmented issues in that team that they don't seem to be able to resolve. They made 2 changes after SI, didn't work. They made 2 changes after stage 1 into stage 2, didn't work. Same net result both times out in LCQs. It's not really good enough or acceptable enough for a roster that considers themselves of the caliber of a team that should be going to the Major and 6 Invitational.
That being said, some very good people, like good-hearted and strong players as well, as part of that roster.
Yeah, I think they have the very, very good ingredients. Like, look at Deepak, how consistent he is. One of the best members of that core.
Yeah.
Right? And he won a major with them, you know what I mean? Like, he's been so good, especially here. And I think also outside of the game, it's the kind of guy, like, you could see him on his player cam, like, when he was getting these frags, he was giving energy to his teammates. He was yelling. He was there building up momentum for his team. So humble player, super good, incredible game sense, great mechanical skill, and also a great teammate.
Yeah.
Jig, same story here. They have some great elements. I'm just wondering, what's going wrong with the team right now? Why isn't it meshing well together? Is it maybe because of culture? Very different nationalities as well, that would hinder natural chemistry. I don't know, but clearly something has to be rebuilt here.
They would be, again, taking a view, they would be very lucky to still have Deepak by the time stage 1 comes down next year, because there are top teams in Europe that he would improve.
Snap him up.
Oh, he would improve G2.
Yeah.
He would improve M&M. He would improve so many teams in this league that they'll be looking and thinking, hey, if this guy's on a team that's consistently failing, we can maybe get him out of there.
All right, now we shift gears to look ahead to what is set to be a scrumptious day of Siege tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow's play day. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We are starting bright and early. I think our call time here at the Paris studio is something like 10 a.m. local time. And I can't wait. I want to be here and getting straight stuck into it. Of course, we kick things off with M&M versus G2. I mean, saying that out loud, you don't expect that to be an LCQ fixture, but here we are, and it is a rivalry that we cannot wait to see. And then we move on to our second semi-final, ITB versus Wild. And finally, the 2 question marks, the boxes shall be filled. We will have one final best of 3 grand final to find out who our last team will be to make it to the Atlanta Major. What a jam-packed day, Leo.
Yeah, I mean, first match is definitely about the highest stakes you can get. It's the major, right?
Yeah.
And it's also SI. Like, if you look at match 2, I think it's more about bonus, right? These two teams aren't always expected to qualify to major. I think it's a bit different for Wild that has been together longer and definitely wants that major spot. But if you look at match 1, you expect them to be at the major. If you look at match 2, you don't expect them to be at the major. And that's why it's very different matchups for me.
You'd be mad to miss this.
You'd be absolutely mad.
In particular, you know, sometimes when it comes to a show, or just an event in general, you might want to arrive fashionably late. You can't do that tomorrow. You just can't.
You can't. That very first game as well. It's SI. It's major. And of course, you know, they are the main things. But it's also two teams that are really, really, really good friends and really want to get one up over each other because they've met a lot recently through the stages, through the Copenhagen major. They played a couple of times as well. They won't want to lose to the other, and they can deny. It's not even just that one of them can make SI in the major. It's that if G2 win, they can deny M&M SI in the major. And conversely, if M&M win, they can deny G2 it. It's like, there's so many layers in that game. I cannot wait.
Friendship out the window tomorrow, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we start to wrap things up here. Of course, these are the 8 teams that we started off with on the left-hand side of the bracket. We're now down to the final 4, and I mean, it's pretty safe to say, I think you're going to agree, Leo, this is what you might have expected, despite maybe your prediction being completely wrong.
Apart from we didn't expect it.
Yeah, of course, it's definitely what I unexpected.
Yeah.
I think. No, I think honestly, on paper, M&M and G2 was the one that made the most sense.
Yeah.
And we're really happy about having that semi, like we said. I think in terms of stakes, I think just one touch up on the gameplay. The way they arrived in that semi is very different. M&M played super slow and tactical. G2 played super fast pace. So that's gonna give up for a really, really cool semi-final with a different play style. On the other end, though, I think it was way closer, and I did expect Team Secret to beat Into the Breach, so that's where I'm surprised. But you were right, again, fresh, about the momentum of Into the Breach and the Sheffield buff of the bootcamp. And I think for Wild versus Koi, I wasn't expecting for me. You know, I think Wild definitely was the better team here.
All right, well, there are 2 things that I want guaranteed by tomorrow evening, and that is one team will make the major, and that is going to be guaranteed. And I also want to get Leo a flight and a trip booked to Sheffield. That's the dream, all right? Come to the north of England where it all happens.
Is there bedbugs there?
No bed bugs. You're
okay,
safe.
great.
You're safe from
amazing.
Over in Sheffield. This
few
is
more dangerous objects, but no bed bugs.
Oh, okay. All right then.
After a 3-year run in this studio, on this desk, this is our second to last time in this Paris studio. I know that a lot of you watching will have some incredibly fond memories of some incredibly fond faces from over the time that you've been watching from this studio and the amazing team behind the scenes who put it all together. We're hoping to get some familiar faces on the show tomorrow to reminisce and give some predictions on the grand final as well. So look out for some of the talent team that you know and love. And we will wrap things up right here, right now. Do not miss tomorrow's epic play day. 3 best of 3s coming your way, and we'll be right here guiding you through it. See you then.
Savage, and he can't pull it off. Fantastic.
Mars didn't have too much left to do. It's the freeze, they get it over the line here. Things out, barely moved his feet. Spoke about the space that he commands there. He's gonna get the job done.
It's time to make history.
A solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.